know how the kids get when mama about to come home, everybody get up and start cleaning shit up.
Right.
Because we don't want that ass whooping that come with it. Right? So mama on her way home and everybody got up, jumped up, started cleaning up.
Yeah.
They couldn't figure out what to do, so they asked me what to do, so I told them. And when I told them, they did it, and Big Mama started smiling and said, there go my baby, I told you leave no stone unturned.
Yeah.
So
go ahead.
Yeah. So now, if y'all gamblers, put y'all money on the motherfucking Haitian World Cup women's team. Get y'all a little extra change. I'm not a gambler, but
Watch the flip on the land, huh?
yeah.
Hey,
we moving the matriarchy back in power. No matter, a lot of the guys don't understand it, and they think that it's a bad idea to put the matriarchy back together. But what they don't know is, because it's ran with the children's interests as the first order of business for the next 7 generations, and the mothers just had to consider that in all of their political decisions. Once he realized that, it's going to change his interaction with the divine feminine, which is going to change his interaction with women. The value of men and women vary according to your personal development. You can't be a high value target doing low value shit. You just can't expect that. You can't expect to be a slime ball and get the best top of the cream mate.
That's right. Hey, I'm gonna tell you something.
Right.
Hey, Rod, I'm gonna tell you something, man.
Yeah.
About this tape. This is a fire tape, man, because it make us, treat our women better. Like my wife, man. I'm telling you, when I treat her a certain way, I get the king response. When I treat her like a queen, she treat me like a king. You know what I'm saying? So like, I know people don't like the word king. We can get into that in the word queen, but I'm saying, yeah, like when you do your woman right. If you got a good woman, she should do you right in exchange, and y'all come out on top. I feel I'm doing good right now. Yeah.
People are in the slave mentality of going into their relationships, and that's why they don't understand the nature of the species. Men and women, we don't function mentally and psychologically the same, but the woman wants the man to act like a woman without being a woman.
Go ahead.
And the man want the woman to be your homeboy. She ain't your homeboy. She your counterpart, your counterbalance, right? So once you learn how to balance the relationship, start building toward a good life. Everybody is looking at the gloom and doom of yesterday, and that's what's holding them down and holding them back. You stuck in the past. If you start evolving your understanding of people, it's going to evolve your understanding of your mate. When you understand that if a man get a good woman, he can read from her energy if he need to do certain business transactions, because she will respond in a certain way when the negative energy comes towards you.
Right.
And sometimes that's why you always hear us say, no matter who mama was praying to, that shit worked for me.
Yeah, you're right. Go ahead.
So she was talking to herself, because my mama is the guide to the child. She is your creator. Ain't no motherfucker mowed you out no dirt and blow no shit in you. You was born out your mama uterus.
Get them.
Right? And it took us a long time to develop this organic meat suit, but we here now. In human form, walking God, serving the interest of the people to their highest good, once they can assimilate what it all means. And so we come teach them step by step. Everywhere you look on earth, before there was any male called God, God was a woman, the great mother.
Go ahead.
Right? You could call her by many different names, but at the end, it had to be a mother image to understand the God concept, and the concept of unconditional love, because it's the only place in nature that is naturally found. Mothers have unconditional love for offspring, right? And that's why they came out with the Oedipus complex and the Electric complex, where you marry your opposing parent. No, you marry an archetype. That's why Jung had to come straighten it out, right? When you realize that the love frequency of the heart connects all who love the same. So the fabric of it is to build up the community by winning the hearts and the minds of the people with undisputable truth and the arati, the unshakable facts. Right? So we come, we teach, they learn, and they awaken. The great mother going back on her feet.
Yeah.
Ain't no doubt about it. One way or another, by hook or by crook. We will burn this mother down if she ain't getting what's hers. My mama said, don't let nobody take nothing from my sisters and my brothers. And I seen that my sister's planet was being held hostage. So I had to find out who did it, how they did it, why they did it, where they done it at, right? And then I had to reverse it, turn that shit around on their ass, telling the people step by step, this is what they did, so we had to do this. So under the Indigenous Rights Act, knowing that I'm organic to the land with the blood and the rights, I canceled their contracts because Big Mama told me to. She told me to get the imposters off the land. Then I got the message from mothers all across the land that's telling me the same thing. Right? And it culminates in the dream when I'm called by three kings, three sky chiefs. And the three sky chiefs is the three high chiefs that called the low chief to come up to the top and do some work.
Go ahead.
They call it sheep dipping in military science. Taking a person from their specialty, but using them where you need them in the time of war. Big Mama told him, y'all gonna keep pushing him to the side, but you're gonna need him sooner or later. And here I am.
Yeah.
I didn't gripe, bicker, complain. I just laid down my motherfucking hand and told the truth. No, standing in position to right, letting thunder fly. So prepare for what y'all about to see, because we almost to the grand finale now. We can go to Q&A from here, Elder.
Hey, man, people said they don't really got no questions. You done cracked heads and twist caps and put niggas in the comas, man, with this. Every time, like every little piece, it's just you steady building onto this building. I'm calling it the Roy Hayes building, right? I believe, hey, Roy, I believe you one of the last masters I'm supposed to sit with. I'm supposed to sit with you to get this part. You one of the last masters. Now it's like I'm on a whole nother level now with all the shit you've been giving me.
Man, I can't wait to sit. I can't wait to sit and talk to Malachi and Farrakhan, Larry Hoover, and Jeff Ford at the same time. Man, can you imagine that conversation?
Man, I'll
be in conversational heaven.
I'll give my whole check to see that.
I'll be in conversational heaven.
Man, you know, hey, them boys will be so spooked out about that. Them alphabet boys, they'll be, man. You remember I saw a video with I think it was Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. They went in the back room and talked, and then they came back out and they was asking them, "What did y'all talk about?" And they said, "Oh, we ain't telling you."
That was Muhammad Ali.
Oh, Muhammad Ali. Yeah, Muhammad Ali. Yeah, that was Muhammad Ali. That was fire.
Yeah, he's like, when your president go in and talk to Khrushchev, we don't ask you what y'all was talking about in there.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
When you want to ask us.
See, yeah. See, they messed up though. They stopped us from that when they started watching us, you know, with the COINTELPRO and everything. So when we started meeting up, they watch us. But now they cause a bigger. It's everything is spreading a bigger way now. It's like all we got to do is get the minds to agree and overstand what you're saying, and all we got to do is think it. Once we start thinking on this frequency, the Big Mama energy, this shoe Tefnut resonance, once we start thinking on that level, everything fall into place mentally first, and then it falls. Everything else go into place. Once we got our mind together on what everything you saying, with everything that the ancestors been teaching. Once we got our mind on that, that's what's gonna make us win right then. We already won though. I feel like we already we at the last, about to cross through the ropes and break the rope for the finish line, man. We right there, bro. Now, all we doing now is removing the parasites. Removing the parasites. It's what Trump was.
Nothing
Everybody,
personal.
yeah, just get rid of the parasites. That's it.
Yeah,
The
nothing
one that was
personal.
feeding off us. Man, so everybody's saying this right here was fire, man. It says, can you tell Raw I had a dream about him? We were talking in my mama's living room, and a big bald eagle landed on his shoulder. Can you ask him what does that mean? What was that about?
Which shoulder?
Hey, which shoulder was it? That was Ja. Which shoulder was it? Was it Ja Mira? Mira. Oh yeah,
So the bald
Chief be
eagle in
cheap,
the
man. Go ahead.
yeah, the birds of prey
Right shoulder.
represent different. Okay, birds of prey represent different types of chiefs, and the bald eagle is the high chief's symbol. So the right shoulder is so the bird land on the right shoulder. That's where my totem symbol is, telling me that the chief is coming in off the right in order to get my attention. When you say coming in off the right, that means coming in righteously. So it's a return to the ancient ways.
That's
I
fire.
used to see elders in horseback. When I close my eyes, they be standing there on horseback looking, and I hope what the hell?
Yeah.
But they was just reminding me of my responsibilities and my duties. My discovery make me obligated to the collective clans to tell the people what was done to us to undermine the great mother and take her from her position on the land. So when you understand ritual magic, then you get to see the magic that was done, the curses that was laid upon us to keep us from ever getting free. But remember, it said that the first shall be made last and the last shall be made first, right? But the first still got to come back to the front because they the only ones that's going to be able to fix it. So those which was the last became the first under the white man's burden through the Catholic Church being the enforcement arm in the kingdoms of the Babylonian Empire, which trace us back to the doctrines of Enlil's sons, Ninursin, which is the law of sin, which is the blood rights, the sex magic, and the money magic. And then it takes us to his other son, who was his general, that was using the chemical warfare. We talking Marduk.
Yeah.
Right? And the chemical warfare came in the forms of strange diseases that had never been seen on Earth before. And that's what they was giving us with smallpox laced blankets.
For all the information and everything that you give out. I have some questions. I wrote it down.
All right, let's go. Let's get some Black Girl Magic learning up in here.
Okay, so my first question is about human emotion and the release of it. Is that a normal thing as one continues on through their ascension process? Because I find myself like when things happen, like in the news, like I hear about something happening, let's just say, right? And I'm all like, my first thought is like, damn, what did they do in the past life that they going through this? So it's not necessarily, oh my God, the kids, oh my God, what happened to them? It's more like, what is your soul trying to learn? So is that a natural thing that's supposed to happen, or am I just like going too far deep into it with losing the
So you looking at it from a multi lifetime event, culminating with the event you're observing. Because you tying it to their karmic debt. You sensing that somebody is getting exactly what they was asking for.
And I always tie it back to we ask, or we, how can I put it? Everything that is like we ask to go through that process. So it's just basically taking responsibility for the things that happen to us or through us and the experiences that we go through. So, okay.
Yeah, so some of those events are exaggerations of the event in order to trigger an emotional reaction. If you're a natural bullshit detector, it won't work on you. And it can't draw your sorrows out of you for the event because you can read behind the scenes of something else going on.
Yes.
So DJ Quick got a verse in one of his songs from the 90s saying Columbine ain't nothing new. In Compton, they shoot up schools too.
Yeah.
They cruise through trying to see who's wearing red and who's blue. But we don't get the international sensational attention drawn to but the first victim they're going to show is this little blonde haired, blue eyed girl or boy that was so fucking cute as a button. Yeah, so all of those are rituals. The sensationalism of the tells you where they want your attention focused at. It's the David Copperfield finna make an elephant disappear. It's on the marquee. The great illusionist, David Copperfield, makes elephant disappear. Now, we get ready to go into the doors. Everybody's saying before they go in there, I'm going to see the trick. So they already know by reading the sign, it's an illusion. He ain't finna make no fucking elephant disappear. But he gonna make it look like the elephant disappeared. So now everybody swear they're not gonna get tricked. And then the curtain come down and the elephant fucking gone. Where'd he go? I thought you said he wasn't gonna trick your dumb ass. So one of the 6 senses of a female when she becomes a mother, she becomes a human bullshit detector because it's a defense mechanism to protect her children from people with bullshit on their mind. She get a sensation in the pit of her stomach, and then she asks herself, what the fuck is that? And then she hear the voice of her big mama say, don't trust that nigga around your kids. That's the same thing when you see these sensationalized events. Why you don't respond the way they want you to, because your mama senses is turned on. And you know, every one of these kids is classified as bipolar under the care of a psychiatrist or psychologist. Anybody studied MK Ultra know that they do sleeper soldiers and they narcotize them in studies, and they found it was the most effective sleeper agents to activate. That's all MK Ultra information from the 50s. And they running the shit on us in the 90s and the 2000s. Right? So then they can send their sleeper cells to do the dirt. It's a false flag event, but people really got hurt.
Yeah.
So then they sensationalize it in order to draw your attention away from the elephant they about to make not disappear. That way you can't see where your shit at.
That's deep. Well, another thing I wanted to ask you was about one of your laws. You said that, or you call yourself Thoth or Tahuti. So I was like, why aren't y'all asking him about what he wrote down? So one of your biggest things that you wrote down that boggles my mind is all truths are but half truths.
Because most people take sides. You can't see the whole problem. There's two sides to it.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't see both sides, you can't see the whole truth.
But I'm taking it, or I guess I'm looking at it wrong, because I'm looking for like an absolute truth. And so when I hear all truths are but half truths, I'm all like, I can't make it absolute.
Right.
Because it's on half of,
And the Maxim of Thoth says that you are the only absolute, the source from which you came. All other things is one side or the other of a reflection of that absolute truth. The balance is the only way to see both halves of the half truths. The dark side and the light side. The left hand path and the right hand path.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to remain on the straight and narrow. When you follow what's in your heart, you can see that the half truth, what the other half is. So that's why all things are but half truths. It's like Noble Drew Ali said it. He said, man, is truth and falsehood strangely mixed. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Reality is based on the manifestation of the thing that doesn't really exist. Everything we see in the 3D world ain't nothing but a conglomeration of atoms.
Mm-hmm.
They ain't really there.
So this goes back to the concept of this reality being all mental. It's basically
it's a mental projection from a group of gods to create a holographic reality. The layout is Metatron's cube.
Okay, which is a square.
It's the star of life.
Okay.
The 6-point star in the circle, but it's really the star of life. It's two pyramids interlocking with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the holographic imagery that begins the foundation to build on. Now, we creating a hologram, but the collective of the gods have to agree to maintain the hologram. So these are what we call the 4 pillars of the earth, which is the 4 great gods of the earth, which is Isis, Osiris, Tahuti, and Ra. Right? So the great mother and the great father raised the wise son, right, to reflect the great father Ra. As a son on earth, we produce as the sky, mother creator, big mama, produce as the center of the solar system. Right? So the gods collectively hold the hologram in place. And then when the hologram comes into disorder, then the gods manifest in human form to inform the humans of how to restore order. When they get the message has to reach critical mass of the chosen ones to redeem the clans and to make everything reverse back. It's a reset.
Is this happening like... is this what we would call the epoch?
Yeah.
So every 24,000 years, it resets over. Okay, that's what I was thinking.
And that's why in the book of Thoth it said, I won't be back for some thousands of years.
Yeah, okay, cool. One thing I was noticing is when I was meditating one time, I came up out of meditation and I wasn't using my third eye. I was using these 2 eyes, and I saw the number 3. And it was going down, like looking like how the Matrix is set up, that green line stuff. Was I seeing the color? the streamer. I was actually seeing the code of the room that I was in. Okay.
Well, you were seeing the streamer. The streamer was answering something that you put in the energy field. You were psychic sensitive.
Yeah, I figured that.
But you haven't trained your senses.
No.
So when your answers come, you can't translate them. You feel what they mean, but you can't explain it.
Yeah. And it just happens randomly too. Like one day I was just looking at TV. I wasn't even meditating. I looked off to the side and it looked like it was a projector screen, and it was just floating in midair, and I could see what somebody was doing. I could see them talking to the people in their house. I could see that they were looking at TV, the computer, and all this other stuff, but they couldn't see me. Just, but it has been so much.
Instagram, bullshit, y'all.
Am I asking the wrong questions? Have we fought in this war many times?
This war is a long, protracted struggle, but it's only been during this 24,000 year cycle has it been hostile.
Okay. Is this do we have many agendas when we come down here for like soul growth, doing shadow work, and a whole bunch of other stuff mixed up together?
Yeah.
Okay.
So all of that is what you call your book of life.
Okay.
Your book of life is your DNA code.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And by learning who you are and learning to trust and believe in yourself and love yourself, it starts revealing the blueprint in real time, and you reading it as it's happening. This is in my book of life, right?
Yeah.
In your book of life, you have what's called fail safes. You know when they say when the student is ready, the teacher will come?
Yes.
Right. Well, while the student is taking the test, the teacher is quiet. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you're not stuck, there's no need to communicate with the teacher. You got to do your work.
It still feels lonely though.
That's because you're searching in your heart for your path. That sensation of loneliness comes from being drawn to your path, because can't nobody walk it but you. So the being alone becomes the rule to develop where you want to go.
Right.
That's where you map out your best life scenario. That's where you get to read the final chapter in your book of life for this earth realm.
Mm-hmm.
And then you work towards the end from where you at. You fill in the gap. That's part of the learning to love yourself, because while you're looking for validation to relieve the loneliness externally, you can't never validate yourself to be whole so that it'll automatically attract what you need, and the loneliness won't come into play.
Okay. One more question. I've been having like this feeling, I think it's because of my natal chart. I have a more humanitarian type of vibe going on. And when this new earth happens, what's going to happen to those that don't make it? Are they going to be in like a waiting state and before they're able to incarnate back on here? But it's not going to be a 3D realm. It's going to be a 5D realm, right?
It's going to still look the same.
Oh, okay.
But technologically, it won't be the same.
Yes. And bodies will be different. These avatars will be different as well, right?
They're going to alter over time.
2060 keep coming up for me. I keep getting like completion. I don't know what that means. So Just putting that out there. Thank you so much, Rod, for everything.
Okay, you're welcome, sweetie.
Okay. Bye.
So she was talking about the self-work aspects, learning who you is. The goal is to learn how to read your book of life, and then you can follow the pattern to your best life with the least amount of resistance. But if you don't read it, you're gonna bump into every obstacle till you get down the right path. So you're gonna either walk the road blindly, or you're gonna open up the path and walk the road and with your eyes wide open, even when they shut, because you have a plan. Right. So old saying, those who fail to plan has planned to fail, because you're gonna have a plan whether you develop it or not. Right. So when you put all of this shit together, we get a whole nother level of understanding and growth from a spiritual perspective to aid in the overall development of the human. So we going into uncharted territory. So the genetics is a motherfucker. And inviting the right species to complement the DNA in order to correct the birth defect anomalies to prevent people from ascending and balancing these energies. Ooh, that's some testy shit. Okay, I got 5 questions. The last new moon of the year, the people who do moon magic would already know what to do for that. If you're not into moon magic, then to spontaneously do the rituals without the training probably won't make much sense. So the problem with the children that's prone to suicide is they going through transitional phases, and nobody told them that the shit's supposed to get hard, so they're not prepared for it. So they drop out of class, basically, is what the suicide is. The Grand Canyon is not connected to Arizona by geography. It's connected by a stargate. There was a stargate in Arizona that came out in Cairo by the pyramid complex. We in Atlantis, Lemuria, a whole different landmass is no longer present. It's under the ice in Antarctica. Shangri-La, I'm not too versed on that one. Listen, there is no philosopher or scholar that existed in the BC period and early AD period that didn't finish their master studies up in Alexandria.
That's right. Go ahead. Hey, this right here book look fire too. The ancient
This is a collection of 5 or 6 books, maybe 7.
Hey, go ahead, Roy. We got another book you want me to pull up before we go to the next one? While we up in this?
Yeah, you might as well pull up the Holy Science.
Okay, the Holy Science.
So in here he gives you a blueprint of the collective conscious, and when you meditate, how to move through the unconscious. See the man with the beard in the first picture?
Yeah. Damn, bro, how you be knowing all these damn books, bro? You got more books in your head than the damn library, bro.
All sleeping quarters.
Yeah.
Right. So this is the Longhouse of War. That would have been the Gullah Geechee Big Mama that called us over here. She would have had the tribesmen come in and build this longhouse so that we have sleeping quarters at the war.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So we would have had the longhouse, then we would have had the red house would have been for the daughters, and the blue house would have been for the sons. This is how you get your different rites of passage. Then you had babies that was too young to live with the boys, and they stayed extra time in the red house. That's became the sons of the red house.
Okay.
These are all traditions around the world that were usurped and organized under ritual rites of secret societies. When you know your culture, when you read it back to the people, they understand what's going on the land, right? So the Iroquois Constitution was the codified oral speeches that somebody overheard and wrote them down in a longhouse meeting. And that's how they end up with a constitution. The reason the Constitution worked because it was a blood right oath.
Okay.
And the blood right tied us to the George Washington challenge because the the Constitution, the original Constitution, was taken away and rewritten in the blood of a guy named Crispus Attucks. Type him in.
All right, Crispus Attucks.
Yep, CRISPUS ATTICKS.
They spell that last name Attucks.
You gotta spell his first name, his last name will pop up. PUS CRISPUS.
I got you.
Yeah, there you go.
What?
First one. That one.
A Nubian brother.
You see the one right there with the writing on it to tell you a little bit about him? Yep.
Yeah, free black man living in Boston.
Blow that up.
All right, let me see. Can I blow it up for you? We can't go for that free black man joint no more, man. They hustle on. That's that hustle game. Yeah, free black man living in Boston during the time of Boston massacre. Possible descendant of the Wampanoag Indians, and yeah, we know he a descendant. I know possible. They burning their game, and the African American slaves were referred in the Martin Luther King Jr.'s 1964 speech. Died instantly from a bullet at the Boston massacre. That was a setup, bro. Go ahead.
Now remember,
that was a setup.
I told you this who blood the Constitution was written in.
Instantly at a massacre. Go ahead.
You hear me? This is whose blood the original. Yeah, the Constitution was written in his blood. That's why we couldn't break it. That's why it took us so long to break it, because they used the blood of the righteous to write the contract. Notice he the first person killed.
Go ahead, man.
They using Babylonian blood magic. Right. And they wrote the Constitution in his blood. This is what make us have to go into the conjure war, because now we locked into the contract that they call the Constitution. Type in original Constitution.
That's crazy, bro. That's good stuff right here, bro.
It's in the George Washington Memorial, I believe. Your mitochondrial frequency is putting more energy into your DNA, which is making your auric field expand out further than it normally would. You're moving into what you call your matriarchal position, which is a high mother's seat. Right, so your mother instincts are sharp, keen, and you protective of the children, and these are the things that's driving your mitochondria to continuously expand this energy into the DNA. When this happens, your chakras, right, Your chakras are gotta have to be aligned. If they don't, then the harmony is in disarray. Once you start aligning the chakras, it plays a beautiful musical symphony. The songs are the spheres, which is all chakras playing in harmony together. And it's a combination of grounding, spiritual baths, and cleanses. And you got the cleanses out the way. So now you just at the spiritual baths and the grounding and the me time. You got to have your me time. Because that's where you start to reorganize all of that stuff in your me time.
Okay.
I appreciate the call, sis.
Get thanks. Peace,
All right,
peace.
thank you. Peace,
All right.
peace. All right, let's get to the next caller. Let's get to Miko. Miko. What's up, Miko? You got a question? Yeah.
You live on stage, girl.
Miko. I don't think she knows.
She
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Are you on mute?
I can't hear you. It's her computer. She's not on mute on my end. We can't hear you, Miko. Yeah, Miko, we can't hear you. All right, Miko, I'm going to have to let you go. Let me see if she...
Nope. She probably don't have a microphone on the computer.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Go to the next caller.
Taze.
Hi, nice to meet both. My name is
How you say your name?
Thais.
Thais. All right. What's your question, Thais?
So everyone has a very different opinion on this, but I just want to hear your take on it, Rod Hayes, because you're an extremely smart person. So I just want to hear what you have to say. So what time frame would you say like you should have like your gold, your land, and all your like stuff in order by? Because I'm like in the process of getting my stuff in order, but I want to know like I like knowing different people's perspectives, if that makes sense.
You mean for your personal life path? At what age should you have all your goals accomplished or met? Or
yeah.
So that's individual by individual. First off, because your goals are not my goals. My goals are not your goals. And you set your goals based on the ability you have to achieve it now, or what do you have to learn in order to be good at whatever it is that's going to allow you to accomplish your goal. If I wanted to be the heavyweight champion in the world, I should have started training 50 years ago, 40 years ago when I was 10, right? But I didn't train to be the heavyweight champion in the world then. So that was an unrealistic goal if I had it at 10 years old, or it was a dream, a fantasy, right? Anything that you get, whatever your goal is, you have to do what's called a self-evaluation. Where am I at right now in accomplishing this goal, right? What do I know about it? I want to be a hair tech, but I ain't never did hair a day in my life. Well, the first thing I need to do is find somewhere where somebody can teach me the basics of doing hair, right? Because I can't set a goal to be a hair tech with my own salon and I can't do hair. I can get the salon, but I wanted to be the tech that's doing it. I can't participate in. That's an unrealistic expectation. And so that wouldn't be a good goal. But if I set the goal, I know, okay, well, it's going to take me this amount of time to learn how to do this type of hair, right? And then from there, it's going to take me this amount of time to implement a business model that allows me to get to that part where now I've successfully become a nail tech with my own salon, right? So it becomes your ability to map and plot your program determines when it's the attainability of the goal. If you want to be a doctor, the earlier you start studying medicine, the better, right? So my nephew was 6, told me he wanted to be a doctor. Told me when he was 8, I sent him a Merck manual of medicine. and I sent him a medical encyclopedic dictionary. He need to know the language, and he need to know what they using to treat what. Then later on, I could send him something on homeopathy to start steering toward a naturopathic physician's mindset, because there's a herb for every ailment of the body. You know, so your goals are contingent upon your preparation and your deadlines. How well will you be in plotting your path? It's individual by individual.
I appreciate your call, sis.
Thank you.
All right, peace. All right. Let's get to another one. Our connection seems to be.
Don't say nothing. Just keep doing what we doing.
Just keep doing what we doing. Let's get to Candy Kane. What's good, Candy Kane? You got a question for Rod Hayes?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, I'm hearing more than one.
You sound muffled. Is your microphone covered up or something on your phone?
We can't hear you.
I do. So, hi, how you doing? How do you overcome your fears? Like earlier you spoke about fear.
Nah, yeah, can't hear you good.
Can you hear me now?
It's
a delay.
Yeah, man.
Can you hear me?
So you asked for strategies on how to overcome fears, right?
Yes, and how do you spiritually protect yourself?
Okay, so spiritual protection falls under the category of psychic self-defense. There's a lot of different ways you can do that. The basics of spiritual baths and grounding are the most basic forms of psychic self-defense you can do. The next things that you need to learn how to do is take spiritual baths to clean your spiritual self, just like you do your physical self. You learn all this stuff, and it helps you to be able to develop psychic self-defense until you start learning other methods. Like, you got candle magic for defense, incense magic, you have oil magic, you have Florida water magic. All these different forms of protections that you can use. Crystal magic is one of the best, and protection stones. So you studying things spiritually to help you protect yourself spiritually, right? So it falls under psychic self-defense. Protect the mind, protect the spirit.
Indeed. All right, so yeah, I appreciate everybody for calling in tonight. You want to do one more, Rob? What you think, or you want to?
Let's keep going. Let's see if we can get a couple more in.
All right, let's keep it moving. Let's go to brother Troy Benz.
Yes, thank you.
Troy Benz.
Peace, brother. Peace to both of y'all.
What's that?
I've been waiting. Thank you, Rich, for what you're doing, and Rod for being the truth. I've heard that this channel speak on this subject a couple of times. I was just wondering if you could expound on how, if you have a separation from your physical family, I think it was Sister Myra Moss that said you become closer with your spiritual family. Is that true, especially when you start stepping closer to the truth?
Okay, sometimes your physical family is your spiritual family, and sometimes you born into a family where you a lone wolf.
Yeah.
Even the lone wolf at some point in his life is going to form a pack. The only difference between a lone wolf is called a Zeta wolf. And the difference between him and a regular alpha is everybody on his team is carefully selected. You don't want nobody that ain't like him. So there's normally later in life, they normally live 2 or 3 years longer than a regular wolf pack. And they normally have a stronger pack while they're functional, but the pack have a tendency to break apart because that trait is pronounced in the alphas to become zetas. To become the lone wolf, then that's because they have the drive to form their own pack. and to be the leader of their own crew, their own clan. This how you have high chiefs, then you got scout chiefs, you got local chiefs, and then you got national chiefs. That's the easiest way for me to explain it. Like all of the chiefs on the land know, even if you don't know they chiefs, you know who Tookie is, you know who Larry Hoover is, you know who Angel Bay is. We all know who they is. Right? And out of the despised and rejected, they the most loved and most respected. Right? And that's us. That's how we know how to find us in the darkness.
Hey, Troy, I appreciate your question, my brother.
Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
All right, peace. All right, let's keep it moving. Let's get to Bruja, the truth.
What's going on, girl?
Hey, you guys. How are you? Finally, I get to talk to you. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah. It's kind of loud,
Very
but I
good.
can.
Yeah, I do apologize. 1 second. So, I was watching the forum and kind of going, well, I don't have like a lot of questions. I'm glad a lot of people's things are being fulfilled, but I actually did find one thus far. I've been very privileged to have some amazing intuition and what I thought when I was walking my Christian walk, what was prophetic skills. I mean, they still are. And the universe just has a way of delivering things. So my biggest question is, because it was presented to me in the beginning of my walk, tarot cards. And I had a young lady that talked to who also experienced a very similar thing. And she kind of had some questions and doubts based on what we were told about them and how it was delivered to us. And I have them and I've utilized them in the proper way and always made sure to meditate and do things that were necessary. I've never gotten negative results, but I know that reading people and doing readings is it's a gift. And so I wanted to know where tarot cards fell for us in that particular instance.
Well, when I'm talking to the chiefs, only the ones that come from priest lands do I recommend oracle reading. But tarot cards was created by Tahuti to learn the language for you to remote view and scroll creation. It's just a training set. You already have the skill. You just need a tool to help you train. Bodybuilders don't carry the weights on the stage with them. They just carry the result. Right? Well, when you doing tarot readings, you just got somebody in the gym. Because sooner or later, the card's just going to be there just to be sitting on the table while you're talking.
Deep.
You know, that's just training wheels. The runes, the same thing. The I Ching, the cowrie shells, the entrails, those are just training wheels to look at the imprint that nature has on things and see it as a message as opposed to something to fear. And most of these things are barred from us by a barrier of fear, by demonizing and villainizing them. I just got a new deck and I'm waiting on the deck to come in the mail.
I got 3 decks in 1 week. And they dropped in my lap 3 decks in 1 week, and one is probably is almost as old as me. It's almost 40. That deck is almost 40 years old, and it came from the universe. I'm not going to say seemingly nowhere, but it was presented to me, and I was kind of like at first shied away, and then a few practices, but I wasn't sure quite where that was in my walk. But it fit niche wise. I just want to make sure it was well within the process of things. Thank you so much, you guys.
All right, I appreciate you. Oh, pieces. All right, let's get to
it. Look, everything that we use to develop our higher consciousness, they turned it into something evil.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
So that keep you from, you want to be a good, righteous individual. I ain't give a fuck, but you want to be a good, righteous individual. So you're trying to do everything that the belief system you fall in says is right and righteous. And it puts the barrier of fear in a position where if you're trying to be righteous, you don't even want to look over there. That's called getting stuck to the right. You can't even find out if you're getting the truth because you're so busy trying to be righteous. You overcompensating for the right. Right. You stuck to the right. That's how you get deceived being righteous. You can be righteous.
This right here with Lil nigga with Lil Pump. Hey. Hey, yeah, so he, and then not to mention he pardoned Kodak Black. I don't know what that was about. And Kodak Black must have, he pardoned Kodak Black, Lil Wayne, a couple more other guys, man, in the rap game.
Look, y'all gonna sleep on Kodak Black. Kodak Black his family's totem is the black bear.
Okay.
And they little, they ferocious, and they smart.
Like a koala.
Don't sleep on Kodak Black. Don't sleep on Kodak Black, cause talk a little like this here. You don't really know what nigga be saying. Kodak Black up in you. Man, don't pay that country boys, man. We find a way to always seem dumber than our mark. That's always gonna keep us in the position of outsmarting the motherfuckers that thought they were smart.
Yeah. Because
they underestimate our intelligence. Because we have a country slang, a country drawl, right? But this is why my parents, one of my things my father said to me, he said we had to move you to the city so you didn't talk with that country drawl.
Okay, go ahead.
Right? He said, because people tend to think that you ignorant if you talk with the country drawl. So I decided to add colorful epithets because that's a family tradition.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Them F-bombs I be dropping. Right? That's to express the discontent with the politics. Because there's no way that I can stand here and be politically correct when the politics is all wrong.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You gotta shock consciousness sometimes in order to make people pay attention to the absurdity of the go along, get along dynamic.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right? So Trump is the reenactment of the JFK. JFK had a whole program that he would have been able to play out had he not been assassinated.
Mm-hmm.
And it was turning the world's military into peacekeeping forces. Instead of going to war with everybody, we would be trying to feed, clothe, and shelter as many people as possible. But not just food, clothing, and shelter, develop the area around what the area develops, if you know what I mean. So one of the things that I was going to teach, like in parts of Africa, I was going to teach rabbit farming because you can harvest large quantities of meat in a short turnover time. And you can, do this consistently under the farming conditions to industrialize third world nations. The whole thing is we wanted to use individual farms and not use slaughterhouse networks. That means only feed the people in your area, because that way you can feed on demand. You don't have to just be senselessly killing. Do you know how much of that shit that go to waste every year?
Right. Go ahead.
Right. So they killing thousands and thousands of cows, but only hundreds are being eaten. Right. So this is an offset because most of it go bad one way or another. Either we cook it and don't eat it all. Right. Sometimes we cook it. Sometimes we leave it in the refrigerator too long and it go bad. Sometimes it go bad at the stores. Right. And then they have to get rid of it. Right. So all that's excessive killing that's bringing negative energy to bring the people's senses to this level of savagery is part of the Babylonian blood magic. So that's why all these slaughterhouses is being shut down. So when we going back to the Divine Mother, we know Melania knew how to flip the sands as the first lady. She was mirroring Jackie Onassis. And Jackie Onassis was in office when the mother of the Nation of Islam was Clara Muhammad, that means that the mother of the Nation of Islam today would be Khadija Muhammad. If the mirror is accurate, that would update the Black Madonna data to bring us into a more modern time to determine the accuracy of the information. The only thing we got to verify, as we did this before, is that she got to have a daughter named Madonna in order to claim herself as the Black Madonna, which make her be Khadijah, mother of the righteous. Right? So you go on a scavenger hunt. So type in Donna Farrakhan. Let's just see if she got a daughter. Named Donna. Now I'm gonna use my family to fact check this. I'm gonna show you how it worked.
There you go, right there, Rod.
So this is Donna Farrakhan, daughter of the minister Elijah. I mean the minister Farrakhan and mother Khadijah. Right? You see the picture of her right there with the green on, second from where you at?
This one right
now,
here?
remember I told you, no, the one you had just before this.
Right here, right there.
Yeah, that. Now remember, I told you, in order for me to fact check this, it has to match something in my family. I have to be able to do what's called a family flip to verify the information, and then I'll know that I'm accurate. Can you zoom in on this picture?
Man, it's right here. We getting right into it, man. Hold on, can I blow it up? Hold up. Let's see. Dang, I don't want to do that. All right. Oh man. Okay, there. Hold on. Let me try something. Let me blow it up. Oh, right. It won't let me get it no bigger than that, bro. I wonder what's going on.
Well,
let me try this. Skip. All right, hold on, Rod. I'm gonna try something else. Let me try to save it again, but I'm gonna save it in that folder. Save it. Let's save it in that folder right there. Unable to direct it. Oh, it's not gonna save it now. Wonder what's wrong with that picture there? Why I won't save? Hold on, let me try something else.
Let's go. Let's just go to it. Let's go to it.
All right, there you go right
there. So when I do the mirrors, she look like my auntie Pam.
Okay.
Right. Pam flips map backwards. My auntie Pam have a daughter named Donna.
Okay.
Right. So Auntie Pam, it flips the map to match the Black Madonna off of a witch's brew on the knock to a knockback. Right.
Okay.
So her daughter Donna's favorite color is green, which is my mama's favorite color.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
Right. On the blue house knock to a red house knockback, the color that drapes the green represents my mama's favorite color over the red, which is my mama's home lodge, which is the red house, which is the house of the blood right.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So for other people, it doesn't mean what it means for me personally. But remember, we just turning the key on the Vatican to show you how the seats have been moved.
Okay.
Right. So if Mother Khadijah is Donna's mother, and Donna's mother for me had the map, then Donna Farrakhan's mother must be on the map.
Go ahead.
On the comparative analysis on a singularity closing in on a hometown flip.
Okay.
Right. So once we establish that we know who the four winds are, or the four kings, that's the four kingdoms.
Go ahead. We
right. We know who is the opener of the way on the crooked man walking across the land. We know who returns with the mother plane, right?
Go ahead.
The mother plane is the mother's P lane, and the P lane is the pussy lane, and the pussy is the cat. And the cat is the black cat, and the black cat is the Black Panther.
Go ahead.
And the Black Panther is the symbol for the priests at war when they go into stealth mode. But the symbols represent the blackbird on what we call the African house, the African crow. The African crow is represented as the blackbird returning from the crossroads.
Okay.
So type in, go to the crow, type in quotes. Go to quotes to the Google, type in crow quotes. Because at the end of the day, it got to take us back to who is God. Type mother behind it. You can either read it there, or you can go to a fancy picture of it.
That's dropping it right there.
So
You know
Eric, look, Eric Draven, right? Now look at the name. Eric in Akkadian is Europe. It means fire. The D is the fourth letter, but it represents a loaf in Kemet. This would be a D, would be a loaf of bread, right? And then you got Raven. Raven represents the bird. So the bird coming in on the four. The four is the four corner shuffle, which is the four winds. And the four winds is setting the world on fire.
Go ahead.
And mother is the name for God on the lips and hearts of all children.
Boom. It's like that bomb effect right then.
Do you understand? Morphine is bad for you. Your daughter is out there on the streets waiting for you. Quote the motherfucking Raven.
Oh, yeah.
So even the one that comes back for the Sibyls, see it?
Yeah.
With the black crow, right? From the African side, they come over here, and these sisters came out of a different house. You got the mama bear, right? You got the mama of the pumas, which we would call a Afeni Shakur, which would be a Black Panther, a chief in stealth.
Go ahead.
Right? So all of these mothers get together to restore the matriarchy in order to protect the children for the next 7 generations. So now you understand how we got to where we was. So the 7 is the 7th son, which that'd be me, the 7th seed of the 7th seed of the 7th seed, off a 5%er, Rakim Allah, born with 3 sevens in my head. The one can seem to blow your mind as far as this, to find you need philosophers and anthropologists, professors and scholars from the smartest colleges and all of that shit. I had to get a couple of them in there.
Yeah, hey, bars. You know what I'm saying? This is knock on.
Yeah.
Hey, this the knock on the North Gate, man. This the knock on the North Gate right here.
Okay, so
Everything I'm straight.
now we know that the zodiac seat center is Big Mama's seat, and that the 12 sisters is the Sibyls. Now, what we don't know about the Sibyls is why they call them that. The term schizophrenia comes from the Sibyls. The Sibyls were synced telepathically one with another, all with the Divine Mother. Right? And once they are all synced, they are on the same psychic network to pass information instantly from their region of the world. And that's what it was called too, Isis magic. It's the magic of the sisters, what we call the birthright to the earth rights, which is the rituals of the birth priestesses, the rituals of the yoni priestesses to maintain the vaginal health of the planet, which is also female. Right? In some cultures, we describe things in reverse or upside down, and that's where they deceived us because they had us thinking south was down and north was up, never knowing that the ice princess comes from the underworld. And the underworld is the land of ice, and the land of ice is called the Northland. Right? And the Northland is the land of the ice princess, which is the Isis of the pole, the North Pole. You see? And these are the 8 points that makes up the house of Isis, meaning the 8 points of study. They give you 8 points of study in order to raise people up using matriarchal rules that was usurped. Right? So, from when you understand how to read the stellar clock and the earth clock, then you know how to understand the movement of the people in order to locate you who you're looking for. And there's always a clue. Because in your life, your book of life got clues, like Hansel and Gretel breadcrumbs.
Mm-hmm.
You know you left them for yourself, but you don't remember where you left them until you get to them. And for some odd reason, you have to pay attention. Right? So the great work, the Magna Carta, is the orders of the Magna Mater, and the Magna Mater is the home house of the Great Mother, Big Mama house. Over here, type in Iroquois Longhouse. Over here, Big Mama's house was called the Longhouse, or the Big Mama's house, and it was the biggest house on the property. Commonly became known as the Longhouse under the transitional tribes forming up the Iroquois. Most of these names, like Iroquois, is not a native name. That's French.
Right. We
weren't French until the Blackamoors brought French over as a language. Right. And the Longhouse was Big Mama's house. Right. Let's look and see if we can see what the inside look like, Elder.
Like a whole bunch
that
of people
first picture. Click that first picture right there. Yeah. So in our culture, the when we used to have family gatherings, you had a men's quarters and a women's quarters. And then you had a private suite for couples to spend their time with each other if they married, away from the gathering. Now, over here in the longhouse, when you see a longhouse like this is a war barrack.
Okay.
Right? And the reason it's a war barrack is the layout. If it was a peacetime dweller, it wouldn't be laid out in this fashion. It would be laid out almost like a giant open loft house with furniture of different kind. This is all beds. This is all sleeping quarters.
Yeah.
Right. So this is the longhouse of war. Friendly pale faces penetrate. They start letting us into their institutions. They start sending our children to their children's educational systems with armed guard now. That means that's the people we sending in there, sending us the message back from the inside saying, hey, I got us a way in. Follow me. Go look at who marching with King. Mm-hmm. You ain't gonna get out of this without getting the same motherfuckers that kicked their ass out of Europe to help you. So why not use it to your advantage? They using them to block you out of the institution. Open Ellis Island up and run it over, fill this motherfucker with friendly pale faces. We want every derelict you got. But in the end of 100 years, they're going to be the ones at the top of society that's going to be able to tell us who's doing what behind the scenes. And this is where you get a Donald Trump from.
The
or
disclosure.
John Lennon. Right.
Yeah.
Right. Because they have to, we got to figure out how to get this information out to the chiefs on the land so one of us can figure out when do we exercise the blood right to reclaim the land. If we don't learn from what they telling us, flipping it out of their secret by watching the movements, this is why we be losing, because we not very good at watching the long game because we ain't too good at watching the short game.
We're easily distracted, and it seems that they know that, because it seems like every week there's some new level of something that's capturing our attention. If it's and I'm not making mockery of it, but the Shanquella Robinson issue, before that, the Kyrie and the Kit and the Ye. So it's like every week, every other week, there's a new something that captures our attention and takes us away from coming together. And because even those things that capture attention, there's debate. So it's not we're not unified in what we think we're seeing, or what if there's a message or what happened. So we're not working on unity. We're not working on restoration, because we don't need reparation. We need restoration. We need to be restored and made whole. We need to come together in order to do that. And it seems to me.
Okay, so this is why we tell our people to read the Indigenous Rights Act. The only way to overthrow that system is we have to go back to the system we had before they came.
True.
Which is an oral tradition. The mothers of the land they already starting, because they already sending me the messages that they reaching out to family members, discovering parts of their heritage they had never known before. And they found out what I said was right. We ain't come on no damn ships. We was already here.
True.
In a full bustling society. And they came and attacked us because they wanted what we had. But they didn't want our materials, because we use earthy shit. When we get ready to do a crown, Big Mama make you one out of feathers. We don't go smelt the gold into a crown. That's not the custom of the people from the Atlant, what we call the Americas. Mm-hmm. Our custom is everything we did, we tried to stay as close to nature as possible. So our royal garments is trinkets to the people from Europe, but they have royal significance to the people of the land, like the topaz. It's just a rock to them. It's a sacred stone to us.
Topaz. Oh, topaz, the stone topaz.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a sacred stone for us. And a lot of the topaz copper jewelry traced back to tribes from the Southwest. They was doing it for thousands of years. Those was the gifts they adorned their royalty with.
And I know in the Southwest they do a lot with turquoise.
And turquoise as well. Another sacred stone.
Yeah. Yeah. So, wow. So it's a whole it's been a whole conspiracy to destroy, like you said, our history, our reference to our whole genealogical past. They've rewritten it. They've interjected themselves in places that they were not. I even learned or heard that they had even added maybe 290 some, and I heard anywhere from 2-something to 500 some years into the timeline when they started messing with the calendars in order to find a place to interject their various empires when, they were, the Roman Empire and I guess they're looking for the revived Roman Empire. That's what they think they're getting ready to do.
The Roman Empire had been the Catholic Church the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
The Catholic Church controlled the Crown of England, which was tied to the business district of Switzerland. Banking, international bankers. They used pale faces over there to hide the black nobility. The ones behind it that looked like us, that thought they got away until their ass got caught. They never nobody in a million years would have thought we'd figure out that they was using pale faces to block us out so they can claim to be us at the end. Right? We supposed to get mad, go on a bloody rampage, and kill all the pale people.
Oh, okay.
Right? So they won't stand next to us and say, kill Whitey, kill Whitey. And then when we get our shit, they gonna take it all and murder us. Because that's their oath. That's the oath of allegiance to themselves over anything that got to do with us. All these oaths are out in the open. It's not secret. I've been showing them on other shows so people will know that this is actually documented.
I've heard them talk about black nobility in other platforms, but they try to say in those platforms that when they show who's a part of this elitist group, they still don't look like us. They're saying black as not in the skin color, but black in maybe in the deed or in because they're doing dark, behind the scenes stuff, but they don't have.
They got the faces of the royal families called the black nobility on the family crests.
I always see them, on the cameos and so forth. You see
they try to tell us as part of the white supremacist narrative that those was the slave traders.
Why would you put
the family that was the slaves that the family owned?
So why would you pick? How would you pick one slave to be on your, on your crest? Why would you do that? And that's the more prominent is that
right? So now you have to go research the art. When you go over there, you will find they got giant statues of Moors eating babies, literally. Yeah.
Wow. That's crazy.
That's King of all kings right there. He the one made the alliance with Larry to create the Black Gangster Disciple Nation. It wasn't never supposed to turn out to be us versus us. It was supposed to be us against the machine.
Wow. Wow.
So King David was told the secret by the Jews because he was offering security to the fake Jews to protect them from the mafia, Irish mafia and Italian mafia in Chicago. See, they wasn't allowed to come in our neighborhoods, but they could do whatever they want in theirs. Right? That's what segregation was all about.
Wow.
We didn't know we could go in their shit. That's why they didn't want us there. They wasn't allowed to come in our shit without our permission. We fought for integration, which ended up making us have to. Now the system say you can go wherever you want to go, disregard who you want to disregard, disrespect who you want to disrespect, and we gonna bag you up on that fuckery.
Wow. Wow. That's crazy.
Right? So what's going on right now? These is the ones who we sending in to get our shit back.
Okay.
Now, remember, go back to the Salem witch hunts, and it was a big mama teach the little pale girls yoni magic. Right? Oh, go to that ballroom dancing. See that?
Yep.
So the dancing instructions is the same. All that shit came from us. We invented ballroom, square dance, bop. All that shit come from us. Foxtrot. All them is, and all of these dances you see being done on the land is what you call ritual maintenance. Preserve the rituals in the common culture, so that the people from the original of oldest of times will always recognize the culture because they created it.
The salsa, all that. Yep. Shata.
So somebody said that they confused because the children of these people was already on reservations. You got to go back and recheck the story. They came over and was taught, but the adults that came with them, they didn't have to be taught. The children had to be taught. All you have to teach the adults is you have to go rehearse how to tell stories until they learn how to tell the story. With the children is the ones who can embody the information that you download into them. That's why you don't see a lot of adults around those children at those schools. Go back to the picture, Elder.
I got you.
Find me an adult.
And one of them pictures.
Now, you know when we went to school, got our class pictures. It was our teacher was always in the picture. Who is the adult?
They ain't teaching the adult because it's the black. It's gonna show native adult nigga. That's what they gonna want to tell you. You know what I'm saying?
Most of these were taught by women. Women was teaching the dance classes.
Man, so hey, real quick question, man, because this right here, you just gave me some more pieces, Rod. So these, let me get
they
all
ceremonial tribes. Anything that to overthrow this system, they gonna be the ones standing up because we too scared to do it. We don't believe in our power on the land, so we won't pool our resources. We're gonna fight against each other.
Okay.
All you got to do is show the children the path to victory, and they gonna push the adults out the side. So let's go on to some questions, Elder. If you got some questions you wanted to go over.
Oh yeah, I got you. So let me put this together. So they had to. This whole plan was to switch these people out with us, and they taught them how to be us. That's crazy.
No. Okay, so the slightest miss in the vision is this.
Okay.
They were going to replace us with them.
Go ahead.
But they was going to come over and they was going to be the indigenous people, but they was going to act like the white man.
Yeah.
So it was we the ones who's training them. Because we know that if we don't train them to imitate us, that we won't never be able to send nobody in to get our shit because our people not going to trust themselves.
Wow. Right.
And most of the leadership is just ceremonial leaders anyway. They're not even real leaders because they ain't most loved, most respected by nobody.
Wow. Wow. So hey, the first question I have for you, Rod, this right here, you just dropped a nuke on us right there. That's a nuke right there, man. You know, this right here piece right here, this is nail in the coffin right here, man.
Big Mama said, leave no stone unturned.
Oh yeah, you just turned over a big ass stone right there. You just made a big ass connection right there for me. Now you said you was talking about Jack Johnson, and how the phase. We was doing the phase of the fighting on the land, and you was talking about how the Jack Johnson really was the first dude that started getting. You had broke down his connection with her.
Yes. Okay. So look, when they came over here, they don't have no skills.
Okay.
Right now, remember they on the quest for one drop of blood.
Okay.
But in the quest for the one drop of blood, they got to develop into functional humans that can ascend. Yaku's grafted devil. They got to come up with their own ability to fight. When you look at now, you see how Jack Johnson fighting.
Yeah.
Okay, pull up. Type in the Great White Hope versus Jack Johnson and watch how the white boy standing.
Yeah, I got that picture right here already up in there. Because I heard you say something about the Great White Hope. It should be right up in here. Is it up in there? Right here. I think this is it right here. Right here. Yeah, he's standing like he holding
it. You see how he holding his fist with the fisticuffs? Put him up even. That's because they had to learn how to develop this science. He already know it.
Yeah.
Jack Johnson was the first one they allowed to fight because they thought that they had a champion. I think this guy name was it Jess Willard? Anyway, they thought that they had developed their skills enough to challenge a real fighter from out of our fight camps. He came from Ethiopia war colony.
Well, go ahead.
They came over here to deliver something called a pyramid secret to the Nan Ether. They had to deliver that over here. He was what you call the child of a priest. So they taught him the boxing secrets. That's why Jack Johnson was excelling everybody. Right. And but his father or his caretaker or whoever brought him over here used him for the cover story. Because we got the Nan Ether, the Ether Utopia connection through the Holy Pibby and through the sacred parchment scroll of Black supremacy around the time he arrived. And that's Ethiopian doctrine. And that's going to tie us back to Haile Selassie. Now, the only thing we got to do is verify that Haile Selassie is not from bloodline of Israel. Because if we can prove that, then we can capture Nan Ether for the Earthborn. That's science for saying that we can take the science and we can use it and apply it. Okay, so now we're talking root black science.
Okay.
The science of the Black Dot, Dr. Richard King. The science of Melon, Dr. Carol Byrne. Right? We're talking about social development of the mind of the children. Right? We got Haki Matabuti. We got Nathan, John, and Julia Hare. When we got Dr. Amos Wilson, Master of Masters in the psychological development of our children and understanding the problem. Once you understand the problem, you can get a solution. Dr. Neely Fuller, the United Independent Compensatory Code System for breaking the chains of white supremacy, is a direct affront to the 9 areas of people activity. Economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And when you lay it all out, you understand that what we up against, we got to have a dog in every fight or we can't win. Right? So why did Clarence 13X leave the Nation of Islam? What was the conflict?
That's a good question. Go ahead.
Elijah sent him out, but it came out as a conflict because the chief never got to tell you really what to do. Once you understand the assignment, you do your part. Okay. Just do your part. You don't got to do everything because everybody got a part and we're going to work as a team. That's the critical part of warfare.
That's right.
Right? Once we realize what's going on, whatever they tell us to do, we just don't do that shit.
Okay.
Right? And whatever they tell us not to do, we might try to do that shit if it doesn't make sense why we shouldn't do it. That's called testing the system to see where it's strong and where it's weak. The general gonna read the moves, right? So when he come with the 9 ether, Garvey bring it over for the Prince Hall Freemasons to set the Masons free. Right? That's why the UNIA is up, you mighty people, do what you will. We just brought you the science of the nine ether. With the science of the nine ether, you can unlock the highest consciousness, which is the nine ether gas forces of the ancestors that dwell in the soils of the earth. So we talking Mississippi red clay dirt. Look at my skin, Mississippi red clay dirt, right? Versus the pitch black dirt of the Nile. That's two different dirts.
Okay.
Right. So when they developing and they learning their skills, they have to learn in steps until they can master the muscle movement. And sometimes it takes generations. Right. And just when they think Tommy Gunn was ready, Ray Mercer was mercilessly knocking his head into the ground. They thought they had another one.
Yeah, right.
The same as Jerry Cooney and Larry Holmes. They keep playing the same repeat. They finally got one. The Fury of Tyson came out as Tyson Fury. Right? And Dante Wilder is relying on the one hitter quitter. You can't rely on the one hitter quitter.
Go ahead.
Because if you only rely on the one punch man, then if you miss, you lost.
Yeah.
Right. So all these things is just putting together what we've been looking at culturally play out in the mainstream. Right. See, he don't hold his hands like those other fighters back then. That's how they used to hold their hands.
Like this, like Jack Johnson holding. He fight like orthodox. Well, yeah, I guess that'll be orthodox. Like he right.
Yeah.
So like orthodox is like one of the oldest, because most people right-handed. It's only like left-handed is like rare.
So the Israelis the first one to develop a functional martial art. If you go to Google and type in Krav Maga, this was developed by the Israeli Secret Service to try to combat other forms. It's spelled with a K. K-A-V space Magra. M-A-G-R-A.
I got you. Right here.
Yeah.
Wow. I ain't even never heard of this style.
Yeah, so they take this in. This goes to the combat sports. Because you gotta have these, you gotta develop them so they can ascend. You can't leave nobody behind. Mama said you can't throw nobody away like trash. Right? So it took time to develop a people into their own. They had to get leadership because they was at the bottom the whole time. Right? Because they came over as somebody else's servant. And we had to pay, the good had to pay with the bad. In order to get us all free, some of us had to go into voluntary servitude.
That's crazy.
In other words, we had to make a plea agreement.
That's what Big Mother Bear said, that some people went into slavery for us.
Yeah, that's what she's talking about.
Yeah.
It's the war. It's the war for the psyche, the mind of the people. As long as they don't believe who they is, they can't never they can't never redeem themselves. Everybody responsible for their own self first before you're responsible for the person next to you. Right. And once you understand that concept, you do the self work in order to make you better protection to the people next to you. This is OGT Rogers.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you about. The Peace Stones, were they Bloods originally, or did they turn into Bloods when they got
Bloods formed before the Peace Stones knew that the Red House needed structure. He was sent by Angel Bay to go out to LA and help with the Red House in California. So this is how behind the scenes, these are the OGs that's building in the structure. All the tribes had to be in the position that if the structure is activated, everybody is supposed to know what their role is. Just by their structure. And the way theirs is it's an OG call.
Yeah, that's right.
If it ain't an OG call, then we ain't finna move on that. Right? Now if it's a triple OG call, now we listening.
Yeah, triple OG call.
Yeah, because now we got the real big homies in here.
3-star general.
That's the most respected of the most respected right there. Them the ones that the niggas you respect.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? This is what this all about. So T. Rogers He was also associated with some of the elders in the Panther Party from varying parts of California.
Okay.
Right. And so he took the structure given to him by Angel Bay, but it got to be the structure that fit the tribe that they came from. So when Chucky created the Crips, the default was the Bloods was going to have to form.
Right.
Right. That's the default. That's so that just like the motherland got an army, the fatherland got an army. This Chief Malik Angel Bay, notice he got on Vice Lord colors.
Mm-hmm.
Black over gold.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That means he's concealed by the orders of Big Mama.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But he holding on to his grip on his post. You see?
Mm-hmm.
Right over left.
Yeah, I see it.
Right. And his right hand over the left. That means the right hand is concealing the stone.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So all of these OGs right here, most of them probably not here no more.
Yeah, they was rocking the fez and the full beard like Hebrews.
Mm-hmm.
So they
right now at this point in the struggle, Angel Bay's still trying to find out what's going on the land.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, where he at right now? Where you that picture?
Yeah, right there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It said that that's what I wanted to ask you too about this. Okay. It said it's right here in this document. They said that Ford is currently serving a 168-year prison sentence after being convicted of conspiracy and weapons charges in 1987 for a plot to commit attacks inside the U.S. in exchange for weapons and $2.5 million from Libya, ordering a murder in 1980. They probably framed him for that too, and a conviction for drug trafficking in 1932. So they said the main part I'm looking at is they tried to say this brother was going to make some money from Libya for doing a terrorist attack in the United States.
Okay, so I don't know if you remember when this went down, but around the same time, Muammar Gaddafi offered Farrakhan $5 billion to give us economic aid for our community.
Mm-hmm.
The U.S. government told Farrakhan that if he take it, he got to register as a foreign agent.
What?
The problem is if he registers as a foreign agent, then they're gonna come in and arrest him as an enemy combatant, and he's gonna end up right where Angel Bay at.
Same thing. Yep.
Yep. So they didn't let him. They blocked him from getting the money, but it's more than one way to skin the cat. So this $2.5 million had nothing to do. If you go back to the city of Chicago, got a grant for him, and he was feeding kids with the grant money.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor Jane Byrne, I think is her name, brought him the check over on the west side of Chicago, and they came in a caravan. They rolled in a motorcade to bring him the check, and they seen what he was doing with the money. This when he was in the streets.
Mm-hmm.
Now remember, he don't know what's going on the land. He just know he trying to help his people from an adverse condition.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then when he got out of prison in the 70s, they had sent him in there on some old trumped up bullshit. But anyway, when he got out, he went into juvenile first.
Mm-hmm.
When he came out to juvenile, he was a grown man. By now, Big Mama gave him marching orders as soon as he hit the streets. His job, he is the highest authority of law on the land enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
He is the chief mufti of the land using the doctrine of Islamism.
Mm-hmm.
So if he is the chief mufti on the land, his job is to tear this bitch up if his people ain't right.
Mm-hmm.
Only his people left him hanging. He didn't leave them hanging. They left him hanging.
Man, wow. They got scared.
No, they just didn't know what to do. There wasn't enough thinkers in our community back then.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't even born during this time. So.
We had plenty of fighters, Elder.
Yeah.
But we didn't have a lot of thinkers. This is why the structure of the Nation of Islam, the structure for the Black Panthers became critical to teaching structure to the rest of the clans on the land.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So we had to figure out how to restore and rebuild while they steady doing shit to us. They never stopped doing shit to us the whole time.
Setting us up the whole time.
They never stopped their COINTEL operations until they got finally shut down in 2019.
When Trump got on there. Ford transferred to the newly opened ADX Florence Supermax prison, same prison as Larry Hoover and Baba. And you think that these niggas, all the same niggas that came out to Jeff Ford, came out to Larry and Baba, the same exact niggas, man. I'm telling you, bro. And he's still in prison right now for being framed and set up.
I hope he better not be still in there.
Who, Jeff Ford?
Yeah. We don't have to know he ain't in there, but he better not be still in there too. They gonna tell us.
Yeah, and
they gonna tell us.
He can't be like, just like Bob and Larry Hoover, they really can't be in contact with nobody. Can't be in contact. You can't being under a no human contact order. They so scared of this dude, they don't want him to even fucking talk to nobody. Now that's crazy. They scared of this dude. That's really scary right there. They don't want this dude to even
talk. What the New York police said about Malcolm, right? No one man should have that much power.
Yep. And if they wouldn't, if Malcolm wasn't so far ahead in the game to go bring him, then he probably would have been in this prison too with them, right alongside them. I'm telling you, man. Same niggas came out to Malcolm, came out to these niggas.
They was infiltrating us. See, that's how we knew that the war was in our community, was with somebody that looked like us. Even when you read Secret Relationship Between Blacks and Jews, some of those settlements they talking about wasn't no pale faces there. Running shit. Who is these motherfuckers and why we can't see them?
That's right.
Tupac said it better than anybody. Tupac said it better than anybody I know. They say it's the white man I should fear, but it's my own kind doing all the killing here.
Hey, Buckley said, shout out Buckley. I think it said Delilah. That's how you say her first name, Delilah. Chief Rod, did you ever get a chance to talk with Dame Calloway?
No, but we will. He doing his work. I'm doing my work. I'm watching him. He probably watching me, but we know what we're doing.
Oh yeah, it's working. It's coming all together, baby. But you just gave me another piece, Rod. That piece, that Indian training school, boy, they ain't gonna play that on the news nowhere ever. I'm telling you, bro. That's the end. That's. Ooh, they scared when you put that piece out. I'm telling you. They was hoping we never figured that piece out right there, bro. I'm telling you.
Man, I told you they can't trick me.
That piece right
there. I know my people, man. I know my people. I know why we will and won't move on certain shit.
That shit right there and like now, because I got into an argument with some $5 Indians and I was telling them, some of y'all mixed with Asian. I'm looking at them. They look Asian looking. And I'm saying y'all mixed with Asian. And then they came to the reality eventually. But
well, a lot of the Shoshonis, so you got the last name Shaw. That's short for Shoshone. Right? And Shawnee. Those two tribes became the popular name Shaw. Too short. Old Mississippian off the Shoshone bloodline. So they marry Asians, a lot of Asians in their family as railroad workers. Right. So we got to know where everybody went. It's a trail. You just passed Angel Bay.
Yeah, Angel Bay. We talked about Angel Bay.
So
you say Tiffany Raymond made a connection with the Blue House. Go ahead.
So this right here is a monumental feat in our community that two brothers put their egos aside and say, me and you, dog, we're gonna join and unite and figure this shit out together.
Wasn't no damn gang. We wasn't no gang. They turned us into gangs. We were tribal warriors.
A gang is a tribe.
Yeah, right. That's right. But they made a negative connotation of gang. Criminal. They put criminal with the word.
Right, by putting it in the news and spinning it with every foul deed that went on.
Propaganda. Mm-hmm.
We caught them back in '91 during the so-called Rodney King riots. In the peace treaty, the police dressing up like gangbangers to start wars.
Wow. Wow.
It just so happened that we caught them and Swiss cheese their ass. That's how we found out.
Wow.
They was undercover police.
Wow.
And federal agents masquerading as us. So they got their ass handed to them by them boys in the street. They don't know the boys in the hood is always hard. Come talking that trash, we'll pull your car. Want nothing in life but to be legit. But don't quote me, boy, because I ain't said.
That's right. That's right.
So all of these things, all of these clans forming around their own independent, self-raised leadership.
Mm-hmm.
Chucky didn't declare himself the chief. He earned that title by interacting with other Crips.
Mm-hmm.
Expanding by his charisma and his influence over those who was nomads in the street,
mm-hmm.
forming clans. Once he understood what was going on the land, then they staged the Geronimo Pratt scene and accused him of murder.
Yep. The killer clowns. COINTEL. So like
those training schools was on the path of the Trail of Tears in varying locations.
Wow.
Somebody asked that question in the comments, Elder. They was like, where was they?
Yeah. The training
they was in varying locations. Yeah. So you can probably do a Google search to find out the locations of all of them because there was a lot of them on the land. That's what when they was going to Indian training school, all of the sisters that's supposed to have been teaching our children, they forced them out of the church to teach for them at the Indian training school under the threat of death. So we use it to our advantage.
Wow. Man, what you saying makes so much sense about why Tookie and both of these brothers, both of these dudes have a certain type of last name that tie them back into a certain bloodline. Like both of these dudes.
Williams is one of the largest family clans on the land.
Yeah, I'm a Williams and a Washington. But both of these dudes.
Washington is a Washita. Williams is a sub clan.
Mm-hmm.
Old Mississippian bloodlines.
Mm-hmm. Tookie Williams actually from the same city, and Raymond. They both from Louisiana. They well, not Raymond, because Raymond dad moved there later. And then I could trace. Look, I'm kin to George Washington Carver. I found out through tracing my history. I'm kin to George Washington Carver. I'm talking about he my great granddaddy first cousin, George Washington Carver. I'm gonna be showing all this stuff later on different tapes though. But I don't want to. But yeah, Tookie is my grandma's cousin, and then he's on my granddaddy's side. So. The Washingtons and Williams are always married into each other. We always it's a lot of Washingtons and Williams that married into each other.
So out of the Midwest territory, the Browns, which was out of the Ohio, Indiana area, going into Illinois, the Browns was the largest clan.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So a lot of these family names was clan, and that's why Cleveland's mascot is Cleveland Browns.
Wow. Go ahead, Roy. Crackheads.
We got to keep our culture and everything moving on the land.
Wow.
Because we got to be able to reclaim it at the end of the close of the age. So now we want to know where the money gonna come from. It's called the national debit. It was the national debt for the corporation, but when we seized everything, it became the national debit.
Mm-hmm.
So if you go to Google, Elder, type in that, how much is the national debt? This how much money they got that's available to rebuild on the land. That's liquid available.
Right now, the national debt says how much does the government pay the interest? No, I don't want to know that. I want to know what the national debt is. Hold on, let me try something real quick. How much is national debt now today? Try that. Okay, all right, it's $31.38 trillion.
Right. That's how much money right now that we have in a reserve currency. It's probably in crypto that's going to go back to the families. We're going to use the Small Business Administration to teach family banking setup so families can reclaim that what was rightfully theirs to begin with.
That's good stuff. That's good stuff. So what do Trump play a part being that the in 20, I don't even think he's gonna make it, man, because I think they preparing for some. I got a lot of videos from people. I'm gonna be talking about that later from these Humvees. One dude said he opened up the back of a trailer on a Walmart parking lot and they had a whole bunch of those robots in the back. And they had these Humvees out there. They moving all these Humvees to Walmarts. So maybe they know that we gonna, because that's involved with FEMA, right? So maybe they know that they finna have to get up out of here. It's over, and they gonna just leave us hanging. The banks and everything just gonna shut down. We gonna be they gonna send us into hysteria if we don't know what, if we don't prepare for this. If we don't prepare for them to cut us off and leave us on our own. You know what I'm saying? With the money and all that. We don't need the money, but people gonna panic and it's gonna cause chaos for a little while until people calm down and realize we don't need money. We could just trade. Like you got corn, I got rice, let's trade. But niggas,
that's the barter system.
Yeah.
But see, the currency system, if it ain't anything that's not corrupt, it'll work. If you get the corrupt hands, the dirty hands out of the pot, then it'll run functional.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what financial system we gonna be on when it's done, but I know whatever it is, it's gonna be better than debt-based reserve currency, because that's what we under.
Yeah,
debt-based reserve currency.
Wow.
Monopoly money.
Yep, pretty much fiat. Yep. Yeah. But I tell you, every time Rod come on, this nigga drop some shit on some. That's why Nick, you could have dropped the mic on that Indian school piece. You could have dropped the mic and walk off stage after that. That was a wrap right there. I'm telling you, man. You could have just dropped the mic while that shit right there. I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do with that. Oh man, you don't even know, man, what you just did with that. Oh man.
Yeah, I told you that, but you probably don't remember, but one of our earlier joints together, we went over that information, where they came from.
Yeah, you did. And the $5.
The only thing is, I didn't show you where they was trained to pretend to be us at.
Mm-hmm. But that man, because I was wondering, I was thinking they was they were some of these people were our children. Some of them wasn't even our children. They just were trained to act like us. Wow, that's crazy. That's devastating. It's devastating. At the same time, it's good information. It's like a whole bunch of shit just going on in my mind just off of knowing that one piece. That these motherfuckers went to, but you said, like you said, we actually trained them to preserve our shit.
Yeah, Noble Drew Ali said, pull up Noble Drew Ali quote, the one with the red circle around it.
Okay, let's see.
In the oral statements and prophecy, he said he was gonna make the it's in the folder.
Oh yeah, you showed it to me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right, yeah, the one with the red circle on it. Let me go to that. It's down here.
There you go.
Right here, this one right here.
Mm-mm.
Okay, it's not that one. It says the only thing that the word would surprise me if it's a more would do right. God damn, no, Ali going hard on the most.
You see that red circle at the top?
Right here.
Yeah, that's it. See, this is good. When they be telling me I don't know what I'm talking about, I go pull something up like this up. Number 45, that's the big gun.
This is done by when you view the colors, you say, how do they make me feel? Because when you understand how the colors make you feel, as your cortex broadens, you will see people just outside of your field of vision, and you be like, where the fuck that motherfucker come from? And when you look direct, you know they there, but you can't really see them. Yeah, that's the elders. But you will be able to perceive them when you tie your visual cortex to your emotion, because you can sense when somebody's close to you.
Okay.
Right? That's the same faculty you're developing when you study in Tantra. The Qigong is teaching you how to work with energy, but more importantly, it's teaching you how to read the energy. In Qigong, you can't do Qigong healing if you can't sense the energy field in detail of the other person. All of these is our ancient sciences. That's all of that stuff that they talk about in India. India got one of the most expansive historical medical treatises on earth herbs. But we act like it's all folklore. It's just some made up shit they said to try to sound deep, like these Moors be doing.
You always coming at the Moors, Rod.
Only the dirty ones. I got mad love for the righteous Moors.
Indeed.
I could sit here and name righteous Moors for 5 hours straight without ever repeating the same one.
That's deep.
That's how many righteous Moors I know. Dirty Moors, I don't know that many. But the ones that's dirty, they some dirty motherfuckers.
So you was just talking about the eyes, Rod. Now I've heard people say, and it's funny, Dr. B Series was just talking about the eyes. Last night we was talking briefly about the eyes and how it's an instrument. Well, we're going to that later, but let me ask you this. I heard people say to protect your heart when you're around people, yo, make sure you protect your heart. You know, that girl will break your heart or that dude will break your heart, protect your heart. But I don't hear a lot of people say to protect your eyes. Now, if eyes are the windows to the soul, what's up with our eyes? Should we have more protection barriers? Is that why we should wear sunglasses? Or talk to me about the protection of our eyes.
Look, all the protection we need, we born with it. We just got to activate it. Right? Like, the only reason you got to protect your heart because you're born ignorant. If you was one of the wise ones, if you was born fully sentient, you ain't never got to worry about if you gonna get your heart broken. Now that ain't even an option.
You ever notice somebody looking at you and they're like trying to gaze in your eyes, like try to be a vampire? That ever happened to you? Those
sociopaths. I talked to serial killers in the joint, and some of them motherfuckers, there's nothing in there. I'm talking about a window to the soul, they windows broke out.
An empty vessel.
Empty vessel. And all they can do is recite how many motherfuckers they killed and how they killed them. And most of them didn't get caught for most of the dirt they did. But when you look at them, you know they not like us. Right? Then you got the ones, big lip ass motherfuckers, always got a kind game to run on you. Come here, good brother, let me holler at you for a minute. Don't good brother me. If you want all my motherfucking alarms to go off, call me good brother. When they come with that good brother shit, they coming with a kind game.
Oh man, come here. Oh man.
That mean they finna try to do something nefarious, and you gonna be end up being the one holding the bag as victim or loser. It don't matter which one you gonna call it.
What was it you before that said talking about the eyes, the shape of the eyes mean you come from a different part of the galaxy? Was it you that said that? Talking about the different.
Dr. Carson eyes, unmistakably the eyes of his daddy. I mean, the eyes of Inky.
You talking about Billy Carson?
When you look in his eyes, just like you looking straight at Inky, but he ain't Inky.
Shit.
He don't put enough Captain Kirk emotion in this shit. That's how you know he ain't Inky. Inky is passionate about everything he do. And the only thing he care about, good food, good pussy, and goddamn good wine. He don't care about nothing else.
Man. So would you consider Earth a spaceship? I've heard certain people say that. Would you consider this
I call it spaceship Earth all the time.
That's spaceship Earth. So instead of looking at them as planets, we should look at them as spaceships? Like this whole thing? Saturn.
You got to develop your perception. I call it spaceship Earth for the Wizard of Oz effect. Right. So the ISIS seat is the cockpit. The man behind the curtain is in little bitch ass. Right. So when I say it's spaceship Earth, I'm using that to remind me, not nobody else, that somebody hijacked Earth and we about to take this bitch back because that's the only thing I care about, so I can go about my business. I hate social media. I'm not a public type character, right? But this information is more critical than what the fuck I feel like.
What's the deal with Akhenaten? Who was Akhenaten? What was he about?
Akhenaten, that's because they cloned him, right? And they named him Barry del Sortoro. He's an Akhenaten clone. So the royal families got a hierarchy of rulership, right? Tut rule was next, and it wasn't supposed to be Tahuti rule for another like 2,000 years. They cloned to make the older royal brother override his son, which was Tut. Right? The boy king, Tutankhamun, right? The boy king was the heir. So when you hear Pac say, am I wrong to fight for what's mine? This is what he's talking about. When he tell you back for everything they owe, no longer oppressed, this is what he's talking about. This his shit. He's supposed to be the one telling y'all this shit right now, but he would have been dead for real and instead of extracted had he started dropping what he needed to drop. So what did he do? They pulled the emergency alert system to planet Earth, right? So he was there. It's called the Million Man March. The reason why they had to do the Million Man March, because I'm not going to participate if you niggas not going to get together for something. Y'all got to just stand together one time for something, and I'll tear this bitch up till they give it to you. And nobody wasn't standing up. They all got an excuse. They all after their own bag. They ain't doing nothing for the community. Everybody doing it for selfish game. I don't want no bunch of motherfucking selfish, self-centered, entitled ass feel like they've got something coming to them. No. You got to earn your keep or you don't need to be here. So when they had the Million Man March, that was a massive alarm system alert. That means that even the dirty Moors forgot what the fuck was going on. Even they got this shit wrote down on the logs in the motherfucking Masonic lodges. And still forgot how to undo the shit. Because they can't read their own fucking code. They got half the keys. They call it broken keys, missing keys. That's because they're not doing the proper due diligence in order to get to a part to close the motherfucking shit out. If you go back and listen to my first dialogue with Todd, she said, as soon as I seen you, I said, here, close it. I'm not here. I don't want none of this shit. If my sisters can't have what's rightfully theirs, I will tear this bitch up. But we brain banging now. And I want to tear some shit up. Right? But they said it ain't necessary. All I got to do is show them motherfuckers that my feathers whoop your feds. And I said, that's all I got to do? Call me the GOAT. Label me Baphomet. Classify me coming with the Lucifer lens. But as soon as y'all figure out what all that shit means, you be like, yep.
Let me get to this next question, Rod. When we die, our soul goes where?
Back to the source from which it came, meaning you go before the prime. Your soul is the energy of creation. First and foremost, you can't sell your soul. That shit is some in-lil bullshit. Can't nobody buy your soul, because if they did, they can't do nothing but give it to you. Your soul only fits you. It's not a motherfucking one-size-fit-all thing. Your soul is the sum total of who you are. So that's not some shit you can barter and trade, just like the earth. You can't sell earth. What kind of dumb shit is that? It was already here. It's gonna be here when you leave. Right? All of the chiefs know that. So when I hear somebody talking about buying land in America, I know they ain't from here. Anybody from America, that's the tribes, know that we operate by the great law. We don't follow man's law. So that's going to automatically make us an outlaw. Then you ask about Tut. About Akhenaten. Ties back to the same thing. Right? So the outlaw lines are the lines of the kings and queens who was born from out of the direct royal family, and they all have an opportunity to take the test if they can develop the noble traits, the noble character. Right? That's what Noble Drew Ali name is telling you.
Who is Michelle? Because people asking about Michelle. If Obama was the clone of Akhenaten, is Michelle Queen Ty?
I don't fuck with Michelle like that, dog. There's more than one Michelle. One of them ain't no fucking woman. And there's another one that's a woman. and she's the one that was trying to get those girls out of the sex trafficking industry that bought them as her children. That's what that was all about. And they used the other one with the equipment, with the masculine equipment. I just never, that motherfucker always looked funny to me. I couldn't understand why nobody else didn't notice it. They told me I was hating on the black lady. And I was like, really? I guess y'all don't know Stallion is a man.
I ain't going there with you today, Rod. I ain't
going
going with you today, Rod.
Tell them to research Joshua P. I don't know nothing about that. I'm just saying, if the chief can't see a male horse from a female horse, he don't need to be in this position.
Man,
I know what a stallion is, and I know the mares run the motherfucking town. If you don't know the difference, then I feel for you.
Was Jamaica a special location in the old world?
All of the islands was revered by the peoples of the mainland. We will tear some shit up about them islands, but we all got invaded together. So this is why we used to work between North and South America and the Central American islands. Once the islands was developed, the big mamas from the mainlands was coming to us, but rare to them, to the islands. And the families go on a retreat there, present the big mama of the island with the gifts. And then they send us back stuff that we would call delicacies from the island that we wouldn't otherwise see on the mainland. Right? So that's how we paid for their hospitality and their receiving us with open arms. If you go back to the Christopher Columbus story, they'll tell you soon as the boats got to the land, they came bearing gifts. The natives came bearing gifts. This is the custom.
Mm-hmm.
And then he came with a contract, and we ain't been right ever since.
Mm-hmm. Let's get to the next question. I just seen it. Where did it go? Damn, I seen the question. I don't know where it go. While I look for this question, Rod, you mentioned, I'm gonna ask you one earlier. You mentioned black goo. I forgot what we was talking about, but you talked about the substance black goo. Could you elaborate on what this black goo was that you talked about a little earlier?
Yeah, it's Anunnaki nanotech. It can be passed on genetically because it's created between the third and fourth dimension. So it got a different set of properties. If you go to the Qigong healers, they'll tell you they've been seeing this a lot. A lot of people was breaking free from the black goo, right? But it's a very specific nanotechnology that creates what's called sentient metals. And they come in and they ride on your DNA. And that's how they keep you from accessing your chakras. But now the solar rays is designed by Enki that when the human body starts going into the Aquarian cycle, the black goo will start to lose its potency on the human being because we're starting to upgrade in our power. It won't work no more. We in the process now where before the energy healers couldn't see it. Now they can see it.
Okay. Let's get to a super chat question. Are you familiar with the concept of creating your astral pyramid? That the same way the Bible talks about a mansion in heaven.
So it's not a pyramid. Your astral, what he's talking about, it's the same as Metatron's cube. That's your Merkaba.
Merkaba, okay. Yeah, I thought it was
right. That's your Merkaba. That's the energy ship for you to travel to other galaxies and universes. When you leave the physical avatar of the body, you have to use your mind to create the Merkaba in order for it to transport you. Remember, I was telling you in some places you could think of the blueprint and tell the metal to do it, and it'll just form it. It kind of work along the same principles, but you designing your own light ship. It's made out of bending rays of light into conscious mind. With the conscious mind tapping into the subconscious.
Okay, let's get to the next question. Okay. Has Rod ever heard of Kimberly and Gauguin from Life Force?
Gauguin from Life Force. I don't know. I can't say I have. The name written looks familiar, but I be reading so much stuff until it comes to necessary. Like 2 days from now, I might remember clearly who she is. I mean, it'd have been a while since I accessed that information, but consciously off the top of my head, I don't know who she is, but the name looks familiar.
Okay. Can you talk about the serpent mounds in Ohio?
They ain't just in Ohio. Those serpent mounds are sacred centers of energy to harness certain spiritual essence by the clans whose blood sink to those mounds. All of the mounds that you see on the planet, all of the pyramids and what you call megalithic structures that was made by man are all genetically synced to a bloodline of one of the original 12 daughters of Isis.
Okay. Let's get to the next question. What is your take on Rashad Jamal?
That's divine insight. Reincarnated Jean Baptiste Dusable. No, not Dusable. He was Toussaint Louverture. And the reason he locked up is because they playing out the Haitian Revolutionary Conjure in reverse, and he's a critical piece. So if you go back and read the Haitian Revolutionary Conjure and you overlay his life with Toussaint, you understand why they had to lock him up before they release him. It's because you have to close it the same way you opened it. That's because everything is in cycles. So you got to wait until the alignment of the stars and the energy of the earth meet to a certain position to exit. So when you leaving out, you see the mirror of what you saw going in. It's called a turnaround. So in order for him to get the turnaround, he got to go through this shit, bullshit, made up ass shit, until they start doing certain energy moving exercises in IAT.
Let's get to this question. Is there a link between the Gullah Sumerian goddess and the Gullah Geechee of the Carolinas?
I wouldn't say it's a direct link, but they could be bloodline relatives, but I don't know if the name is betraying that. Because Inky had children with multiple earthborn women all over the planet. And that's one of his tribes that's in the land of Tahuti, is the Gullah Geechee. And you got the Gullah Geechee, the Getty Geechee, the Gullah Getty Geechee. They're all different tribes, but that's telling you they point of origin. I don't remember reading about the Gullah Sumerian goddess. So I have to go back to my tablets and review that in order to give you a definitive answer if they're related.
Okay, next question. What are rainbows in the sky? My daughter always sees them before me. Rainbows in the sky.
Those are refractions of light from the mist and the rays of the sun reflecting off the water in the atmosphere. The density of it or the curvature of the upper atmosphere makes it look curved, right? But if you follow the mist, you can find the end of the rainbow. And they write about it biblically as the sign of an eternal covenant. Because they always been here, they're going to always be here. So the rainbow being a symbol for the permanent covenant or the eternal covenant, which is that the women will always have first right to the earth rights. And now we going back to honor that. But that's why they use the rainbow as a symbol of an eternal covenant. Right, because they always been there ever since the dome or the atmospheric structure looked like it bends the light.
Okay.
Your daughter might be an indigo too, because she could see them. Remember, I was talking about the spectrum of light. It worked with the rainbows too. Sometimes she could be tuning the father in to the spectrum she on by making him see the rainbow. Because he might have to look just his eyes just slightly off in order to see on her frequency. So she'll see it first. And she might be an indigo because she can see a broader spectrum of light than the average child.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Do we incarnate in every age?
No. Only the masters, like, I'm only going to come back when it's like, I'm the last resort. Normally I come back, they don't wake me up. They don't want me in this shit. Right? So most of my past lives, I never woke to who I am like I am now in this life. But we don't always reincarnate in every age, but we will reincarnate in every cycle of ages, which is a 24,000-year loop. And you can reincarnate at different periods. You could skip a whole age and be in every other age, the other 3 ages in the cycle.
Okay. There's some good information here, y'all. Damn, the chat moving so fast, y'all. I'm happy, y'all. Okay. Why I only see spaceships in the dream world and not my day-to-day?
They talking to you in the dream world. Don't think because you don't see them in your day-to-day that that's any less valuable than seeing them in your dream. Some people don't get that lucky. Right? So your dream self, which is your higher body, when you go into the dream state, you're either going to travel for studying, most of those are masters, or you go on the life review. Mm-hmm. The life review come in as abstract, is based off your emotional triggers and have you learned from the last time you fucked up. And then your dreams will start telling stories that you're supposed to learn from. But we've been taught to disassociate the dream world from the physical world, right? But the spaceships in the dream world is the same as seeing them in the physical world, technically, because they're between the 5th and the 4th dimension at that point, which means in the 3D world, they just out of your visual spectrum of light.
Okay. How do we access the Akashic records?
So you can access the Akashic records through meditation, but it takes years of meditating. The Akashic records is not really what you want to access unless you're trying to do the work that I'm doing, trying to get the whole earth back to the women. But normally your book of life will tell you everything that you need to know, because before you take physical form, you put it in your book of life at critical points what you want to happen to alert you to certain information. Right? So the high masters read the Akashic records just like reading off a chalkboard. It's like holographically in front of them. Some of them emotively, they can read their emotions so well they can put them in words. Those are called poets.
Wow. What is the purpose of twin flames, Brother Rod?
The twin flames is really, it's really no true such thing as a twin flame. But you got what's called a promise, which is your counterpart that's you made the agreement with to aid and assist you in finding your balance in the earth realm so you can get your faculties and remember who the fuck you is. The twin flame drama has been, with the so-called woke movement, drawn completely out of proportion, highly distorted, and it also causes people to neglect their shadow work because they're looking for somebody else called a twin flame to come do it for them. But you're supposed to be soul groups. You come in a soul group. Your soul group emerged from the essence that you emerged from at the same time you did. It's like giving birth to twins, but only through different people on different parts of the planet. Or they could be in the same part of the planet, but you might not meet them for years to come. So when you feel that draw to them, that's why they call it the twin flame. It's like a mirror flip.
Okay. Trying to give me 1 second, Rod. Give me 1 second. All right. Can Rod talk about Haile Selassie and Rastafari?
Haile Selassie of the Earthborn. Malachi wrote a book called Haile Selassie the Christ, where he gives his whole lineage. And the reason he did that, so he can prove that Haile Selassie wasn't from Enlil's in line. Once he proved that he wasn't a so-called, then I knew he was an Earthborn. He reincarnated in the guy named Hermes Ashkado. That's who he reincarnated as. The Rastafari was the name the Rastas gave him, but he didn't refer to himself as Rastafari. But that was his original name before he ascended the emperor seat over Ethiopia. His name was Rastafari. But Haile Selassie became his name after the name change. And the reason why the Rastas focused on Haile Selassie, because they knew that he would be instrumental. Okay, so you're looking at the elders in the hills of Jamaica, and they talking to nature, and nature is talking back to them. They reading this play written by Marcus Garvey about the last king being crowned in Africa, right? And that's the king of heaven and earth, which there has never been one before. So when they see Haile Selassie, he wasn't crowned as king. He was crowned as emperor. That's a whole different person from the prophecy they extracted from the translation of the play using, but they knew that somewhere over there in the Abzu, somebody would emerge at the close of the age to fix this shit, and that Haile Selassie had transmuted his energy from the Rastafari to Haile Selassie, right? King of Kings, Lord of Lords, conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah. But he ain't no, so they telling us that he's gonna be instrumental and critical at the close of the age in order to close out everything and see clearly what's to take place. And for those who don't know, Hermes Ashkenaz, Hermes is the same as saying Hermes in Greek, right? And that's another name for Tahuti.
Mm-hmm.
And Ashkenaz, I forgot what that means. I used to know what it means. But that, for the ones in on the West Coast, they know him to be Nipsey Hussle. Right? So if you go back and you study Nipsey, you'll see he had a meteoric rise and then he disappeared. They say he got murdered.
Right.
Right? That's the sign of a master that can, the phoenix, where he can burn in his own ashes and rise from them. It's the same with Tupac, Biggie, Eazy-E. They all followed the same pattern of the rise of the phoenix. That's because they was all chiefs on the land working to aid and assist in the closing of the country at the close of the age, because didn't nobody think that anybody would be able to do it. So all of the masters are in America right now. And you know them as historical figures, but those people have reincarnated to make sure this shit get done right. They wanted to see what do it look like when the shit get closed the right way. So they told them I was coming, and they all said I gotta be there, including the dirty ones. And who told y'all Dick Gregory was dead? Did anybody see his funeral?
I think Dr. B. Serious was at his funeral.
Did he check to see if that was a mummy, a wooden figure, or that was really Dick?
I don't think so. I'm not sure.
Because I got the message today that he don't say be firm.
There you go again, Rod. There you go again, Rod.
Tell me how much sense this make. They say this man just had a heart attack. Right? He been a vegan for most of his life. So he don't got no plaque build up from polyunsaturated fats from eating bovine meat and pork. He don't got high cholesterol from eating unsaturated fats and bovine beef. Right? So his system would look like any 30-year-old system because it hasn't been abused. So what make you think he just gonna have a heart attack and die? Huh? Trying to tell you something.
You hit him with the hood.
Huh? Don't ask me what, you stupid or something? Are you stupid? Huh? Are you stupid?
That's how he
Stop
told.
falling for every goddamn trick they throw in the book. Everybody they tell you dead ain't got to be dead. This is a world, it's a big place. They can hide motherfuckers anywhere. Some of them be hiding in plain sight and y'all just don't see them. Sometimes I point them out just to prove to y'all that I know what the fuck I'm talking about. But most of the time, I just overlook Shock G. digitally underground.
When you hear the ring, a lot of people are interested in the ringing in your ears. When you hear the ringing in your ears, is there anything specific we should do?
All the instructions follow the mass ringing in the ears. That's why they've been trying to prop it up to be some kind of medical disorder. So you would try to run from it when it happens. Ain't no escaping it. You're going to be scanned by the elders for genetic health. That's what that's going to be. They're going to be reading your genetic health, and then they're going to be reading your spiritual reservoir. Your spiritual reservoir tells them how much self-work you did to be able to ascend. If you ain't do your shit, then Earth will disassociate the synchronization, and all of those people are just going to be. I've been telling them this for 3 years. They just think I'm crazy. I don't know what I'm talking about. That's why all of them got to leave for a period of time. It's going to take about 12 years for anybody that don't belong on the Earth to be able to come back in, because she's going to send out a frequency. They going to tell you that it's a banshee screaming. We ain't going to hear it. But it's going to be so loud, they're going to be bleeding out their eyes, bleeding out their ears, and they're going to say it sounds like a banshee screaming. We're not going to hear it, though, because we sink to the earth. And that's the only thing they're going to be able to, because that's the only thing where it's recorded where they'll know. Rip up the stomachs and wombs of their women and crush their infants' heads against the wall, in order to annihilate forever their execrable race. That when the same cannot be done openly, I will secretly use the poison cup, the strangling cord, the steel of the poignard, which is the it's like a dagger, or the leaden bullet, regardless of the honor, rank, dignity, or authority of the person or persons, whatever may be their condition in life, either public or private, as I at any time may be directed to do so by an agent of the Pope or superior of the Brotherhood of the Holy Faith of the Society of Jesus. Now, the Pope issue was known as, it's hard to read on here, but it's the most violent, bloody oath for the papacy. Now, a lot of it might seem like, when you read the body of it, it might seem, because of the wording back then was drastically different, and the F sometimes looked like an S.
Okay.
Right. But when you zoom in to that marquee paragraph right there. All right. So this is the papal's most wicked and bloody oath of secrecy. And then right here in the headline, it says, for the murdering of kings, princes, and slaying of people. I can't even read it on here.
Yeah.
But this is the oath, and so the marquee statement is the application of the white man's burden. So Rudyard Kipling was a poet, and he wrote this to explain what the white man's burden was in relation to the organic peoples of the land that they call the infidels and the peasants and the goyim. He was a good friend with Cecil Rhodes. And Cecil Rhodes, Rudyard Kipling, was good friends with Cecil Rhodes. Cecil Rhodes was given the army by, I think it was the Dutch, to settle the Congo, settle the African Congo. That was part of the scramble. See what them dudes in the barrel? That's it. So this is a poetic description of the white man's burden. In order to understand the white man's burden, you need to know who in the hell is a white man. Right? Because when they first came over here,
they was melanated beings, but they called themselves Dutch, Portuguese, French, Englishmen, conquistadors, which were Spaniards, and they called themselves blackamoors, right? So right here, zoom in a little bit more, Elder. This is a Black's Law definition of a free white person or a white person in law, right? It's a free white persons referred to in Naturalization Act as amended by Act of July 14th, 1870, has meaning naturally given to it when first used in First State 103, Section 3, meaning all persons belonging to the European races then commonly counted as white, and their descendants, including such descendants in other countries to which they have immigrated. It includes all out the gate, more or less intermixed with people of Celtic, Scandinavian, Teutonic, Iberian, Latin, Greek, and Slavic descent. It includes Magyars, Lapps, and Finns, and the Basque and Albanians. It includes the mixed Latin, Celtic, Iberian, and Moorish inhabitants of Spain and Portugal. Those are conquistadors they talking about. When they say Moorish inhabitants of Spain and Portugal, this is your conquistadors, right? Hold on, I gotta find my spot.
Right here, the mix.
The mixed Greek, Latin, Phoenicians, and North African inhabitants of Sicily. For those who don't know, after the wars with Hannibal, they exiled all of a sizable portion of the melanated population to the island to try to stamp out the Etruscans, which is the Moors in Italy, right? It says, and the mixed Slav, which means slave, and Tartar inhabitants of South Russia. It does not mean Caucasian race. Caucasians are white people. It don't mean Aryan race. Aryans are Hindus, Vedics, or Indo-European races, right? Indo mean ancient Europeans. Neo mean new Indo-Europeans. Nor the mixed Indo-European, Dravidian, Semitic, Mongolian people who inhabited Persia. This is the ones that they passed off as the $5 Indian, right? A Syrian or Asiatic birth and descent will not be entitled as becoming a naturalized citizen of the United States as being a free white person. So now they told you exactly who they is. Now, if you know who they is in history, you know who they are today. It's a clear as day that it does not mean Caucasian race. It does not mean Aryan race or Indo-European races, nor the mixed Indo-European, Dravidian, Semitic, and Mongolian peoples who inhabited Persia, which is the Middle East. A Syrian and Asiatic birth and descent will not be entitled to become a naturalized citizen of the United States as being a free white person. Everybody else is by default subject to be classified as black. And black is a chess term, right? So type in on the Google, who moved first in chess?
The pawns. You can move the knight though.
The colors move. It's moved by color.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, shit. The white. White always go for.
Unless you're playing roster chess, you can turn that shit around.
Yeah.
Attack the attacker.
Yeah. Right. Alchemy. Hey, also to add to on that slide you just went over, when you think about what he's talking about, think about the movie Avatar and how these Caucasians use people that look like the natives, but they wasn't the natives. They came
Right,
looking like this.
Avatar suits.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what the movie is about.
Pocahontas. It's the Pocahontas storyline. Go ahead, Rob.
Yep. So the what I tell you, look up again.
Yeah, damn, my bad. You said look up
who moves first on the chessboard.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
White man. Ah, shit. Oh, Rod.
Wow.
Read what it say.
Damn. They went hard on that. In all international and public chess matches, the tournament, however, it is the rules for the first player to have the white man. Damn. Thus, there was a growing consent that white should move first. What?
Wow.
That's
Okay,
crazy.
now look, type in Moors and say Moors playing chess. This they game. They figured we would never learn how to play chess on their level. They got me fucked up.
My children are all chess champions. Go ahead.
See them?
Yeah.
Okay, next thing after we look at this, these Moors playing chess, I need you to pull up on YouTube Mash Speed Mama Bear. This they game. I don't see no pale faces, but I sure see the white man, right? Because they the ones that attack. They are the offenders.
Free white man.
That's why he's a free white person in law, because the law don't apply to him, because he's the one that's the wielder of law as the tool of oppression. Okay, now pull up my Mash Speed Mama Bear on YouTube.
While you're doing that, Brother Hayes, I need to make a statement and have you to say something about it. Dr. Francis Cress Welsing talked about the chessboard and how the white pieces always move first, and therefore they're in offense, and the black people move second, which means that black people are in defense. But now I don't know if she was actually saying what I'm about to say, or we just assumed she was talking about Caucasians moving first on the chessboard, and the so-called black people, or us melanated people, are always in defensive mode.
You ever seen her husband?
I heard he was German. I heard that's where the name Welsing come from. I don't know if that's true or not.
Anyway, she know what was going on. The ISIS paper, Keys to the Colors, is the name of the paper.
Yes. Okay. Wow.
She's telling you that the chess game, the mover as the attacker on the chess is.
So she was essentially telling us what was going on in codes.
Yep. All you had to do was know how to match the keys up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Decolonize your mind. Now in here, this is the elder Mama Bear speaking from 7 generations back, telling us the message that she got off the Mama Bear line. And the message was that the black people, the ones that look like us, had to go in to be treated like the other people that look like us. The same. Both of us fucked up. But they was the ones behind the scenes controlling it the whole time. Let's rock.
The dirty Moors are the ones behind the scenes.
This is a message from one of the elders in the community. Now notice she said that we made agreement to do the slavery thing. Slavery is a misnomer. It's a cover story to conceal the conjuring.
Prisoners of war.
Yeah.
So go type in David Walker's appeal.
You said we, as in the indigenous or the organic people of the land, agreed to slavery?
I'm gonna explain to you in 1 second.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, Africans that were brought over here.
Okay.
No, it wasn't Africans. It was organic people already over here.
Yeah, prisoners of war. Hey, Rod, what you want me to read on this one?
Pull up the book cover. I want to show them what book to get for what I'm about to talk about.
Which one you like, Rod?
The one you got is fine. Okay, so David Walker was one of the chiefs on the land, and he noticed an anomaly, right? And the anomaly was there was some people that looked like us that was in bondage on the land. He wanted to know who they was. So he wrote the David Walker's appeal. This was the first of the chiefs to launch an investigation into the different brown-skinned people over here that looked like us, but wasn't us. That's what this is all about. This is the discourse of one of the chiefs. He put it in the public domain for the rest of the chiefs to get it. Now, Dr. Pruitt just asked, did we volunteer to go into slavery? We went into a conjure war. Slavery is the cover story of the conjure war. It was never true. It was the artificial history, because remember in the George Washington Challenge, they were supposed to treat us harshly for 200 years, and we don't even know what side of the water we originate from. The slave narrative was to try to convince us that we ain't from this land, and then the dirty Moors would say, see, I told y'all we the chiefs over here. So the challenge was feathers versus feathers. I sent you a picture of E40. Can you pull it up?
Are you saying that the slavery narrative that we were taught is not what happened? Is not true?
It's not true. It's a cover story.
I've been saying for the longest time that if we actually do our own history according to our family's lineage, most of us, if not all of us, will learn that chattel slavery, as we were told, did not happen.
That's absolutely correct. They took mama name, Big Mama House became the Big House.
Yeah, I got one of their phases too, bro. I gotta add to that collection. You know what I'm saying? Them clowns that know about the bounds. You know what I'm talking about?
You see E40, right?
Yeah, come ahead, go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, now notice his fez is to the right. Right? Where's his tassel? It's to the right, ain't it? That's because he bumped the Moors for the fez. And the one that he bumped for the fez was high ranking. He was a king. That's why he's wearing the lion pelt. Gonna come into America is your reference.
When you say bump the Moors, what does that mean?
Okay, so the chiefs is paired up in a debate of knowledge, of culture, morals versus dogma. If he don't fall for the dogma and stand on his moral principle, he can't be deceived. If the Moor failed to convert him, then he bumped the Moor for the feds. If the Moor convert him, the Moor bump him for the feathers. Right? So the rule was for him to be exposed at a high level, he would have to do what's called peacekeeper duties in the community. So when you go to the Bay Area and you ask about 40 water, right? Utmost respect. He's passed off as a rapper. But he's actually a social advocate for gang peace by talking to the OGs from both sides
to teach the YGs the proper interactions with each other to keep the COINTELPRO operation neutralized in the Bay. So without me ever talking to E40, we did flips the other day, and E40 came through on the flips in the Bay as the one maintaining the relationship between the clans. And then somebody sent me this as a receipt.
You're saying the Bay Area as in California?
Yeah.
The Bay. Okay.
Yeah. So even though he's a musician, the musician is the cover story that allows him the luxury to enter into different communities and talk to different elders under the pretense of, I'm just an entertainer. Right? So then what did he do? He wrote something called this Pimptionary of Slanguage. That's so that the people that's not from the Bay in the area can get exposed to the lingo. Only he exaggerate exaggerate the lingo. So now the other chiefs around the land can use his book as a manual of how to talk to people when they get to the Bay without disrespect.
But I'm pushing the agenda right now, Free Larry Hoover. Right. So they seen the concert. Then some of the people didn't see the interview after I had read the messages from Mexico from the hurricanes. So to give a little background on weather read, if we remember the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey in his famous whirlwind speech, right? He told us about the ancestors using the weather to relay us messages. So that speech pre-calibrated all of the chiefs to watch the weather patterns while we reading the signs in order to know what's going on across the land, right? So he said to look for him in a cyclone, in the whirlwind, right? Look for me in the storms. I'm coming back with the millions and millions of ancestors. That's what Garvey said in his whirlwind speech, right? Tupac put it a little different. Lost in his whirlwind, 96, Bonnie and Clyde, me and my girlfriend. So he still took the idea to pass the message to look for the whirlwind, right? So in 2018, Cyclone Marcus struck Australia. There was a series of sevens in there, which my number is 7, right? And I come in on the third 7 seat, which means my mother was a 7th seed, I was a 7th seed, my grandfather's 7th seed. So in our culture, that's a lightning strike, a lightning bolt, right? So we don't remember our culture because somebody came in and undermined our processes of passing the culture from generation to generation. Even as we evolve into different levels, we still maintain certain key aspects of the culture. And as I read the culture and I matched up the signs, when that message gave me the cue to get to work, right? And as I began to read the signs, I discovered that on July the 4th, 2019, that's when the contract expired on the constitutional agreement for the corporation to do business on our land, right? So I read this and I look at it, 7-4 is GD. So it's a GD knock. That's a knock to the growth and development nation, right? So we're looking at 20, that's the P stone. And in Chicago, they say 20 mo, right? But they used to have a 21 brick pyramid, right? So when I'm reading the signs and reading the culture, I'm matching up who these people are on the land. I was born a GD. All my family in my age group was GDs. We all grew up GDs. Chicago, the Crenshaw district, where we went to Crenshaw Elementary, and we grew up in that area, and that's the area where we tied back like 63rd and Halsted all the way into 59th and Peoria, and varying different areas over there is where we were living at different times when I was a little youngin'. So this is how I got affiliated at birth with all of my cousins. We all GDs, all of the ones in my age group. The irony is my mother was the queen of the Vice Lord Nation, Big Red, right? And she went into domestic life, and she taught us certain things about reading the signs, and only certain ones of us understand her and what she's telling us. And my father was also teaching us certain things, teaching the boys on really like how to be a man, right? And then these lessons, when we put them together and we follow it through the culture, it teaches us something about who we are and why we here. We have a tendency to think everybody is just here. Ain't nobody just accidentally here. Ain't nobody here that ain't supposed to be here. Everybody supposed to be here, even the ones that we don't want here. Right? Because you can't get from under the oppressor if he ain't here. So we got to get from under that yoke. What is the yoke? The yoke is this mental bondage. Right? So the mental bondage, the education and the industriousness that Garvey talked about would lay the foundation for all of the groups, contemporary and to follow, on the father line, which is the Blue Lodge. Right? So when we say Blue Lodge, what a lot of people don't understand is the Masonic orders was how we train boys in the rites of passage of manhood and how to use their inner power as their God force to become their God self, or their best self is how we would say it. Right? Somebody came over here and took all of our boys out of the training. So now none of them can't develop that God self inside because they keeping it a secret, and they keeping it boxed in by people that don't look like us, and the people that's controlling it look just like us, but they ain't us. So all this time they use these many forms of divide and conquer to tear us down. They took over education with their churches and their Bible thumping, and they started to miseducate our children on purpose and teach them that we came over on ships. We was already here. Our ancestors said they didn't see any ships. I had a live earlier today. A brother from Jamaica called in on the live, and he said, hey, my ancestors said they didn't see no ships. So what is our ancestors sending that message to the future for? They didn't see no ships. We still don't see no slave ships. We see drawings of slave ships. We see museum replicas where somebody make one in the modern time and ascribe it to what a slave ship would have looked like. Right? But we can't find one. Now they find shipwrecks of Chinese fleets that was in the BC period. They find Viking ships.
They find the Roman ships with the coins still in them, intact, shit like that.
And they know where all of the wrecks
at. As rambunctious as these people is, they would have had that shit like an amusement park. Come in, yeah, like put the chains on in the bottom. You know how sick they are.
Yeah.
So they know where all of the shipwrecks at, right? Because they know where to go scavenger hunting for the ships that sunk with all of the wealth on them. Right? So now they got us under the impression that we came from somewhere else, and they're using their Bible, so we got to reenact that story in order to unravel it. Because the story is where we tied up in the brain. They force-fed us Christianity, so only through understanding that dogma, where it came from and who put it together, can you unravel the magic in it that keeps us oppressed. That's some powerful magic. Because when we understand who and what we is, we be laughing at that shit. Right? Blue pill look at the mathematics in it. Right? I look at the science in it. Then I also look at the history of it. Right? And so what make this into what it is and how we get free from under the mental bondage. So all this time they've been telling the people they waiting on the Christ to return. They've been telling them they've been under the devil's rule with the all the way in the same book that they put them under the devil's rule with. You know, so when I come in now, I come in to teach the people who our true leaders is, why they are not walking on the land. What happened? We at war. We've been at war over 500 years. We ain't never stopped. We never back down. Right? So the chiefs on the land that we supposed to have keeping the land regulated is Larry Hoover, Jeff Ford, Chief Malik Angel Bay, and Stan Tukey Williams. They turn us into criminals while they do the criminal acts they accuse us of doing. Right? Our people is so convinced that they system, the matrix, the artificial matrix, the grand illusion that's constructed in front of your face, you falling for the David Copperfield making the elephant disappear. Right? Only they making your whole world disappear from under your feet, and you was already here. And they're using legalese to do it. And they're using medicine to murder you slowly. Right? So we have to go back to our original culture in order to get the imposters and the invaders off the land. And in our original culture, we put it in the public domain, the demand, and if the people agree, they all step up and agree. And when they all agree on the same thing, that means we really do know who we are now. We no longer under the illusion that we came over on some ships. I done studied the history of both sides of the water. There's no record over there outside of the coastal lands where they imported some of us over to there with a Back to Africa project that predated Garvey, what they called it the Liberia movement, when everybody went to Liberia. And this is when they start infusing that story on that side of the water. Because they didn't know what the fuck we was talking about when we send delegates over there and ask them, why is our people being shipped off from over here on the, why y'all sending us over there? And they don't know what the fuck we talking about. They clueless. Right? So the people that they bring from over here under false pretense, telling them they came from over there, they the ones infused with the doctrine of the slave ship. Right? Because over there you have what they call the war tunnels. They call them slave trade, and you could feel the energy in there. And they tell them that's where they loaded slave ships. That's not. Those are gateways of the ancestors, is what they was called. And we all went to those types of places all over the world. Right? And we went there to commune with the ancestors and to get the overwhelming energy for them to give us instructions on what to do next. Because they can see from the other side of the three-dimensional construct, because they're not trapped in the dimensions of space and time as we are. So we came in, put on these meat suits, and then we got divided up, and we don't even know that if you in your God self, in your God form, all this shit is some shit projected from your psyche. We just all agreed to be here at this time in order to put it together in this particular fashion. And because so many of us agreed to bring this shit to an end, now we got to bring it to an end. Right? So then one of us got to spearhead the movement. Right? So when I see the brother, the blue pillar, do the mathematics, he know exactly what the fuck he talking about. Right? He know exactly what he talking about. He don't give you a roundabout. He tell you exactly what he's saying. And then he give you the reference. I'll be over here. That make my job so much easier because he can give them the numbers. Right? You could do the math on Larry's birthday. Do the math on Chief Malik Angel birthday. You know, pull their birthdays up. Pull up Tukey birthday. Do the math on it. Look up at the stars, what the stars was doing when they was born, and that tell you who they is, and that'll verify it better than I could ever do as a man in this three-dimensional construct. Because the universe ain't gonna lie to you. A man will lie to you. Them numbers don't give two flying fucks how you feel about it. They just gonna tell you what the numbers say. Right? And that's when you get to understand what the blue pill is talking about. Because now he don't even have to tell you from his opinion now. He don't even need an opinion. The stars is here. The North Star here. The Polaris. The Draco is over there. The Cepheus is back here. You know what it means. Now we just got to get our people to snap out of this daze. It's called the hypnosis of life. And from that training session we went through called school, it had us deluded into thinking that the people that told us our history and lied to us every step of the way broke every single treaty they made with the people they tried to replace us with. They didn't even make no treaties with us because we wasn't making no treaties with them. Right? And even some of the ones they brought over here and tried to trick into making the treaties with them wouldn't make treaties with them. So now we at the point where we go either reclaim our communities or continue to stay in a slave system. If the system is absolutely a slave system, Wall Street was founded on slavery. The United States Corporation was a merger of the Virginia Corporation and the Northwest Trading Company. Those were two of the biggest trading companies of the day, and they merged to form the United States Corporation to continue their slave trading enterprise, and by deluding the people into believing they working in the interest of the people when all the time they are leeches sucking the blood from the people. Right? So they told us some man named Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves. Emancipation Proclamation has nothing to do with freeing the slave. It's a commerce term. Has nothing to do with freedom, liberation. Emancipation means the transfer of an asset. The proclamation is to say it out loud. So he hollered across the goddamn Senate floor and told them, I'm taking all of the personal slaves and putting them into the public domain. So we're going to walk around as straw men. This is in the law books. I didn't make that shit up. They wrote it. I'm just telling you what they was hiding from us because they said if they wanted to hide something from a nigga, put it in the book. Well, I must not be no nigga because I've been in all their books, getting all their little secrets out. So now I come back to tell us what time it is, what we face with, what our responsibility is at this particular time, and to tell y'all our culture and how we done things and to kick the enemy out by reclaiming our own and doing the shit our way. You can't never kick your enemy out your house following his rules. That don't even make sense. He not gonna give you no rules that's gonna help you overthrow him. So anybody tell you to file paperwork with the enemy, they validate that illegitimate system by filing the paperwork. Everything we did was an adhesion contract. It was deception. When they gave us the birth certificate, which is a bearer bond tied to an indemnity account, right? And the indemnity account is tied to a trust. This is our money that they've been living off of because they can't keep it from us as long, because once we know that it's ours, ancient code of thieves kick in. At any time the rightful owner discovers his property, he have the absolute right to reclaim his personal property. Right? That's ancient code of thieves. That go back so long, y'all probably gonna have a hard time finding it. It was also oral tradition. It was under Kali Ma. It was the orders of the great Kali Ma. You can live off of it, as long as you got it. You can charge motherfucker admission to come see King Tut's tomb. But soon as these heirs come back and realize that you got their shit, all they got to do is point to it and you got to return it. Because once they identify who they are, you have to return what you took. It wasn't put in there haphazardly. because they know that the cycles end at the close of the age. Everything must be restored to balance. In order to go from one age into the next, it is the responsibility of those they call the gods of the earth, which is actually the women, to restore the balance to the nature of the earth, and the men is supposed to enforce the rule. But when the men are incapacitated, the women can't do their job. They can't take the children out planting because some predator might come up and snatch one of the babies because the men not in position to protect them. You know, this is where we at. We gotta stand up on our own 2 feet. Can't look for the white man on this one, because when you realize that the white man ain't white, your feelings gonna be hurt because he look like us. Then when you find out you've been playing with one of the motherfucking main influencers' kids, and he the one that was telling you to go do something to your own people because the daddy told him how to rule you, how to run you. Right? So they did this.
Who you referring to? Who you referring to?
They were called the Zionist Moors. They came over here as conquistadors. Right? So when you look into history, you look up the black conquistadors, them motherfuckers ain't us. They came over here and brought us war. That's all they ever brought over here is war. We never stopped fighting. We just was in the Conjure War. All of the money of the land is held up until the Conjure War comes to a close. And the only way to close it is for the people to become aware of who they is, because the Conjure War was predicated upon you not being able to recover your mind. Your God mind. Not your ego self that they told you was who you was. The one that's really you. They tell you to follow your motherfucking ego. They build your ego. They build your ego in education, or miseducation, I should call it. Right? So once they build your ego, they already know how to lead that motherfucker. The hard part is to break through the ego and get to the true God form and make them realize, motherfucker, you was walking on air. You didn't need to levitate. You was literally walking across the air. Now you so mentally low vibrational, you can't raise your frequency enough to step out into the air, because you're gonna hit the ground and you're gonna hit it hard.
Skywalkers.
Those names, not just those names for no reason.
For no reason. Right.
Everybody got a different ability. This is what your X-Men comics is about. They just exaggerate the ability, right? But they exaggerate it so you can have an affinity to the ability that's actually your real ability. Now you just got to turn it down 1,000 to find out how it really works, right? So Cyclops actually looked through people and see their soul. That's why he able to make them disintegrate when he see it, with the power of his eyes. That's just the exaggeration, right? Rogue, touch you, absorb your power. She's an empath. Turn it down some. It's just exaggerating. You know? So when we tell people Free Larry Hoover, we got to understand that it was an orchestrated, organized government plot of the corporation to undermine us ever reclaiming what we own and who we are. They can live off of it as long as we don't know how to reclaim it. But once we know how to reclaim it, we use our culture. We talk across the land. We use everything that they put on the land to give a message. We use the TV, we use the radio, put it in the songs. You know, I don't care. They say mumble rap ain't saying shit. That's the problem. Mumble rap is mumble rap because they can't say what they want to say, so they trying to mumble the words. Because you know that they used to mumble to get past massa. But we forget that. We can't make that connection because we got short-term memories. We don't have long-term memories. We don't watch the long game. If we was watching the long game, we would have understood we've been locked in war for a long time. Right? So you need a warlock to break you free, and I'm the motherfucking witch doctor. From birth. I was born to be the witch doctor. So since everybody locked in war, I got to tell them how to unlock it. call for the three chiefs to walk the land. It is the law of nature that if the three kings don't walk the land, when the people call on them, that Mother Nature will tear this motherfucker up. You don't have to shoot no guns. Mother Nature will tear it. I've been posting receipts on it earlier today on my page. You don't have to do nothing. You don't got to go marching nowhere. That's a distraction. All you got to do is make it known that you want to see the three kings walking on the land, because it's the responsibility of whoever's supposed to be in power to produce that, or the power structure comes down through the aid of the weather, the earthquakes, the tornadoes, the hurricanes, the thunderstorms. All the ancestors coming back. They coming back in the weather. They coming back in the children, and they coming back from the stars.
Volcanoes.
I don't even like to talk about the stars.
Right. The volcanoes. They just had a hurricane warning the other day. They just had the tsunami warning the other day. We saw the quad state tornadoes, which was actually 6 states. They said it was 44 tornadoes.
Crazy. That was this. We would have a tribal historian. And the tribal historian job is to keep track of the history of our clans, and so that we can share it among each other. I also told you about the Iroquois Constitution, which was actually an oral document. It was not a written document. So we're going to go to some of that stuff. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about the Empire State, because a lot of people don't know what the Empire State is or what it represents, right? So we had to find a way to make the imposters reveal who they are, right? So they can't keep it a secret. Everything they have to do it where they leave us an opportunity to discover the condition we in. In legal terms, that's called the right to discovery, in legal terminology. So in the right to discovery, the prosecutor charge you with a case, and he's telling you under this, and this, and then they give you the right of discovery. Now, discovery is when the prosecution reveal evidence that they have pertaining directly to the case. Now that they got to reveal this to you, the information that's tied directly to the case, you can get a chance to see what they are really holding and how they are holding you in custody with their shenanigans. Now, I'm going to do a few more invites because I want to give a few people a chance to get up in here and see what's what. Because we're going to separate these imposters from these real people. And all these imposters don't really believe that we're going to discover them. So I'm going to show you how we're going to do this. Y'all got to watch, because it all comes out in the end. So I'm going to do a couple more invites here, and I'm going to show you how I'm the prime, right? You got to look at the Transformers. That's just a story to give us a guideline to know that when we all come together, we are powerful and unstoppable forces. I'm the prime. I'm the motherfucking head of the Autobot. And I'm about to set this motherfucking Autobot up right in their face, and then they're going to be twisted in the brain. And they're going to be able to figure out how they figure this shit out. They figured this shit out because the Monkey King is back with this monkey man under wraps. So, go to the Nazca lines for your beginning. The Nazca lines going to tell you a story. And they've been trying to figure out the Nazca lines for years. For years. I'm not going to tell y'all what they is right now, but I'm going to point out a couple of symbols in there. One, you see the phoenix bird. And for two, you see a monkey. The irony is the particular monkey strain that is not from South America, it's from Africa, or what we call Africa today. And in the process of looking at the Nazca lines, that's telling you something. So now, what do you connect this to? You connect it to, as the sun shine in the east, even unto the west, so shall the coming of the Son of Man be. What do that mean? Well, the sun rises in the east,
and sets in the west. So when you look at the symbol of the monkey, if you go to the east, you'll find Sun Wukong in China, you'll find Hanuman in India, the east. Then it sets in the west. And you got this monkey in this Nazca strip to show you that the sun also sets in the west. So the whole thing about the Nazca lines is they are a sign for a specific time. From there, you go to back to your historical record. Now, when we talk about historians, over here we have a historian on YouTube named Dane Calloway. And Dane Calloway is tasked with the job of digging up the skeleton from the grave, so to speak, and reassembling the body. And he needed to do that in order for us to have references. And if you go to his channel, he got a lot of good videos. In one of his videos, he got a picture of Europeans landing in America. And behind this European, they got this little black guy looking like he's terrified. And don't nobody know what that is. So let me give y'all a little help. I told y'all before in one of my videos, Truth in Plain Sight videos, that Peter Falk, or Peter the Falcon, was a clue. And he played Columbo. And Columbo was the name of Christopher Columbus, who was actually a investigator. So when you go back and you look at the history, they even tell you he's an investigator. What is he an investigator for? He's working for somebody else, but they are presenting him to the Queen to get funding. And he has a navigator, a little black guy named Peter the Black, or Pietro del Negro. And that's a Spanish name. Pay attention. It's a Spanish name. Pay attention. So this little black guy came from Spain. He didn't come from the Caribbean, because they hadn't found that yet, according to the historical record. And he didn't. So he couldn't in the historical record. So they didn't find that yet. Ooh. You all right? Okay. So let me get back to this. So yeah, Dane know he know what's real. See, they can't trick him. Like a lot of our historians can be deceived, but you can't deceive Dane Calloway because he know what's up. So let's deal with this Pietro del Negro, or Peter the Black. Peter the Black history is pretty obscure for some reason. Why they don't want us to know who he is? Because, you know, they always got a habit of hiding the history. So it's ironic that Peter the Black was the navigator. What do that mean? He was the star reader. He was the star reader that was to guide the investigator Columbo to the new land. Now, they told y'all about a new world order. They didn't tell y'all that we've been under the new world for hundreds of years, since them suckers landed over here and we lost the war. They said that this was the new world. So all of this old American colonial garbage is the fault of those hidden hands. Now, we see I'm going to give you an example of a hidden hand, because don't nobody think that we can ever figure this out. Point a couple things out. World War II, Adolf Hitler, they said he was the wickedest man that ever lived. Not really. Not even close. He didn't kill more people than Stalin. He didn't kill more people than Lenin. He didn't kill more people than Mao. But mind you, they all getting out the imposters for this time, because we needed to have it where when we make this move, we don't fail. So Adolf Hitler, in Mein Kampf, there was a story that he's telling about a lady that turned on them, that turned on the Reich. And this lady that turned on the Reich was found dead in the woods and above her head was a note pinned to the tree. And the note read, "You bitch, you have betrayed the fatherland. Now you have been judged by the black hand." The fuck is the black hand? My father was a little boy. He used to tell us these stories when I was a shorty. He said, "I don't know who these people is." He said, "But we was terrified of the black hand. Every time somebody started getting some money, they tell them, hey, you can't be getting all that money, man. You're going to have to answer to the black hand." So where's the black hand? So remember, we got to have a dog in every fight in this divide and conquer mechanism that was laid down in Babylon. A dog in every fight. Now, peep game. Go to California now and look at the Jewish Defense League. If you look at their symbol is the black fist. Why do these pale-skinned fake Jews have a black fist for their symbol? It doesn't make sense. Don't make sense. That don't match. Because they think about, according to the record keepers over there in Israel, they look at us the same way, or even worse than other Caucasians. They look at us as like we are their source of economics. We the source. We the root. We like to, when you dig a mine in the ground and you get the material, the minerals out, we they mineral. Everywhere we set up shop, you found Jewish shops set up in our community. Everywhere. And these Jewish shops would always try to suck us blood dry, but they would always make us have this illusion that they're giving us a deal. They call it Jewing you down. I'm going to go Jew them down for that price on that because that's too much. He's going to charge you $50 for something, you Jew him down to $25, but it's really only worth $10. Most people don't understand the Jew process, to Jew them down. So now, the black hand is the black fist of the Jewish Defense League. I want y'all to think about that. Let that sink in. It has a black fist representing Jews, and the Jews are imposters. So who is behind it? Who's pushing the agenda with this black hand? Now, is it anywhere else? Is it anywhere else? It's a political text called The Unseen Hand by Ralph Epperson, where he was able to discover a massive amount of information on the deception. Now, I told y'all we just recapping, we're mostly dropping references, so put that in y'all codex. Ralph Epperson, The Unseen Hand. He got a lot of information in there that's going to open you up to this political scam. All right? So, Dane Calloway, who was actually he's an Olmec. See? So we had different tribes. He was from the Olmecs. And that's why when you look down there, when you look at his picture, Dane Calloway, he looked just like an Olmec. When you look at me and you look at the long face, then you already know what you're dealing with. You know where I'm from. I'm from the Washita Nation before they were Washita Moors. I am Quetzalcoatl of the Aztecs, but because of the conditioning, I had to come under a different tribe, the tribe of the Chief of the Two Feathers, Chief Pontiac. And the two feathers represent the truth. And all Moors know that Chief Pontiac standing on his 45 holding up his second, meaning that he's firmly, squarely standing on the truth. He don't give a damn what they think about it. So, what do this mean? Let me give y'all some more references about some stuff I said before about the entertainment industry being controlled by hidden forces. I told y'all that Farrakhan was sent to L. Ron Hubbard for a reason. Because under Dianetics, you can't get extorted by Hollywood. They don't extort them. They can't, because the power and the force of this group is too strong. Now, a lot of people get the founder, Mary Eddy, mixed up with Mary Baker Eddy. Mary Baker Eddy was the founder of Christian Science, and the other lady was the founder of the Church of Scientology, but they are interrelated. See, we made agreements to get out from under this oppressive regime of these imposters a long time ago. Those who did not have the right to ascend would become grateful when they was given that opportunity. to go to the next level and to be able to perform. So I mentioned the Oscars before being an award for Europeans, and Oscar was a black guy because they were it was designed for them. People that look like us didn't get awards at the Oscars because it wasn't for us. See, I mentioned as another reference the painting that Leonardo da Vinci put up that shows you the whole man in biomechanics, the complete and perfected man. But what is he talking about? The complete and perfected man. Well, we all know that Solomon was the builder of the temple. Solomon is the soul of the man, and in the temple that he was building was the temple of man. And this particular man was the last addition to the human family that was being used as an oppressor. The whole thing was that we would all one day be so confused that we rise up and just start killing all of the Caucasians, all these Europeans. They ain't the problem and they ain't the source. I told y'all they're not the problem, they're not the source. In order for you to escape the dividing, in order for you to escape the divide and conquer mechanism, you have to be able to have a dog in every fight, and you have to be able to. I'm gonna push this on pause for a minute while I got to deal with something. All right, so we go back to the structure, and we go back to the references. Everything is discoverable if you know what you're looking for. Everything is discoverable. So we got to put all the pieces together. So we got somebody in every fight. We got a dog in every fight. I want to go back to Noble Drew Ali because don't nobody understand how he started a whole different organization, right? He started a different Moorish organization. Go back to the beginning, it was called the Moorish Zionist Temple of Islam. The Moorish Zionist Temple of Islam. Now, who in the hell is them people and where are they at today? I don't know. What happened to Noble Drew Ali? We had a meeting in the Travel Lodge years ago. And they realized there was a piece missing. So they called a brother up from Jamaica, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, to give us the final piece to the puzzle so that we could put this African conjure down on their head. They can't escape it. See, what we did is a reversal conjure. A reversal conjure. That means that all of the dirt they playing for us go back to them. Right? All of the backbiting, all of the thievery go back to them. So in this process, we put a dog in every fight. Noble Drew Ali was our first point man in the Moorish temple. Now, there's a difference between a Moor, there's a Moabite, and Almoravid. The defenders of the faith are not the same as Moors. Almoravid, as you can find them, Dr. Ivan Van Sertima will talk about them and how they came from the Holy City and helped to establish schools all the way over as far west as Morocco. But they wasn't Moroccan. They wasn't Moors. And then we looked at that. If Almoravids were the defenders of the faith, then they called the people from Morocco Moray. Those are two different groups of people. Because, as you know, Greek was written by Egyptian priests. And Latin was written by Carthaginian priests. Now watch the move. Hannibal, he was a Carthaginian, and he was on a march to crush the enemy, which was Rome. He was on a march to crush them. He had took a vow to his father, Hamilcar, that under no circumstances would he make allegiance with them imposters that was pretending to be righteous under the Roman emperors. But he was fighting them, and you watch what happened. One of the ones in Carthage that looked like him sold him out. He cut the money off. See, now we're dealing with economics again. We're dealing with this money situation. Everything on this planet
The Creator put it here for us to use for free. Only thing we supposed to pay for it is labor and effort. Now, when you get to the point where we are now, the system and the structure of the system requires economics in order to survive, because of the way it's set up. I can survive off the fat of the land. I don't need money. I can live in the jungle. All right. So we're gonna go back and then we're gonna come back to this. Dane Calloway, historian. I gave you references about Moors. Yesterday I told you about my Angel Bay. Yep. I told you about Larry Hoover, but I didn't tell you about Tukey on the West Coast or none of the Bloods on the West Coast. I didn't tell y'all about that. Now, I touched
Son, John.
Hey, now you notice the sign is upside down. You think that's an accident?
Nah. The end. It says
right. So they
Alan
flipped it.
G.
Then these is the people, the crew of the Ella Fitzgerald, and this is the memorial.
Okay.
It was 29 people that was casualties on the Ella Fitzgerald.
Okay.
The Ella Fitzgerald was flipped over in Lake Superior.
Okay.
So they're saying that the ship flipped in the superior spirit realm first. It was a spiritual war.
Okay.
All right. In the seas, the lakes were as vast as the seas was the flip from the fresh water to the salt water.
Okay.
That's how we end up in the bay. So from the bay, it's telling us that somebody, which we discovered was 40 water, was keeping the guys, the OGs, solid together. He was like a binding agent.
I want to say Easy E with the Crips. I mean, Easy 40 with the Crips too. But he
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if
I don't know if he is a Crip. I know he connected with the Crips though.
Yeah, he connected with all of them because in the bay, for what they saying he's doing, he's being a peacekeeper between the clans.
Okay.
Right now, remember, blessed are the peacemakers, for theirs should be the kingdom of heaven. Right.
Yeah.
So we're looking for a peacemaker like 40 water, but we're looking for somebody that he's working with that would be considered his OG.
Man, it's got to. I'm trying to think of who they could be though. That's a. And if that dude is he hiding in the background, or do we know it's? Can we we seen him before we done?
I don't know yet.
I think it's Farrakhan.
I'm just following the signs, and the signs is unraveling what it unraveled.
I think it's a Farrakhan now. E40 on the Farrakhan now. I don't know, man, because Farrakhan a little feisty though. So
no, when she says set it adrift.
Did they tell
you? It's the more. Go to the search bar.
All right, right here.
We come back to the video.
Okay, all right. Go to Google search bar.
Yep.
I got you.
Under images, type in Moorish sacred drift.
Oh shit. We got it, bro.
This T. Rogers.
Oh, this right here, a little bit, yeah. You see it? What you need?
It's
right
gonna
there?
be a book. Put book behind it.
Right here. Here you go. Right here. Is it Peter some Sacred Drift?
Yep.
Right here with Double Jew Ali on the cover.
All
right, I got you. Let me blow it up. Man, you be giving us some good books every time, bro. Hey, shit that I ain't never heard of. I went to a library, bookstores there. I ain't never seen the books you be talking about. Somebody like, you be giving me some good shit. Like this book, I ain't never heard of this book. I got a lot of books. Man, Sacred Drift. This right here got to be some high power alchemy right here. What the hell is going on here, Rod?
Yeah, it is some high powered alchemy. This is called a knock from the past. It's a message from Noble Drew Ali that was carried by one of his students into the future on his behalf.
Okay.
In order to get the secrets out into the public domain. You see his hand?
Yeah. I have a
right. Right.
Good.
But it also with no glove on.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
Right. The right hand reveals the secrets in the public domain. He's talking about Michigan.
Okay.
The right hand of God.
Yeah, that
is
hand,
the
yeah.
right hand of earth.
My bad for cutting in. But that
Scroll
same
up to the names. Scroll up to the names and see what they say.
Peter LeBron Wilson.
Okay. Now, the first thing I noticed about that name
is what?
It say Lamborn.
Yeah.
Who wrote the book of Lam?
Bible.
Who gave the prophecy of the book of Lam?
Elijah.
Okay, this is already documented, right?
Yeah.
So Peter, meaning father, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Peter was told in the Bible, on this rock, right?
Yeah.
I'll build my temple.
Uh-huh.
Right?
Uh-huh.
Now, we know in the lodge that the rock is the stone that the builders rejected.
The cornerstone.
Becomes the chief cornerstone. Chief cornerstone.
That's right.
Right? And this is Will's son.
Will's son. That's right. Let's do it.
Right. But here's the kicker. Believe it or not, Will's son is my father.
Okay. Go ahead.
My grandfather's name is Will.
Okay.
And that make my father Will's son.
That's right. Let's get
Peter, the one who knows about the book of Lamb, is born to Will's son. The father was born to Will's son. This is a message from Noble Drew Ali, standing between both pillars, Joaquin and Boaz. Severity and mercy on the straight up 45.
That's right.
That's an upright man revealing the secrets to the public. This is instructions from what to do from Noble Drew Ali to me through his students. This is called reaching into the future.
What's this sword right here in the ground? Like, well, all this stuff down here.
Those are different symbols that goes to the rulership. That's King Arthur's sword.
Okay.
My father's name was Arthur.
Go ahead.
Right? So you got to pull the sword by having the blood.
Okay.
You get the blood from the motherland on the red house, which is the red roses.
Mm-hmm.
There's 3 red roses because you need 3 sisters to bless you in.
Mm-hmm. They got like a ghost or somebody in the background watching them in the future or something with the Sphinx in the background. Why Noble Drew Ali got the desert and the Sphinx in the background?
Because he came across the burning sands.
Okay, yeah, with it.
Right? That's the Arabian sands.
Yeah.
He crossed the desert and he stands before the Sphinx, because he's facing the west.
Okay.
But when we find out that the world is misoriented, we find out he's facing the east from the west.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
That's called the proper reorientation.
Okay.
Right?
I'm with you.
He's standing on his 45 with his fez on. He's exercising his 360 of learned knowledge.
Okay.
He learned the 360 to the 720 on the tassel flip on the 360.
Okay.
This is the 360 flip to 720, and the 720 flips to 1440 off the turnaround.
Okay.
All right, now go back up to the top because it's finna take us to another book.
Yeah, blue moon. Every blue moon. What the?
Yeah, that's a rare event. It's going to take place. This is a prophecy in pictorial form by aligning the art to the spiritual intuition.
This is fire.
Okay, down. The Sacred Drift, essays on the margins of Islam.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And the guy sent me a video today about guys talking about writing in the margin on the paper.
Uh-huh.
Right? It's a term for it, and it's called marginalization.
Okay.
Right? In order to escape the margin, you have to enter into the body of the work.
Okay.
Right? So this is what this is transferring this back off of a knockback.
Okay.
We told you we was coming based on the words in the capital letters as an anagram.
Okay. That shit fights a lot of shit in this picture. Hey, got the prayer beads right there. What's that? Like the prayer beads on the Boaz or the not? You know what I'm saying?
That's mercy.
Okay. I mean, they bear with us. You know what I'm saying?
Look, I'm looking at the word sacred drift. Watch this.
Okay.
The Sa priestesses are the doula.
Yeah.
The letter C is the symbol for the word C.
Yeah.
Red.
Yeah.
Remember when you pulled up the red eye in the pyramid?
Yeah.
Then what did I tell you it means?
You said it means, man, I can't remember.
Blood in my eye.
Yeah, blood.
Blood in my third eye. That's when you see the enemy clearly.
Yeah.
D is the 4, right? That we got flipped off of the channel 4 flip. The rift. The rift was the division between the children of the nations on the land.
Okay.
So the priestesses see red when the 4 kings see the rift.
Okay.
That means you see the enemy for who they really is. This is coming off a sacred drift off of the students of Noble Drew Ali. This is what we would call a righteous more not.
And would this be safe to say whatever Noble Drew Ali was bringing, he brought it from ancient Kemet? Because he's over here got the pyramid.
Well, you got to remember he studied Kemetic sciences because he was trying to figure out how do he get his people out of the condition they in.
Okay.
Right. So he studied Kemetic sciences. That's how he know to use the symbolism in order to maximize the information exposed without using a whole lot of words.
It's got a cub right here at the bottom too. It's a cub right here, like a cub, like a tiger, or a lion or something.
It's probably a tiger cub.
Yeah, it's like right here at the bottom, right here. I can blow it up bigger. Right here, you see him? 3 roses. Man,
yeah, he could be any one of the big cats.
Yeah. Noble Julie, it was a high-powered freaking alchemist, man. I'm telling you, every single picture he took.
The sword is also a battle axe.
Okay, let me roll it up. Oh yeah, you can tell. Okay, yeah, right here. It's like a Native American knock, right?
Yeah, that's a tomahawk knock.
Yeah.
The tomahawk is a cleaver.
That's right.
Which is the Cleveland clans, which is Ohio Indians. Right? So we get knocks from multiple clans to close out all this shit on the land and restore us back to prominence where we supposed to be anyway.
That's right. Hey, you know these structures in the background too? If you look at these structures, these were the same structures that we had over here on this land. Like some of these structures, the Ouachita built these type of structures in Oklahoma.
Yeah, those was mud huts.
Yeah.
North American mud huts. Pull them up.
Yeah, I'm gonna type it in right now.
North American mud huts.
I got you.
Native American mud hut.
Okay.
This was the preferred way to make homes in the Southwest because the temperate climate. Yeah.
Like in Phoenix, those areas. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So the dirt is an insulator. It keeps it cool on the inside.
It's pretty much a mound.
That's how we beat the heat.
These had their own air conditioning system, and how they built them. You know what I'm saying?
Ventilation.
Yep, that's right. And these right here are like the mount. We built mounds too, like underground mounds, the same kind of way. Like, but we built them. These right here were above ground. This is fire, Rod. The same little thing. I seen that in the background. Yeah, right here. These the same one. Look at that. That's like in like Phoenix, New Mexico,
Arizona. So these are also used for the sweat lodge ceremonies in some cases too, depending on the tribe. Right. When they use them for sweat lodge ceremonies, they'll go in that motherfucker in broad daylight when it's 120 degrees outside and start a fire in that bitch. And that motherfucker get hot enough, your ass be in that bitch sweating your guts out.
Yeah.
On peyote, high as a motherfucker.
Yeah. Per pass. You know what I'm saying? That's where they get it from. They didn't hit
but
it.
The reason why I don't refer a lot of people to psilocybins and psychotropics is because if a person have a episode and they don't have an experienced shaman with them, that it can ruin them permanently.
That's right. I know people that got had it happen. I know a dude they walk around with just a steering wheel to a car, talking to himself after he hit this shit without a guide.
Yeah. So when you run into that situation, when you got the experienced guide, he know how to guide you through the conquering of that ancestral energy that's trapping you there. That way he can free you to come back into the physical reality without losing your psychological makeup.
That's right. That's right. And you know something too, Rod, about that, to add to what you're saying, because I studied that when I was writing the dream scroll. What happens is if they do it without that guide, that master guide there, they can get it's high power freaking alchemy. You can get trapped because it's a back door. Like you know about the mirror work. You a high power alchemist, you gonna know what I'm talking about. But like the people that don't, like when you leave, when you do this drug, you leave your body, you astral travel, and you go to a whole nother dimension. But the dimension is actually right here, but it's you can't see it because of the state that you're in. But once you do this drug, it projects you into that dimension. Now, when you get there, it's other beings that's already there. Some of them are trapped there. And what they would do is, if you ain't got a guide to keep you, because what happens if you go there and you got fear on you, these beings can sense it in this dimension, and so they'll come to you and trap you in that dimension, and then they'll steal your body, and they'll come back, and then you will be a whole different person, and they'll think that it's you, but it's really a being that stole your body from when you were doing the drug, because you went in there and you got fear on you and you went with a master. If you see, like high power alchemists can do it by themselves. They can go in there and they can come back out. Like my brother, he was doing it by himself, and he did it a lot, man. And to one point, he said that one day he was driving.
There's only one thing about that a lot of people don't understand.
Go ahead.
When you have a walk-in like that, that's called a temporary walk-in. It's rules to that shit.
That's right.
Right. And this is what makes you lose your mind. Because if they come into your physical body while you're in an altered state, they alter your brain chemistry.
That's right.
So when you come back to yourself, you got an altered brain chemistry. They probably couldn't even do shit with your body.
Yeah, they assimilate it. They just assimilate it. Baba explains it like they assimilate their ideas into your brain frequency.
That's a full walk-in.
Yeah.
The full walk-in can only come in to suicidals.
Hey, go ahead.
They had to be so disenchanted with life on Earth that they're willing to leave by any means possible. They normally go out as a walk-in. They walk out and another one walk in. That's a trading of a soul contract.
That's right.
So normally what happened is somebody couldn't handle the contract or the agreement to come into the 3D world. So they pass off the responsibility to another soul who might have died in a car accident or prematurely by some means. They get the opportunity to come in. They can finish the rest of their life out by also completing your journey. So whatever your life purpose was, they have to satisfy the fulfillment of that purpose, and then they go back to their original purpose before they walked in.
That's right. That's right.
Right. So most of the walk-ins are not nefarious beings. But the hijackers,
negative beings.
Yeah, most of the walk-ins are benevolent. They just somebody that's trying to
finish up the agreement before they was rudely interrupted by external forces.
Okay, let's get it.
Right. That's where you get 98% of your walk-ins. What you call hijackers is the ones you talking about, but they can only habitate for a certain amount of time in
They
your
gotta drink
body.
blood, right? They gotta drink some kind of solution to stay in the third dimension. They gotta, in order for them to keep them in this body, they gotta do every 30 days, they gotta do a certain ritual to stay in that body.
Well, yeah, if they ritualistically tied from the 3D world, like it's rituals you can do to send somebody outside their body and call in an altar to do your bidding for you as if they that person.
That's right. I've seen this. I know.
Right. Those are what we used to call Zumba rituals.
Okay.
Where you got your word zombie from.
Okay. Okay.
Right. When they hijack, the ones that's doing the hijacking normally want to use you to do their dirt in the 3D world without them getting caught.
Exactly. Go ahead.
This how we got caught in this conjure war, because they was using pale faces because they didn't want to get caught. They had no control over what they was doing because they had to follow the instructions of their master.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So the only thing we can do is make friends with pale faces and overrun their institutions with friendlies.
Yeah.
Which is how we
Bush.
Right. That's how we end up winning. We can win. We could go back to the book.
I
got you. Can find another book.
We're going back right here. We was on this one. I think we was on this one.
I think that's the one we was on. The one you at now.
Okay, let's go to the next one, right?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
The forgotten slave trade. The white European slaves of Islam. We don't want to talk about that though, do we?
Go ahead.
We just only want to talk about niggas with slaves and white people came out the caves, conquered the gods, and put them in chains. Make that shit make sense, Alder. What they talking about?
Right.
If we start watching the long game, this is what we gonna find out. These motherfuckers came over here slaves. Right? And then they start using them to block us out of the institutions. That's how they shifted their position in the society. Once they shift their position in the overall society, now they standing in the background. Anybody give them any problems, they murder that nigga.
Wow.
Nat Turner, Denmark Vesey, Gabriel Prosser. And the list goes on and on of the ones you don't even know put up a resistance. They don't tell a lot about the slave rebellions or the insurrections in the prison camps because they don't want that to be part of the culture. Us constantly waking up and uprising against the tyranny of artificial legal fiction that's operating in the de facto capacity, pretending to be our government, pretending to give a fuck about us, but all the time they economically raping us, they socially destroying us, and they literally are taking the future and from our kids by corrupting what our kids learn. What our children learn from the master keeps them in a perpetual servant mentality. Right? Let's go to the next one. See, all of these is they references so they can learn more about what really went on with the slave trade.
Get a real grasp of it. Get a real good part of the picture.
This is what the CSA, where thousands of Irish people sold as slaves. The answer is yeah, because the Irish was fighting the English, and the English don't look like they look today. They look like light-skinned Negroes. They the ones who was running this operation. So when Baba say we was getting punished by our sins, not for our sins, what was the sin?
Exactly.
What was done to the pale people first, you think we gonna get away without paying for that shit?
Exactly. That's what I said.
And my mama say sometimes the good got to suffer with the bad. Because one bad apple will spoil the whole bunch. But if you dump out the whole basket, you can find which ones ain't spoiled. Rinse them off and put them back in there and go about your merry business. So when all of the baskets got dumped out, right? So now it's time of the harvest where we take the good apples and leave the bad ones.
Okay.
Right? Go to the next one. It was one right before this. Double click.
Hold on, let me go back. It just make it do like that.
Okay, I see what happened. Go ahead.
Unless it was that one. Hold up.
That's what I thought it was right there.
Yeah, okay. It might be that one then. Yeah, okay. It is double clicking on me. Go ahead.
Look, Christian slaves, Muslim masters.
Wow.
White slavery in the Mediterranean, the Barbary Coast, and Italy from 1500 to 1800.
Wow.
This is after Columbus. These are motherfuckers they was bringing over here with them.
I got a picture go along with it. While we on that, I got a picture that's go along with this.
Pull it up.
Okay, this is a picture right here. And you like you already said something about these dudes. Like these dudes right here.
Oh yeah.
He a Muslim, ain't it?
Yeah, them Arabs.
Okay.
The one on the left is a Turk.
Okay. Yeah. The two Gammas. That's what they call them in the Old Testament. Two Gammas.
Yeah. He the servant of the other dude with the beard.
That's crazy, man. So he a white servant.
Yep.
And he ain't part of the Canaanites because the Canaanites, but he is part of the Canaanites because his family, his people come from the Canaanites mixing with those people over there, the Japhat now people.
That's what makes the ones that look like Abu Bakr.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the pale Arabs.
Mm-hmm.
The niggas that can't took over with the crescent flag and they can't
see. Okay, now you see the guy on the right. His father could look exactly like Tipper Tibb.
Okay,
but his mama would be one of the servants that's the complexion of my man.
Okay,
right. Remember Tipper Tibb, right?
You
remember who he was?
No. Go ahead.
Tipper Tibb, pull him up. Right, Tipper Tibb was at the time of his life, he was the world's largest slave trader.
Spell his name for me.
TIPPER, new word, TIBB.
Hold on, let me make sure I spelled that right. Spell it again.
TIPPER.
Yeah.
TIB.
BB. Okay, all right, yeah, that's how you spell it. I think I got this dude in there too.
There he goes. First and second picture of him.
Let me save it in there because he part of this whole what we talking about. All right.
Now he was from Northern Africa, and he traded African slaves to Europe. That was his business.
What? Hold on, we're finna get this cat. The ancestors finna get this nigga, man. We're finna wake him up out of his grave and hang him.
Yeah, so Baba got him in a couple of scrolls telling us his history, and it's a black guy that's wrote this big ass book. The book is red. I can't think of the name of it, but it's something like Muslims' contribution to the world. He got a section in there on him too.
Check that out.
Yeah, old Tipper Tibb, the most prolific.
Selling niggas.
Yeah, nobody in history since him had a reputation of selling more slaves than him. He bought, sold, and traded more slaves than anybody in the known history of the world.
Damn. And it was
except for that's the only way you can out trade if you have to count like Rome's wealth source was slaves. And so he would be a contributor to Rome's wealth as a slave trader. Now, what was his religion?
Islam?
He was a Muslim.
Yeah.
Muslims are still trading slaves to this day in the Sudan,
they capturing them in the Sudan, put them in bondage. They capturing them in Ethiopia, putting them in bondage. This is what made them go in there and get Muhammad Fahd ID, Black Hawk Down. Remember that?
Yeah.
Don't nobody know why they went over there.
Yeah, you go break that down for me, man. On the Black Hawk Down.
So they went over there to get rid of a guy named Muhammad Fahd ID. They called him a warlord.
Let me pull this nigga up, man. Hold up. Muhammad.
What's his middle name? FHAD. His last name ADID.
FH.
You should see it in the drop down. Muhammad Fahd ID.
Muhammad.
No, he ain't up there. It ain't spelled right somewhere.
Yeah, ID. What's the last part? ID. ID.
Yeah, ADID.
ADID. Okay.
Put Ethiopian warlord behind it.
Yeah, here you go, right here.
There you go.
Yeah, that's him right there. I remember him now.
They went over there. That whole military operation was to kill him.
Why they want to kill him?
Under him, Muhammad Fahd ID didn't believe in allowing people to come into his country and exploit the people and to trade the women. He was protecting the women and the children, and he was raising the boys to be soldiers. They had to get rid of them. He was creating a situation in Ethiopia where pretty soon they would be able to defend themselves, and they didn't want that to happen. Ethiopia has been under a protectorate with varying European countries, mostly Italy and Britain, for the last 150 years. This guy would have got their independence. That's what he was fighting for. Now, if you notice, he looked like somebody else, Anwar Sadat. Anwar Sadat was the last Egyptian pharaoh from Egypt that was an Egyptian. You remember?
No.
Saying that?
No.
Yeah. They built the pyramid structure to him in his memorial. You remember what happened to him, right?
No.
He was assassinated on stage by the Mossad.
What?
You know who the Mossad is, don't you?
Yeah, that's Israeli CIA.
Yeah. Now you know who run that, right?
What you got? I got ideas, but you know,
the Dirty Moors run that. All that shit going on over there, the Dirty Moors run that shit.
That's what I was gonna probably say too.
That's they shit. Pull up assassination of Anwar Sadat.
Oh yeah, we gotta get this. I
it was live.
I think Baba got that in the book. Baba got that in the book.
Yeah.
He got that in the book. I remember reading this in the book when you saying it now. It's my memory starting to come back. I think I read it in the book that Baba put out about that dude getting assassinated.
Yeah, they had
to spell his name.
ANWAR. His last name Sadat. SADAT. Shout out to Sadat X from the Brand Nubian, by the way. Yep.
Let's save him, man, because I'm gonna do research on this guy. Let me save him.
Yeah. So the reason that he would have had peace in the Middle East in the upcoming months before, if he would have lived, it would only took him about another 6 months to solve all of the Middle Eastern conflicts from Egypt.
There you go with a fez on. Oh yeah. So what? He was from?
They couldn't have that, huh?
He's from Egypt.
Yeah, he's Egyptian.
Nigga look like a damn. He don't look like no afar. And he looked like he looked like. I mean, yeah, you can say he's Egyptian, but he like the Ethiopian type Egyptian. He ain't like the afar. Yeah, this right here. Oh,
I don't think that's him in the picture.
Old picture when he was younger. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you what he. Okay, like this a picture. It's a picture of him when he older right here. I got you right here. All right, so this nigga don't look like no. Like he do look like the bloodline because that's how he looked like King George looked. King George looked just like this. And
you know who else looked just like that? Sherman Hemsley.
Yeah, they're playing the George moving on up, right?
Yeah, George Jefferson.
Yeah, George Jefferson. George Jefferson, because George Jefferson from that same bloodline with King George now.
Look, the Williams, they come from yeah. So you're right. These people are Egyptians because if you go back but you can trace them all the way back to Ethiopia or that one landmass, because we don't know. They give us a map of how the landmass is separated and cut off, but we know at one point all that land was one piece, and you know they try to play these games to separate us. But yeah, I'm with you when you say he an Egyptian, because I already did research on how to line, and this right here is a trait right here.
Male pattern baldness.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's from the mother. That come from the Danakiel.
Go ahead. Build on it.
Well, the Danakiel put the receding hairline in the genetic arrangement of the human. Remember, everybody had to come give a drop of blood to clean this shit up.
Yeah.
And everybody who got a gave a drop of blood left a genetic trait that can be identified.
Right here. This is a fucking like the Willis Peak. All this alien traits, right? That's what you're telling me. That it's alien traits.
Male pattern baldness is. It comes from the Danakiel. Yeah, Hirsutism comes from the Dewanis and the Kidduites.
And just to be clear for the audience, when he say Danakiel, he talking about the big head people that Yakub father came from. Yeah,
right.
The field coordinator. Go ahead, my bad.
Right. So they got the receding hairline. That comes from their traits in the genome. If they came to give a drop of blood and we can't see their traits in the genome surface as a phenotype, then they didn't get a blood, they cheated. So that's why you see varying prominent figures with different characteristics that you can identify and trace directly back to an extraterrestrial race.
Well, already.
So this where his nose trait comes from. You know who else got that nose trait?
Who else?
Remember the one they called Chief White Wolf?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, dang, you right. Oh shit, man, you cracking my thumb. Oh yeah, I'm gonna put man. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get them niggas. Bro.
Somebody say young girl to get them niggas.
Yeah, man, get them niggas, man. Hey.
Now everybody that came to give a drop of blood is not necessarily nefarious.
You just gave me some extra with that hairline thing, though. You gave me that hairline thing. You just dropped that piece on me because I was looking at the Willow's Peak. I was looking at all the traits, like the eyebrows. You know what I'm saying? And I
got a paper I wrote around here somewhere. It's packed out, but the name of it is Gods, Clouds, and Extraterrestrials, and in there it's a whole page of genetic traits in the extraterrestrials they come from.
In one of these their rules in one of these folders that I got.
You might be able to find it faster by Google.
Yeah, you right. They gonna do it. If I knew you was talking about them, I would have slid it to the poll. I know I got them on there though. I got them in the extraterrestrial file. There you go, right here. That's a good picture to show them because all right, here we go.
That's the better one right there.
Also Queen Victoria was of their rule.
Another signature trait of this species right here in the genome, like 500 pounds of shit. It's morbid obesity is what it's called.
Go ahead, go in on that a little bit. Go in on this extraterrestrial trait, the obesity trait.
Okay, so it's body types. If you pull up ectomorph, endomorph, mesomorph, it's going to pull up 3 body types. ECTO-MORPH, MESO-MORPH. Put all 3 words in there. Because it's going to pull a chart up, going to show you the different traits. Ectomorph, ECTO.
ECTO.
MORPH.
All right. Go ahead.
Okay, there you go. Click on the picture.
Right there?
3 body types right there. It's
Let me
got
see.
3 different body types.
Let me
Yeah,
see.
blow it up. That's the one. See, it say ectomorph, mesomorph, endomorph.
Yeah, I got you. I got you right here.
Okay, so the ectomorph in the African tribe is a Watusi.
Yeah.
A mesomorph in the actual African tribe is the Zulu.
Okay.
And the endomorph is I forgot the name of this tribe. They from the Sudan, and they gorge themselves to gain weight.
Okay.
Right. So those are 3
big bone.
tribal. Right. Now, in Europe, the ectomorph would be James Woods, the actor. The mesomorph would be Dolph Lundgren when he was young.
Mm-hmm.
And the endomorph would be Chris Farley, the comedian.
Hmm.
So you had 3 different body types. The endomorph is the result because most of the humans was ectomorph and mesomorph. The endomorph trait is heaviest in Mongolians.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why they have poor muscle tone, but they be strong in the fucking bull.
Hmm.
Right? So when you see the different body types. Now, this would be an in-shape endomorph. This would be one that works out.
Okay.
That look like that. The actual raw nature of the body type or the phenotype would be the loose obese genetics, where you flabby and you can't stop gaining weight, but you don't eat that much. Your body is in a perpetual state of prepare for the famine because it's coming. So you know your body will hold energy, and normally those ones have a hard time carrying that weight, keeps them fatigued. If they get in shape, the men will look like this. But these are phenotypes, basic genetic structures. Now the humans is any one of the mixture of 2 or all 3 of these at the same time.
That's fire. So I know Queen Elizabeth told that the Daru trait ain't this the endomorph. It's more of a blobber type. Like,
right. Remember I told you this endomorph is obesity in shape.
Yeah, it's like a big bone type dude. Like I know people like that. They got big bones. They big boned people. They built
right now.
Women and men built like this.
Right. So it's like Andre the Giant.
Yeah.
He suffered from gigantism, but he also was picking that weight up too.
Mm-hmm.
And toward the end of his life, that's how they look. And you got to remember too, the Daros is tall.
Okay.
And obese.
Yep, they are.
Right. So they get anywhere from 7 to 9 feet tall, weighing anywhere from 400 to 500 pounds and up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right. So where do we find these types of characters at? You find them getting in shape now. You find them in sports mostly as football players, as power lifters. They more inclined to powerlifting because they can get in better shape lifting heavy weight for lower reps, but it's going to keep their body in that shape. Mm-hmm. If they reduce the weight and increase the reps, that's going to be taxing on their psychology because they genetically lazy. Mm-hmm. But they not lazy. I don't even know if it makes sense to the average person listening. They genetically lazy, but they not necessarily lazy.
Right. So that means that their genes are lazy, is why they form that way. Some of them will express the laziness of the genes by being actually lazy.
This is deep.
Okay, now you have different height levels in the genome too. Pull up Y2CV pygmy so you can see the difference in their height.
I got them like Y2C versus pygmy. You want me to pull? I got some pictures on it already. You want me to pull them up?
Hey, blow that up and let them see the receding hairline. You see the receding hairline?
Man, you just fucking gave me some, man. I'm telling you, bro. You just gave me a whole nother piece to this shit. And I ain't even think about it. Look at this receding hairline. So everybody got the oh man, it's really going down. I'm about to make connections on that shit.
But now you got tribes that's related to them that don't have a receding hairline. Hairline.
Yeah.
Like if you pull up the Hadendawas.
You talking about these people right here? I got them right here. I got them in this same folder. These people right here.
Yeah. They kin to them, but they carry the father line genes. See, the receding hairline is on the mitochondria. So the ones that come off the father line that's born to earth women don't have it. But the one that come off of the female Danakiel married to earth men have it. They get the trait from the mother.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. That's deep, bro.
But it only surfaced in the men.
Yeah, Tyra Banks got a big forehead too. She one of them Danakels. That's what somebody said in the chat. And this the picture you were looking for though. You said you was looking for the Watusi versus the pygmy height. I got it right here. It's in this one. Piles of families. All right. It's right here. All right, so this is the Twa right here. See how tall you.
You see that picture on the bottom left?
Dude. Yeah, right here.
That's what the Irish looked like that.
Yeah,
I think that is the picture of Irish Twa.
Yeah, leprechauns. Yeah, that's what it is. They that's the leprechaun shit. That's what they saying, that these people were the myth. They come from the myth of the leprechaun. Yeah. Connected with
right.
Those
are the ones who originally settled in Ireland and Scotland, and they were trained by Egyptian priests, and they wore gold snake armbands on their arms for the women, and a gold cobra crown. It was like a crown wrapped around the head with a cobra on the front for the men, and it was a class of priesthood. So when these is who St. Patrick was murdering when he said he was killing the snakes.
That's fucking, man.
But I want to see the Y2C next to him because
that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. All right, and a perfect example of that is this right here. Perfect example of it right here. I got it right here. All right, so
that's good enough right there, because Muggsy Bogues he got the genetic phenotype of one of the Twa.
Yeah.
And Manute Bol has Watusi blood. I think he is a Watusi.
Yeah.
Okay, now there's another group that's supposed to be protectorates over the Twa.
Yeah, the Afar people.
That's the Zulu.
Yeah, the Zulu Afar. Yeah, that's the same people, the Bantu people. Hold on, I got them right here. Where is it at? Okay. It's a mix. Dang. Oh, it ain't in this folder. Damn, it ain't in this folder. But I know who the people you talking about, because they were protectors of those little dudes. And they would go, if you mess with those little dudes, those guys will come after you.
It's Shaka Zulu tribe.
Yeah, they consider the Twa man as like gods. It's like little gods.
Right. So go back to Google. I'm finna have you pull up something.
Okay, I got you.
Now, the reason why they was protectorates of the Twa, because the Twa used to be, okay, pull up Vietnam tunnel rat soldier at the end.
In tunnel rat, tunnel.
Yeah, tunnel rat soldier.
Okay, I hold on, soldier.
Go to the main page, see what come up.
Oh, not veteran, Vietnam. Here we go. You see it?
Yeah, that's them. See them dudes that crawling through the tunnels?
Yeah.
See where it say tunnel rats on the bottom right? Go back. Scroll down.
Okay.
It's a book called Tunnel Rats. It's gonna come up. It's on the left now. One down, one more.
Right there?
That's good enough. It was one next to it though that's even better. The other way. Right now. This is the job that the TWA had. You see how these guys are small and they crawl through the tunnels?
Mm-hmm.
This is the only job they had for short people in Vietnam.
Let me pull it up for you.
This is why I pay to study military shit, because ain't nobody, if you don't study military shit, you would never put these pieces we putting together right now.
Man,
with,
this is hot, man. This is hot.
With the TWA and the tunnel rat.
It make a lot of sense, man. I'm telling you, brother, bro. It make a lot of sense what you're saying. It makes sense to me.
Okay, so you see how he's standing in that tunnel?
Yeah. So I'm go crazy on me. Come on, baby. All right, there you go.
You see, now they had to crawl in there. They look when they crawling in there, they don't have a clue if they're gonna meet gunfire down there. So that's one of the bravest jobs to have in Vietnam, right there.
Damn, it's crazy.
All right, now a minute ago when you was looking for this picture, you pulled up the regiment, and it had a picture of two dudes with yellow shirts on. It was on the Google page.
Right here. Two dudes with yellow shirts on.
I think it's down, son. Unless you switch, there you go. See what it say? Tunnel rats.
Yeah. My granddaddy was in there. You know what? My granddaddy was in this thing. You know what he told me? He used to tell me stories about this. Now that I think about it, and he said they armed them with these fire tart guns. They could shoot fire in the hole and shit.
Blowtorch.
Yeah, the
flamethrowers is what they call.
Yeah, flamethrowers. Yeah, he said they had the flamethrowers and them dudes. But he said, man, I'm gonna tell you, my granddaddy said them dudes, they used to be squeezed down in that little hole. And then he said they could pop out and the motherfuckers know how to flip and all kind of shit, man. It's hard to even shoot. He said it was hard to even shoot them cats.
If you look over under the book I had you pull up, the next picture right under it. The book, now right under there is a chart that show you the tunnel designs that they was crawling through. This is the shit that they had to crawl through. This was no different than mining the mines of Mono Dapa.
And put it up. Oh yeah, you give me some good fucking shit, my nigga. I'm gonna put all this together. Telling you. All right, can y'all see that?
This is showing you how they was crawling through the tunnels. Now remember, I don't got no receipts, Elder. You gotta keep remembering that when I'm showing everybody this shit.
This shit hot. Go ahead. He even sleeping underground in like a little area.
Yeah, they had bunkers and everything under there. You see the false hole with the spear sticking out of it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Booby traps. It was booby traps all through there. Okay, now go to Mines, go to Mono Dapa Mines, South Africa.
All right. You guys,
this is where they was working at.
I got the South Africa part, but what's the first part?
Mono Dapa, MONO DAPA.
DAPA. I got you.
Did you put mines?
Oh yeah, let me put mine.
MINES.
Yeah, that's mine right there.
The first picture. This is what the mine shafts look like. Is that the right one? Read what it says. Is that in South Africa?
Yeah, gold mine, South Africa. Yeah.
Yeah. These are the oldest
World's
gold
deepest
mines
mine ever
in the world. So Inky had the Twa who used to crawl in there and get the gold out.
Man. See, did it save in there? Oh yeah, baby.
Okay, now for topography information to show you the tribal connection. You ready for that part, or you want to go deeper into this picture?
Oh yeah. Oh, I was trying to get the. Oh, there you go, right there. Yeah, we can go to the next part, but I just want to show get that picture up on the screen while you was talking. So like I know the Anunnaki was digging mines and canals and shit, but it's a lot of underground shit that some of the shit that they don't even tell us about. Like we know about a little bit of shit, but now it's more shit underground than above ground.
Okay, now go to Google. Right here. Yep, that's a mine shaft in South Africa, gold mine.
All right, what you got?
Okay, now we finna show you the geography of the tribe. So look up San territory, SAN territory, South Africa.
Oh, Sans people land?
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
We want a topical map to show you where it's at in South Africa. Put map behind it.
Yeah, right here.
There you go. Pull that up. Save that, and we're gonna come back to it. Pull up Zululand, South Africa.
Let me make sure I got this done right here. Let me do this. It may have all of them right here on this one thing, just in case. I put Zululand.
Yeah, Zululand, South Africa. So all of South Africa is Zululand. But we just trying to show you the relative geography of the signs in the Zulu. Because the way that it was set up, nobody was supposed to get to the Twa or the Bushmen unless they went through the Zulu. All the way to the left, third picture down. Click that.
All the way to the left, third picture down. Right here.
Okay, it's one more you need. It's called Swaziland.
Make sure I got this one saved through the face. Damn, this probably ain't gonna pull with it. Yeah, say that one. All right, Swaziland.
SWAZI. Swaziland is another part of the Zulu territory that they don't want to acknowledge as being Zulu. Third picture from the at the top, third picture from the left.
Yeah,
that one. Okay, now let's go back to say that, and then we're gonna look at these maps to look at where everybody was situated at prior to colonization, and then you can see clear what I'm talking about when I say that they were supposed to be the protectorates for the little people.
of us moved around.
Yep. It says
but we still here though.
Yeah, yep. Hey, we back on the land, man. Chiefs back on the land. It's pretty much game over though, Rod. It's pretty much game over, man. You already lapped these niggas like about 10 times already, man. You just sitting chilling in some lemonade right now, just cruising on this thing, man. It's already to happen already.
Mm-hmm. All of Florida.
Hey, how
all of Florida it's the finish line because that's where the war was at. It was Big Mama Gullah Geechee that called all of the clans to war.
Okay. Go ahead.
Right. So the war came in until the Big Mama, that's the reigning Big Mama on the land, say the war over with.
Okay.
Right. So certain stuff had to be put in place. And those things have been being put in place for about 4 years now. That's a wrap.
Yeah, somebody said, what about the Ohio? Dang, it just disappeared. Just like that. They must have deleted it. Oh, no, there you go.
Look, anytime you see a city in America with a biblical name, look at what year that city was chartered, because that's when it got its name.
Yeah, you're right.
You're not going to find one older than 1492. It's not possible.
Because they wasn't even over here.
We didn't have no Bible to use the names from the Bible on the land. It wasn't until we got the Bible that cities on the land begin to be named after the Bible.
Like Salem.
Yep.
I know Cairo could have been, you know what I'm saying, but I don't even know if that was called Cairo over there, what they calling it at now, you know what I'm saying? Cairo, Illinois.
Well,
like a mirror city to the Cairo over there in Africa, right?
Yeah, that's Hollywood, man. That's a stage show to put the holy drama in front of their face when they was coming across the Nile, going in Africa and start mischief and bloodshed.
We'll say that because you didn't already, like I say, you could have walked off stage with that Indian training thing, man. That shit, that was fire, man. I'm telling you, bro. You just gave me a whole nother month worth of research to do, man. I'm telling you. I'm gonna go take that one little piece and I'm gonna connect them niggas, man, see where they was at, where they were going to. Then I'm gonna see. Oh yeah, I got you. I got something for that. I'm gonna figure that out. Cause I was trying to figure out how did these cats, if they Chinese, did they speak our language by being our children, just growing up amongst us, or because it's like it happened like overnight, like almost not just necessarily overnight, but it happened real fast of how they switched places with us after Andrew Jackson deal.
Yeah, so they try to make people think that we live in teepees.
Yeah,
that's the most absurd shit I ever heard.
Yeah,
what happened was the teepee was Mongolian in origin.
Okay.
Right. And they still use them over there, but that was for travel.
Yeah.
You know how you pack your tent to go camping?
Yeah.
We took our hotel with us.
Yeah.
Right. That's what the teepee was.
Yeah. A tent.
Right. Yeah. It's your tent. It was your portable housing that you could take with you anywhere you went.
Yeah.
Then we didn't have, like, we might stop in the middle of nowhere, pitch camp. But we went all across the land. We was never restricted on the land from touching one part or the other.
Yeah.
We just had to check in with the local tribes when we was coming in. That's where they got the smoke signal thing from.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. So we send in smoke signals to let them know we in the area. Come smoke with the chief.
Right.
Now we don't use smoke signals. We use social media
and cell phones and laptops. But they still sending us smoke signal. We did a tape call flipping on the land because you be talking about how people be sending messages and codes like a Mars code. Maybe like they do something on the land, like when he shaved his head bald. Kanye West parted his head for the ice of the yeah.
So what happens is the butterfly effect.
Okay.
If you understand how it works, you send your message out using the butterfly effect. It's gonna ripple.
Okay.
Right. And once you see them, once you learn how to read the code, it sticks out to you while you doing something totally unrelated.
Okay. Okay.
You know, so the message, you can whisper to a tree. The good thing about whispering it to a tree is the tree can filter the message energetically better than you can with words. Because you know what happens when you line a group of people up and whisper the word in one ear and go to the other end and wait for the final outcome. It don't come out the same.
No, it's gonna water it down.
But when you whisper it to the trees, to the elements, to the earth, when it come out in symbolism. Because the universe talks in symbolism.
That's right.
So when it comes out in symbolism, you learn to read the symbols.
Yeah.
And then you can see more than what's being told with words. And that's how you will see the deception in the words, because nature tell a pure story where man tell a false story.
That's
it's just the law of nature.
Yeah, that's deep. That's deep. Shout out,
yeah.
Man. That's deep. That's deep. When I tell you, like I say, it raw. Hey, shout out Four Feather, Big Four Feathers, Big Chief Four Feathers, right? Big Chief Four Feathers. Hey, drop your call sign in the chat. I can't remember. Was it Big Chief Four Feathers, Brother Love? Hey, hard to read them on here because they be moving fast.
They asking me. There's a lot of people asked about different tribes. There's too many of these tribes to go through like that.
Yeah, we got to probably just do a tape just on it because that's a long. Actually, I got tapes on it, but yeah, we're gonna have to probably do something just on it because it's like the Shinnecock, Washita. It's so many, man. Like right now, it's like I think it's like 800 and some tribes, but like a lot of them tribes is $5 Indian tribes on the land.
But as long as we know who we is, it don't matter who on the land. Yeah. We still run this bitch.
Yeah, that's right. Go ahead, bro.
Right now, we used to get a Iroquois constitution orally to the next chiefs. Okay. Just verbally tell it to them. But when the European came, we knew we was gonna go through a Kali Yuga, and that when we wake up, we had to have it written down because we wouldn't automatically remember it. So this was the one I got.
Oh yeah, that's fire.
In here, it tell you that the matriarchs run the system.
Big Mama house.
It's Big Mama house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's as always been. Big Mama always was the head.
Mm-hmm.
The religion came.
So, yep. Religion, but see, they even concealed it in the religion.
Yep. Big Mama,
you know,
right up at the top of it. They can't even sit up in that joint.
Yeah, that's the old AME church.
How much longer are we going to give them to get off the land?
We ain't worried about them getting off the land. We worried about our people waking up to the fact that this shit is over with. Getting them off the land ain't even a hassle. Most of the motherfuckers gone anyway. It's our people that's right now apathetic. They're not doing nothing. They're not making no moves of renown. They're not restructuring their community. Right? So we got to let the $5 Indians take the lead on this shit so y'all can see how this shit work. Judy Campbell messaged me on Instagram. The SikApe on Instagram.
See what else we got. And we'll take one more question. I gotta get Haru now at the background. Oh yes, it's Rod. Do you know anything about the? I think they're trying to say Soprano tribe in Virginia. That's my first time.
I heard about a lot of tribes, but we're not finna go into all of that. I mean, like, I can't give you the history of every tribe individually.
Yeah, I'm gonna eventually do that though.
Mm-hmm.
I got a tape coming out. I got tapes coming out on that, like some of them this week. I'm breaking the individual tribes down. Man, let me see. What about the Ohio Native Americans? Well, it's probably the same type of question. What's going on to happen to all the rich black sellouts? That's a good one, right?
Well, first you got to verify their soul out.
Yeah.
And I don't got no mercy for them, so you better ask somebody that got some mercy for them. Don't ask me, because I'll be off with the head.
Hey, this is the last question right here. I got this question because somebody, it's this dude that came and he was attacking us on one of the shows. And he was attacking me too, and he said that, oh yeah, y'all niggas ain't no kings. Y'all, the real kings is hiding in the background. I said, man, real kings fight on the front line, and you hide while you. Then he said that when y'all get through fighting, we gonna come out of hiding and we gonna take over. I said that sound like that in-live shit. That sound like that.
That's exactly what it sounded like to me. Look, don't argue with me. Don't argue with Young Elder. Argue with the receipts we produce. That's what argument at.
Yeah.
I can get less than 2 fucks about any of these motherfuckers with that bullshit. But at the end of the day, I'm still gonna tell my people how to get free from this beast.
Right.
So they can come on to all the slander they want to. Don't argue with me. Argue with the receipt. Because once we done cashing these receipts, I'm going on hiatus.
Right. I'm telling you, I'm gonna disappear on them niggas. They gonna think bad. Bin Laden, I'm telling you. Hey, look, so they said so like I was saying, these dudes, they hiding under the table. If you go to their page, they don't got nothing teaching us nothing. They scared. They hiding in the closet. And they said that, yeah, y'all want to go on fame. We up in y'all out front. We out front fighting for our people while y'all hide in the closet. You think you would have come out after we get through fighting these beasts? And you gonna talk about you gonna be, man, you better sit down. You a punk king. To me, you a pussy king. If you sitting on the back while the real kings fighting on the front line. And you talking about you gonna come and lay claim to something, nigga, you gonna get your ass kicked out with the other dirty niggas. You sound like you might, the niggas sound like they might be some dirty moves. It sound like they're in-live shit. You hide in the background while everybody else fight, while everybody else dig and work. Your ass sit back and relax. That shit going out, that old Lion King ass shit where you got the lion, the male lion, he sit back and wiggle his balls while everybody go out and hunt and he come in and get the food. That shit is out. That shit is out. That's that yin and yang. That's that Piscean age fucking mindset where you got these niggas that want to do nothing, then that they gonna get a cut. That ain't happening no more, bro. You ain't getting no cut of our shit if you ain't helping us fight.
Mama said, if anybody talk about you, you ain't doing nothing worth being talked about.
That's right. That's right.
If you're doing something that's worth talking about, it's gonna be some people that's gonna try to tear you down every time.
Well, shit.
So I ain't worried about none of that. That shit don't. My skin thicker than that.
Yeah.
I'll tell a motherfucker where to get off at, and if he don't like it, I can show him the exit the hard way.
Yeah, he can get down or lay down. You know what I'm saying? That's how I'm coming, man. I'm telling you.
So all them people that's over there with their shenanigans, and some of them still flipping at me with Freemasonic codes and shit, trying to get my attention. The long house to the big house to the short house. From the blue house to the red house. Now, for my people that want to get free from under this shit, remember who the fuck you is. You was already here. You didn't come on no slave ship. Them motherfuckers came, they saw, and they thought they was gonna conquer, and they got their ass handed to them at the end by one little old sorry ass nigga from out of Pontiac, Michigan.
Straight like that. Yeah, Raw, you really, with your help, I'm able to, the shit that I'm about to put out, Raw, I'm gonna change the game forever, bro. This is the end. Like Vin Diesel said, it ain't the beginning you want to worry about, nigga. It's the end now. So you had it.
That's called a grand finale.
I think that's how you say it, man. Do we cut off family that still want to debate the Jesus and religion story?
It depends on if you feel like entertaining that shit or not.
Okay.
The problem is you ain't pulled the Strong's Concordance out and showed them that Jesus is ISIS.
That's right. Go ahead, get them.
That shut down 98% of their argument. Now they got to accept the fact that the Christ that they looking for as a man and why he always coming back cross-dressing is because it really wasn't a man, it was a woman.
The whole time. It says, YB, hey, I think he answers the question on that. Cracked heads and twist caps. We got WB. It says, what do you think about starting a new corporation this spring?
I don't think we should start any corporations until the new system come online. That's my opinion.
Yeah, corporation is really.
We see that the system is falling in real time. So it's gonna be some upheaval these banks is crashing. Why would you? It's a good time to make money during the recession, but it's a bad time to participate in the banking industry while it's falling.
Yeah.
That's like putting your money in to support the fall and lose your money in the process.
That's right. That's right. Hey man, and that's it right there, man. We at the hey, this right here was another one, Rod. Like DJ Khaled say, another one. And like I say, if you came in late, you may want to roll this joint back, man, because Rod dropped a couple. I'm about to roll it back. He dropped a couple pieces in here that I'm gonna be able to take to add to my game, man. I'm telling you. But hey, Rod, it's like you like say I'm a basketball player, right? You like a coach, and I'm getting private training to brush my skills up. So I'm getting sharper and sharper every time I come on with you, man. Every time we go into the gym. And then I talk to you all the time, every day on the phone. I'll be getting my head cracked. So yeah, so it's this is good right here.
Hey, look,
yeah.
In these sessions we be doing, we be showing receipts, but when I don't got to go pull receipts,
yeah,
motherfuckers be thinking I'm making shit up.
Yeah,
because of how it be coming. They like, can't no one motherfucker know all that shit.
Those shit like you sent, Rod. You definitely sent. And we were supposed to meet, and I was supposed to get your information, and I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. I'm telling you, I'm about
to the head crack out of all of that shit I just said. I don't know half the shit Malachi know.
I know it. Hey, look, and we with you, but I think we connected through the wind, and then all you got to do is tap into the wind, and when you do that, Rod. You be talking sometime. I say, ain't no fucking way, Rod know that, bro. It don't even sound like him talking. It sounds like some high power Big Mama is fucking making. This is it. This is it that the Big Mama was talking right through you, saying, "This is what y'all need to know right now. This is it. This is your last shot. This is your chance to hear and know what's going on. This is it right here. I'm telling you, man. That's what I feel like. This, if you ain't got it after this, I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I done told you who, what, when, where, why, and how. On both sides. From us, who sent me, why they sent me, where I came from, why I got involved, and how is all of these receipts we've been pulling.
It's game over,
right?
Man.
So I told you where they came from and what their job was, and I told you what our job was. We the great defenders.
Yep.
It's a galactic chess game, the game of the gods. Bobby Hemmett even talked about the game of the gods. Somebody sent me the clip not too long ago. I almost sent it to you, Elder.
Yep.
But the game of the gods is a plutocracy.
Okay.
Type that word in, plutocracy.
Okay. Yeah. We talked about it on the let me type it up. Go right here. Yeah, we talked about it on that tape, on the hologramic tape.
Yeah, the board games.
Yeah. Yeah, I got that already.
CRACY.
Oh yeah, there you go, right there. Like democracy, but with Pluto. Okay, I got you. Right here. Government, government by wealth. It's a system governed by wealth. A country's social government by wealth. An elite or ruling class of people worth power deprived from wealth.
Okay, now go to the images and pull up the board game.
Okay. Right here. It's the board game right here. Well, it's a soundtrack, but it look like the board game. How it look, the front of it.
Mm-hmm.
Right here. This is it. Actually, it right here. Here you go. Yeah, we did some magical tape.
What is he playing on the cover?
People, the masses.
What's the game you playing?
Oh, chess.
Yep.
Yep. Against the
now look at the pieces again.
And the pieces is government officials, bankers, lawyers, doctors.
Right. So you playing chess with people. It's a movie everybody need to watch. It's called The History of the World by Mel Brooks. Type Mel Brooks History of the World. This came out in the early 80s, and it tell you the whole story of the switch out of the king and the government and all that.
Right here, that's what it look like. History of the World. Oh yeah, I'm gonna check that out. It's two movies I'm gonna check out: the Warrior movie that you talked about, and this movie with the gang banging movie that you said. I'm gonna go watch that movie. I ain't never seen it. So these some old joints. I like them old joints. I like them old classical joints.
Yeah, this was Gregory Hines' entrance into Hollywood as a major role player.
Yeah, this is gonna be. I'm gonna check this out.
That's just to keep you from dying early.
Yep. Hey, Sunrise Murdoch built the Stargate. Well, at least it was Murdoch and then Gazeta. They was the ones that was working on it. And but Enlil and them got mad and bombed them. I'm gonna break that down on the next tape I'm about to put out on Anarchy 13.
Look, this is where the atomic bombs drop. Okay, the Mediterranean was the planet splitter. That was the Gandiva. That was the flat desert scape before the Gandiva. Because of that, once it backfilled from the Atlantic, from the Mediterranean, it started to flood into the underworld. It started flooding. So they blew Mount Vesuvius to plug in and patch up the hole.
That's right. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, now the other atomic bombs, the later war, atomic war, two of them hit Africa. One hit in the west coast of Africa, and another one hit in the middle of the Sahara Desert. And you have what's called meteor glass as the side effect. With the same shit they found in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, they found it, but it's thousands of years old in Africa.
Okay.
Right? And they make green glass jewelry out of it. Then you had one here in northern India, right? And you had one here in China.
Okay.
Who look like us, but not us, is they the everyday people, like the people you go to school with, you at work with. So it's like, and are they aware who they are? I feel like now they just watching me.
Some of them know, but all of them don't.
So
just like us, some of us know who we are, but it's more of us that don't.
Another question I wanted to ask you too, like, are you able to do we make babies with them too? Like, are we able to have kids with them?
Sometimes, but sometimes they're not compatible with us genetically, and we be with them a long time, won't make no babies.
Okay then. You know, I was just questioning a few things. Now I'll be checking you out though, man. I'm out here this I'll be listening to you. You be making a lot
For
of
sure.
And then there's so much chaos and confusion out here, like on the streets of Chicago. So it's like I be feeling like now, like that's probably where it be coming from. You know, people who just don't, want to see us doing good.
Yeah, we always got they in our communities, and most of them play the Godfather in the community like he a big shot.
I can believe that. I definitely can believe that.
Them the same niggas that got rid of Larry and Angel Bay.
I can see that. Like how what's the other guy named? The police came in and killed him in his crib.
Go back and look at the paperwork. The nigga told him where he was at and gave him a schematic of the house. They look like us, but they ain't us.
Yeah, that's interesting, man. Cause I be like, you be having me question. I be wondering, is these same people the people I call my friends?
Yeah.
But yeah,
all right, he got. I'm about to go to the next caller.
I got you. Blessings.
All right. They all over the land, Bunch of them look like us. Peace, God.
Oh my God! Holy! Oh, what's up, man? I got my headphones on. I hope you guys can hear me.
Sounds good right now.
Okay. Okay. I got the fan going, smoking. Yo, Rod, my birthday is November 10th, 1983. Some of the stuff you said resonate with me, and I'm sitting here and I'm putting things together, and it blows my freaking mind because I was a different kid growing up. I was a kid that got made fun of. I got the most bust ass in my family. But I love my mom, I love my dad, and I kind of moving different right now. So I don't talk to nobody. I'm by myself, but I got my wife and my kids. And that's my joy. That's what I crafted. And within the last couple months, shit just been hitting me. From one day just watching KRS-One and he's talking about conscious. And then the next day, I'm seeing Brother 19 Keys and Billy Carson. And then just things are talking to me, but I use life. So if it comes in a video, I take it from a video. If it comes something, but I just moved different. And I was like, yo, what the hell is going on? But when you started to break down them motherfucking dirty Moors, the studying I did in school, like I was always getting in trouble as a kid. I went to a Catholic school. I'm in Canada. They're teaching me about some native stuff, and it didn't resonate with me. And I used to sit in the corner of the wall because I was that kid was like, no, man, that ain't right. The history ain't right. But when you start putting it together, it was like, I was like, you know, man, this guy's thorough. Because there's not many people like you, Rod, who break it down in this generation to help people see it. Like the way you breaking people out and the way that you doing it, I don't know, I feel different with Scorpio, but there's certain things you say that is like, it puts me in a different frequency every time I watch your shit because I'm like, oh, there's another key. There's another key. But it's like this feeling that I had that I can't explain, but I know it's like when I hear you with Chief Warhorse, even just today I was listening to some of her stuff. It was things that I needed to hear when I was 5 and 6 because I knew and I touched and I felt different. Yo, I had trouble in school. Like when you said you couldn't like read, yo, bro, I struggled through reading. I got my diplomas up here. I went to university. I don't know how I fucking got through that shit because my reading and my writing was struggling, but I motherfucking fit that shit. Nobody was telling me I couldn't do it. How I got through it this far, yo, I came from nothing. I was poor as fuck. I'm like the only one who is like doing shit in my family. A lot of my family, like my cousins and shit, were spoiled growing up. I love them to death. I have so much love for them, but I got hurt too many times. And I just want to say it's like this hurt shit and not having family, like I have to even put blockages on my parents because I never really drew the line with them. I always just taped and I was like, yo, that's my parents. But now it's to the point where I was like, when you step in my family and you're trying to break up my family, that's all I got. And like, yo, my woman, I don't let nobody disrespect her because at the end of the day, it's like my 2 girls' moms, that's what they're going to look like. They're going to look up to it. And my dad fucked up. I ain't going to fuck up as a man. So whatever I got to do to be a man, I had to change my shit around. So in the last 8 months, I was digging in deep of who I am. And it's a lonely place. It's a lonely place, but you have to stand.
That's where the Scorpio go to shed his exoskeleton and develop a different one. Remember, when you shed one life, you move into another life in this same lifetime. Your level of information determines how many times you shed when you go into your seclusion. But when you come out, you prepared to be both understanding, loving, respectful, and kind to your parents, but also knowing that that's my wife. Don't disrespect her, please. This is what we, you know, how we deal with each other like this. Da 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 da. You had a conversation from a place of love instead of a place of hostility. And
it's hard because,
but you first have to develop yourself to where you Scorpio nature makes them have to see, because they'll sting the shit out somebody they don't mean to sting, but the venom's still there.
Always. And that's why cool, because I know when I say something, and my wife is like, you just tell it like it is. But like I don't I just watch people. So for the loved ones, I'll take the shit. I always have. And like to this day, like, yo, when it was down to nitty gritty, I was always there for my mom. If I had to pay my mom's mortgage, I lived with my mom. I paid that shit. I hustled. I would do whatever it takes. To this day, they know I love. But when they disrespect my love, that's when it hurts. And I just got to a point I was like, they got to see me for who I am, because ain't nobody, I feel like in my family, I love them. Ain't nobody love them like how I love them, because I was willing, I feel like in the battle of life, I would do this over. Like if I had to save everybody in the world, that's who I was. And that's who I am, because there's a code you stand for, right? And when you say this shit, like people don't get thrown away like trash, man, I know how it feels. I've been homeless. I had nothing. I've been there. I've been in the dirt. I worked in homeless shelters. I love that kind of people. I drove streetcars down in Toronto. I've been spit on. I've been there. I took in shit because I love people. But I just got into a point where I was like, my mental health, I had to get that shit back. You know,
that's the hard part. The hard part for the Scorpio is to remember that if you don't take care of yourself, you will let the world deplete you so bad you won't be no good to you or nobody else.
No, because I feel too much.
So you have to, so you have to use what we call constructive selfishness. I want everybody in my family to be a millionaire. They don't see what I see, so I go out and get enough money so I can make us all millionaires.
Yeah,
I can't wait on them to see what I see. I have to make the moves. I have to, put stuff where it need to be in order for the rest of the clans to see what I see, and then we move. We didn't seize all assets. Everybody that was oppressing us, assets has been seized. Right. But a lot of people are not familiar with the Indigenous Rights Act, so I have to rerun the Indigenous Rights Act script so that they can see it was all given back to us. We just have to use a certain process to get it.
I feel like I'm the only one in my family that knows that. I got Jamaican family. My dad's Jamaican, my mom's Guyanese. And they don't know that. And I've been telling them, and they know a bit, but it's a colonization is like fucking up the family. Like when you say there's certain energies, the enel energy, I seen that shit growing up as a kid in my house. Right? I know what some of my uncles did to my aunties, and I know that shit. Nobody talks about it, but it burns them. But I'm like, I know everybody's life, not because I listened to gossip, it's because I had to hear it. And I kept it dear, and I know what everybody's gone through in my family. And I think I was always the black sheep, but I take it with pride. And now I take it where it's like, you have a mission, and whatever you got to do to do that mission, I want to, I want to do something great. And now I'm feeling the urge, like even with what you say, Rod, if you need a brother, I'm in Canada, you got a brother here. Like if you ever you one of the real ones out here. I feel your energy. I haven't tapped into I don't know, but when I watch you, you a brother. And there's certain people that we respect you. You protected wherever there's family barbecue, we always gonna look for you. And we always want to have your back because you have our back 100%. When you speak to us, you yo, bro, you put me in tears some days because it's so real, but it's life-changing for us. And when you say you going away, you could just come on here and smile and you change the shit. And I want to say how grateful I am for you, for everybody out here that's just trying to do, young elder, everybody's fighting. But you, what you did, and ain't nobody has a story like you. So we feed off your energy. You know what I mean? You one uplifting, loving motherfucking, we love you. Straight up. I can't even say that. I'll say you all day right now. We love you. You're our big brother. You're our uncle. You're like a dad. You a real one. And they don't come across. But I'm going to tell you, I knew you were certified when you said your birthday was November 10th. I was I'm not going to be conceited. Scorpios, we different. I feel every sign. We are we just different. I'm not bragging. You asked, I forgot the other Rod's name. He even said, when you born on the 10, it's something different. Especially when you Scorpio and you born on the 10, the stars are aligned in a different way. And I'm not saying it's this, but you understand, I understand that's a gift. So it's
Yeah.
precious.
Well, 1110 is initiated 10 toes down by orders of Big Mama.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I mean, I gotta be who I am in order for us to get free.
Yep.
You know, so I'm not with the slave gang.
No, I've never been. I've never been. Like my people, like what people suffer through. I don't care where you come from, but there's a right and wrong. And when you have the ability to do things, you want to help people, right? I'm always down for my people. So, you know, it don't matter who it is, but there's a right, there's a wrong. And just knowing, to me, was like, we always got the story that we came from Africa. That's the story we get, right? Even in their schools. But when you dig deeper, you're like, no. And they don't, I love Africa. Don't get me wrong. I love this world. But I live in Canada, and there's something that talks to me. From when I was a kid and I went on a little trip, and we went to I think it was called the Six Nation Reserves, and we went to see Alexander Graham Bell's house. And they were doing a demonstration, and they picked me. I just wanted to be picked. But I remember they picked me, and I was a bunch around. I was the only black person there. And I felt good. I was like, finally, they're going to pick me. And she was talking about marriage and getting married. I'll never forget that day, but something never left me. Something said, there's something here. You on this something. Even when I went to Alexander Graham Bell's house, I was like, I know that motherfucker didn't make that phone. I was feeling that as a kid, but I couldn't say it because I was always that kid. Like, I just speak my mind. Nobody liked me. I don't care.
So
but
he used to have what's called a lab assistant. And he was a little melanated guy. I can't remember his name, but that's who.
Is it
no, wasn't him. He might have been he might have been one of his apprentice or one of his lab hands too. But back then they was giving the credit to the pale face for what our people was doing. Like, everybody believed that Albert Einstein's theories of nuclear fission was a cause of the atomic bomb. They couldn't convert it from a mathematical formula into a bomb until they called in a guy named Lloyd Quartermain and his melanated team. Right? We don't know nothing about him. Who the hell is Lloyd Quartermain? Lloyd Quartermain is the one who seen a mathematical formula and had the guide mind to know how to translate it into a working mechanical structure. AKA the atomic bomb. Somebody in the comments said it was Lewis Latimer was the one with him. But I know he did a lot of work on light bulbs back in that same time frame.
The cotton filament. Yeah. Like, there's one thing that and it's not to shit on nobody. It's just, I realize, like, we just different here. There's a certain vibe. There's a certain way we talk. There's a certain way we move. It's like, the first thing I saw when I saw you, you look like my sister's ex. His name is David Haley. And his father's from Memphis, but he looks like his father. And he, like, when I looked at him, I was like, Dave, you got to check this guy, Rod Hayes, out, man. He might be your family or something. But it's the mannerisms. It was the way, even when you, like, you always do this with your lip. And I'm like, David, he does certain things. The way he smokes, that might be your cousin or something. But yo,
I haven't seen. Excuse me.
Yeah, no worries.
Do you need some? Sure.
Just come back right over there.
Yeah. You good? Excuse me, I had another brother need something.
Hey man, I got more than one question, so you know, oh man, this needs a lot, Rod. Like,
yeah, it's good for the people to see too, because
it needs a lot, man.
Yeah, because the impact is important, right?
Like,
and it make it known that I'm not just blowing hot air. I'm really talking about something.
Yo, I went to school. I researched my stuff outside of what you researched. I research my shit even when you talking. I'm still doing my research. But I'm like, he know what he's talking about. But I'm not gonna lie, most of the people, my friends, not everybody's into this stuff because it's a lot. So I put it on my wife sometimes, and a one point might take me an hour and a half to explain because it's so depth. So it is probably taking months to explain who them dirty Moors are, or what happened, or who Jewish people are, or what this word means, or what Hebrew, and unlearning some of the things that we learned in our own.
Well, just for the record,
yep.
Arabic and Islam don't got nothing to do with us.
Nope.
Greek and Christianity don't got nothing to do with us.
Nope, that was never made for us.
And Hebrew and Judaism don't got nothing to do with us. We was here before they brought all that garbage over here and dumped it on our land.
I threw this away. It's called a Holy Bible. My grandfather was a bishop in his church. He wrote my name in this, I think, damn near like 92, May the 3rd. That's when he wrote it in there. And it's crazy. Like, I never read the Bible. I wasn't into it. I didn't feel it. I didn't disrespect anybody. I just wasn't my thing. But I threw it away, and I just put it in the garage, and I was like, yo, man, I'm done with it. But I was like, no, man, there's some codes in here, or there's something I can use. And like, I use whatever now. And I'm really trying to tap in. So I sit with myself. I have my own rituals to tap in. To find,
that's
to communicate.
The first contract they brought over here was the Bible.
You know?
See, but we didn't know how to read the contract.
Yeah.
And we believed the Bible was used as a religious book, but it was used to keep the contract in everybody's mind while the conjure was working.
Mm-hmm.
And the Bible teaches us how to use a binding spell on ourselves to keep us restricted from ever reaching any forms of greatness.
It totally does. Like, I see it because there's a block on you. Because when you believe something without not even having fact, but when you believe something is like, it almost has a fear, a constant collapse fear, and a certain mind, and especially when you don't really read it yourself, or somebody's dictating it to you, and you're not divulging and learning. It puts a sense of constrictive fear on the mind and how far you can think in your own possibilities. And even the fact of praying to something and never seeing a result. It is crippling to somebody because
they don't teach us the science. Prayer is a half of an equation.
You know, yeah.
Right? It's a two-way channel, but if you're only using it one way, you can't use it effectively.
Like, and even my family, they talked about voodoo and stuff, and I was like, wait, so even when I look now, I was like, man, that shit got us out of some trouble, whatever we needed. And I was like, but this is life. This is a tool that we use as humans. It's not wrong. It's not right. We are amazing creatures that can touch into a spirit, get into different realms, different dimensions. Why wouldn't I want to access that to better myself and higher myself and get back to what I need to be? That should be the greatest goal for myself. And they don't teach that in the church. That hurts me. And that hurt me because, my family that came from that. Like, hardcore. My dad, like.
You got to keep in mind, I was in church with my mama more than anybody else.
Mm.
Right? She kept us in the church when we was little.
Yeah.
Right? And she used to always I used to always be like, why they lying up there all the time? I knew they was lying to us when I was a baby.
Yeah. Well,
my mama pinched the shit out of me in church for calling the preacher loud while he was telling us the Jesus story. This is a true story. I'm not making it up. So she ringed my arm, but when I got home, she said, baby, you can't say that in the open.
Yeah.
She said, we was at church, but we don't know who was at the church with us.
Yeah.
And there's some people that'll hear you say that, they will come looking for us.
Yeah.
So I stopped saying stuff, blurting stuff out in church.
Yeah.
Because it made perfect sense with what she was saying, but it wasn't 2 years later that when I realized school was a farce.
Yeah.
I was in the 5th grade.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That was when we was moving from Grand Rapids, Michigan back to Pontiac again. I was done.
Yeah.
I failed the 6th grade. Not because I was dumb, but I was done participating in them shenanigans.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I seen it for what it was as a child.
Yeah.
But nobody don't listen to the children.
No, they don't.
The children can tell you that school is a farce.
Yep.
They tell us all the time, but we be like, just shut up, take your ass to school, go learn something. They ain't
I
teaching us
literally-
nothing.
I had a teacher, I called him out. He was racist. We lived in Scarborough, so I grew up multicultural, but there was a lot of Chinese and Filipino. Then I moved and we went to Pickering. Like, we moved a lot, right? I love my dad, I love my mom, but my dad was never a real man to my mom and my family, right? For whatever reason, but that turned me into who I needed to be. So I understand that, and I do my thing, right? But my dad taught me certain things. But when I went to Catholic school, it would just like, I went to school. I was one of the only black kids in the school. The teacher literally had me sitting turned into a corner because I was disruptive. Oh, I had ADHD, I had this, but I challenged him. And the religion stuff, I challenged him. From what I knew and what I felt, I used to just say what I felt. And
the worst thing. The worst thing for social development. That was one of the best things my mama ever told me.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let nobody tell you who you are. Yeah. That changed my whole paradigm, because that made me to the point where they talking at me, but they not talking to me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand that jargon that they spewing. That don't got nothing to do with me.
Yeah.
I didn't come on no slave ship. My ancestors wasn't no bond servants.
Like,
we've been here. We've been on this land, and we're gonna be on this land.
And I was like, my spirit is too much of a fighter. I'm 5'8", and I was a small dude, but I knock people's out.
That's a traditional Scorpio trait.
And I'm a cool dude. I'm always like, yo, man, go home. I'm chilling. I'm never aggressive at all. But when it comes to protecting myself, I'll protect myself and my people. And I'm going straight for your chin. I ain't talking. If I feel the vibe, I gotta go. I move quick and I'm doing it.
Yeah.
But I never want to have to do that. But it's like, I know my spirit is protected. It's fight. There's something.
What's your name again, buddy?
Pardon me?
What's your name again?
My full name is Dean Paul Gideon Earl Henry.
Is it call you Dean?
Dean. Yeah. Everybody calls me Dean.
Yeah, Dean. That's who run the university. So it was good talking to you, Dean. I'm gonna take another caller in. I'm probably gonna take a couple more before I cut out it. I enjoyed the conversation.
Oh man, I'll leave my number in the chat after, man, or in your inbox anytime, Roger.
All right.
All right. One love, everybody. One love.
Peace, God.
Peace, God.
Family member that you in the same city with, and you ain't even never had an opportunity to spend no time with. Now you talking about what's that term? Singularity, convergence. That's real time convergence into the singularity right there. That's real time convergence. That's some heavy shit. Hey, LOL Adams. So the sisterhood is important. The art, it's gonna look so different than regular school, but it's gonna look so much like a tribal village in a modern era setting. Yeah, I like to see y'all meet in person. This is making me all motherfucking mushy and shit. I don't even get mushy. Yeah. Y'all keep me posted on y'all interaction, Myzel, King Eddie. I'd like to see how that turned out. Y'all got to run across some family members on a video. Yeah, just pull that's gangster. This is what it's all about. You gotta remember, in the history of America, in the history of America, we wasn't allowed to form coherent, competent, structured families. All of our families had to be fragmented, broken, or dysfunctional in order to be left alone. Now, in the same book where it talk about the crucifixion is about us, the ones they call the black folks, the niggas. And you go in there, you realize that after the crucifixion, after they crucified us, they said they divided up the royal garments. Now, we all know they call the family, the fabric of the family. What is a fabric? It's cloth, right? Now watch what they do to it. They took the fabric, divided it up, and sold it from the auction block. What they do to the ones they said were slaves in colonial America, the POWs were sold. They told you they were sold from plantation to plantation, which is not true. They were sold from warden of POW camp to warden of POW camp. There was 13 prison colonies established in America. Australia was established as a penal colony, a prisoner's colony. In America, the prisoners were dying off, and the natives felt death in the air from the mass death on these colonies, so they had to do something according to divine law. They couldn't allow all them people to just die of starvation and exposure without doing anything to remedy the misery being expressed on their territory, right? So they had what they called treaty meetings. But when they show you in your history books, they show you Native Americans bringing furs and food and stuff to the colonists. And they tell you about Thanksgiving. And we always thought Thanksgiving was about the raping and the pillaging of the native. Let me tell y'all the real thing about Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving was this. Under the Continental Congress, the Continental Congress consisted of what they call the several states. The several states at the time were the 12 colonies. And the 12 colonies came together to form one. That's number 13. So now you see how your 12 tribes of Israel, and Israel itself being the 13th tribe. So this is how you get your 13 colonies. It was 12 colonies at first. They tell us it was 13, but it was really 12 because one of the colonies encompassed all of the colonies. But really what it was, if you want to know how it really was set up, remember, no such thing as a prison before the founding of the United States of America. Prison did not exist. What do you do with your criminal element? Exile. Well, when Pietro del Negro, Peter the Black, navigated Cristobal Colombo or Christopher Columbus into the islands, they found a way to get rid of their undesirable elements. See, the undesirable elements took on several factors. One, they was a descendant of Orisha of the children of the moon. That means they had red hair and freckles. And they had a glowing yellow opaque skin that almost looked white. Today you would call them a Scotsman or you would call them an Irishman. They had to get rid of them because Irish is Orisha. And the Scots come from Scotta. If you trace Scotta back, you find her in Egypt as a princess. If you trace Orisha back, you're back in sub-Saharan Africa. So now you know why Ireland and Scotland is called Europe's redhead stepchild. And you'll know why they sent St. Patrick's in there to kill off all the priests that they called snakes. How can I prove that? Well, it's simple. There is no fossil record of a snake on the island of Ireland or Scotland. Period. No fossil remain of a reptile, snake. Didn't exist. What the fuck was they? What was St. Patrick doing then? Record of snakes in Ireland. That's not a serpent on the ground, and it was called the Brotherhood of the Wise Ones, or the Brotherhoods of the Wise Serpent. And it was a priest class where the women wore a snake band around their biceps here, and the men wore a cobra around his head here, which is actually what Tupac's headband means. I'm gonna do a post to show you what my do-rag and Tupac headband is Egyptian in origin and native in origin. This is precedes European settlement. So people always wondering, why you always wearing that do-rag? And I be telling them it's holy guard. It's like a kufi to a Muslim. It's like a turban to a Hindu. It's holy guard for African or native. The same as the way Tupac wore his bandana, right? There's supposed to be a serpent band with a cobra. And I'm going to show it to y'all in the post sometime today. I'm going to pull it up. I've been intending to do it for a while. But it represents that he was the prince, not the king. He was a prince. His rank was a prince or a provincial chieftain or king. He had a king of a province, but in the overall land, he was a prince of a high rank. And you know him in the history books as King Tut, right? So earlier, my sister asked me what I meant by that being Tupac in the Revelations. And this is going into that. So Tupac was a master of a very high degree. And Tupac went on a 22-month grievance vexation campaign. What do I mean by that? If you listen to his music, he's telling a lot of what we experience in the hood. And some people say it's low vibrational and all that. I know. The way that it works, if there is no grievance vexed at the close of the age, everything stays the same. But the grievance has to be vexed by masters. The masters have to live the condition of the people in order to communicate to the final master what the problem is, where the problem is, who's the one suffering from the problem, and what do we do to correct it. And so you see the prison interview, Tupac was like, I have to say this. Y'all need to know I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do, but if I'm not successful, this next dude, he ain't gonna have no mercy. This next dude, he ain't gonna be playing. Go back to the prison interview and watch what I'm talking about. Now, Ed Gordon, he said, look, let's not be selfish. This Tupac talking. Let's not be selfish. I'm not saying I'm the one gonna change the world. I might not change the world, but I guarantee you, I spark the brain that will change the world. In order for him to be that confident, he have to know something. You can't be that confident in sparking a brain, especially with this many idiots, buffoons, and clowns running around masquerading as conscious Negroes, and they idiots. So why was he so confident? Well, you have to go back to your African conjure. I'm not going to tell the story now, I'm going to tell it another time. But in the African conjure, before the final one comes, his little brother had to always come what they call open the way. They call him the opener of the way. So when you seen Tupac, he was the opener of the way. And there, when you go to Revelations, it talks about one of the priests of the Lord being sent into a place where he encountered what they call the prophet of Balaam. Now, in there it say that the angel of the Lord blocked the way from the ass and the prophet. You all remember that in the Bible, right? Now, when you go back to the story, it said that the prophet came riding in on an ass, a donkey, a mule. So the prophet, Farrakhan, hit center stage of prominence under the Democratic Party, the mule, the ass, on the campaign for Jesse Jackson. But he said there, the prophet of Balaam encountered an angel of the Lord who stood before the ass and the prophet. The prophet didn't see him at first. The ass saw him first, Jesse Jackson. Now, Tupac performed at Jesse Jackson's presidential announcement when he was running for president in 1983, and he performed Raising in the Sun, right where he met Farrakhan at. And Farrakhan didn't recognize who Tupac was at first, because remember, the ass, Jesse Jackson, knew who the fuck he was, but Farrakhan didn't know who he was at first, right? Watch what happened. The angel of the Lord, Tupac, began to scold the ass and began to tell the prophet certain things, right? So now, this is Tupac. Now, there's one part of the prophecy I'm going to mention, then I'm going to wrap it up after this, because this is almost the second hour, and I'm only supposed to get like 15 minutes on this one. But my sisters got me kind of pumped up, and I couldn't stop. Oh, there go my Israel Tabera. I see you, girl. I've been waiting on you. Most of y'all don't know. Might tell you something else. Every time you put on the bandana, you feel invincible. Malcolm X self-sacrificed to save Elijah Muhammad in order to make this whole process work, because Wallace didn't want to do his part. Wardine Muhammad, son of the messenger, is the reason why Malcolm did, not Farrakhan, not Elijah, not John Muhammad, not Clarence 13X. Whoa, I love seeing these brothers finding their family on here. That's some heartfelt stuff right there. Whoa. Wow. I believe you my Uncle Eddie's son. Get the hell out of here. Okay, so I'm not gonna give y'all too much more on Tupac. Last thing I'm gonna tell y'all about Tupac before I cut out of here is this. It was made to appear as if he had been slain, but he had not. It only appears as such. That's how it was written when I read it. So Tupac went on a 22-month grievance, vexation. But it takes 22 years of manifestation for that master to reach the next master, because each master has to be raised to a certain level before the next or the last master can pass the baton. Yeah, India, they always doing that to me. But I want you and I want Israel Tabera to listen to this video, because I talked about how the sisters got to start meeting and knowing what their roles and responsibilities gonna be. And anybody that won't free gonna have to be in it, because it's only one way to get us free, and that's flip this fucking grid. All of this stuff that I tell y'all, if y'all need a reference, just let me know. Yeah, Mazel. So you will look on my post and you'll see the mirror effect. You'll see Tupac doing this, and you'll see a gorilla doing this. In between them, you'll see that I'm telling you about a mirror. It's a reason. Ain't not a single post on my page haphazard. You can go back to the very first post I made ever on Facebook, and you will not find me just talking about I was eating an ice cream cone at the mall and it's Saturday. You're not going to find none of them. Only thing you'll find is a whole bunch of blank spots where I didn't say nothing. Boom, I hit you with a seed. Then as you start getting closer to now, you're going to see the intensity of the post pick up. Not only is the intensity, but the depth of content is also going to pick up. And not only that, it's going to start identifying nouns, people, places, and things out of end times. What they did, when they did it, how they did it. All this got to come out. It's all got to be revealed, and all of the imposters got to be exposed. So y'all can sit here. Fuck no, he ain't in Cuba. He in South Central. He in LA. He at home. Y'all ain't see him at. Look, I'm gonna give you a bone. Tupac was at Coachella when they did the video of the hologram. He was physically human, flesh and blood present, and watched it from backstage. One. Second bone. All Eyes on Me premiere. He was with Shock G the whole fucking night. Go look it up and find him. Right before your very eyes, you won't even realize you can't see me. He there. Tupac been dropping motherfucking Facebook videos talking like I am now, and y'all didn't even know it was him. Y'all thought it was a white boy. Win without H.P. Blavatsky. We couldn't win without Aleister Crowley or Franz Bardone or Manly P. Hall or Charles Tazez Russell and Joseph B. Rutherford, Mary Baker Eddy. We couldn't win without them. Because they gave exhaustive analysis to the doctrine of the church and the secret societies in order for us to have a comprehensive record of what these motherfuckers was doing to us behind the scenes. Right? So Madame Blavatsky bring the keys to the Seven Sisters to the Blue Lodge. That she went into the enemy's lodge and got out because she was told by some of Enki's children called high cellars that they needed her to get in and get this information and put it in the public domain. But the only thing is, Madame Blavatsky wasn't pale-skinned Russian. She was chocolate.
That's right. She's a mulatto, and she loved to have interactions with dark-skinned Nubian men. And she loved to get that big mandingo dropped on her, man. I'm telling you.
Hey man, quit talking about my girl Madame.
Hey, right? Look, she fell in love. She fell in love with see how they got the information. It was a being that incarnated that was named Azabuk El. He reincarnated as El Moroi. El Moroi hooked up with Madame Velasquez. Madame Velasquez got the hots for him. He started knocking her down, and then he started teaching her some of the ancient mystic art of science. And then Saint Bernard or Saint Germain them was in with it. With the it's just a picture of them online of all four of them on the picture with El Moroi standing in the background. He was one of the ascended masters that came with the from the mystic order of Melchizedek. And he's one of the considered as they talking about the three wise men, right? But he supposedly taught Velasquez that the thrill society or whatever they call themselves, that doctrine is really ancient Kemetic science and really Tahuti doctrine. It's really Hermetic principles and Tahuti doctrine. Yeah.
Right. So a lot of the reference she gave, like the Book of Zion and different stuff, Western scholars didn't accept them because they was ancient scrolls from India.
Yeah.
This is where Enki stored all of the earth records at.
Okay, I'm with you.
Enki's priests became known as Shaolin priests over time in China, and they became known as Buddhist monks over in India.
Okay.
Right. And a lot of his spiritual teachings come passed off as the incarnation of Siddhartha.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Mm-hmm. And but there's really another incarnation of Enki.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And Enki was, if you really examine what's taking place, he's trying to study that when the Anunnaki leave, right? This is what the Buddha really doing when they talk about he's seeking enlightenment.
Okay.
You take on the human form to find out the extremes of the human body. The Anunnaki put on the suit of Siddhartha, and he lived the life of a prince in luxury. He decided that the luxury has to be tempered by something, or it spoils the benevolent nature of the being by creating a certain errant character.
Mm-hmm.
So he goes out into the community to live in poverty among the paupers of the land. Mm-hmm. This is the extreme polar opposite.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if he can assimilate into the pauper lifestyle after coming from such luxury, this is total application of willpower and discipline.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So the first lesson of the Buddha is it takes great discipline to become an enlightened individual, a Buddha. Great discipline is the first one. The second one is you have to utilize your own willpower to overcome the conditions that the external life put in front of you in order to get the life that you want the external life to present you with.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So then he goes through these extremes, these meditating, and he understands something about the mind.
Mm-hmm.
The mind is psychomal, it's erratic. If you don't learn to control the mind, then you won't be able to control your lower base nature as an animal, and you can't live as a divinity amongst animals as opposed to an animal amongst divinities. So control of the mind, that means be mindful of what you think, because what you think becomes your reality.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So then the Buddha begins to practice different forms of yoga to learn the extremes of the body. And what do we discover?
What?
We discover the body is very malleable and adaptable. The earlier you train it, the easier it adapts. And the older the body gets, the more difficult it is to adapt to new ways of being. But the body can still adapt. It will just take a longer period of adaptation. Mm-hmm. So now he's telling us the extremes that the body can go based on the conditions that come with developing over time.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So at any point in your life that you apply your will, which was the second thing, it's going to still require you to use the discipline, which is the first thing, in order to train your body to be the body of the life you want to live, which training the body is the physical exertion required to radiate the necessary energy to attract to you those things that the person in the body that you're building is supposed to have.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is the great work again, the building of the temple of man.
Mm-hmm.
The temple of Solomon is the temple of man. The soul goes in the man, and the man has to train the body to facilitate the soul by purifying the ego. Shadow work. The shadow work comes with the effort required to utilize your willpower, your ability to use willpower over the desires of the body and the needs of the body in order to transcend them things in which you can become one with the universe, in which all those things become good when you use them. So you really utilizing this blueprint. So this was a method of research or research records of Enki as an incarnation of the Buddha in order for him to learn the best ways to teach the difficult to teach, right? And how to optimize this machine called the human avatar. So by studying what the Buddha is teaching, you're really reading his research notes on how to be the best version of yourself possible. Well, over time in priesthoods and different incarnations of Buddha, you get a huge catalog of different aspects of life, and these are kept codified as a series of sutras. The sex guide is the Kama Sutra. The memory of the war and the recount of the war is the Vamana Sutra. Then you have the Iso Sutra, and the list goes on and on. But these are from different individuals giving you their research notes, not for you to strictly follow them, but for you to have an understanding of what you're dealing with so you can create your own path. So a good series of books that ties into this, right?
Okay, go ahead.
Ascended Masters of the Far East. When you understand how to read the nature of the character of the individual, forensic profiling, that's how you can follow them all the way to their front door. See that box collection? The first picture in the second row?
Right here. This one right here. Oh, hold on. Damn, my bad. Damn, shit. All right, right here. This first picture in the second row, right here.
Yeah. Not the man with the beard, but the books.
Yeah. He's supposed to be Serapis. One of them supposed to be Serapis babe. We taught him in ancient Kemet. He was one of they.
Listen, it was 1 a.m. when I got off that video that you just watched.
What?
Listen, and I put my phone down and picked it back up because a text came in and it say 10 something. Did you hear what time I said it was when I started that video?
Yeah. You said it was like quick at 11 some o'clock.
Yeah.
Oh shit. I heard this photo like I seen
Deja vu.
No, it's like the time they call it a glitch. See, when that happened, that means that either you got it's something like it was a solar flare or something that happened right then when you probably got that glitch. It was something that happened that caused it. And it could be the time frame you in too, like the time zone. They say time, but it's like, man, it seemed like you got caught in a glitch to where like you like because we all as a people, we all sit on a rhythm, a certain frequency, a rhythm. That's what make us can dance on the beat. We on that frequency, but they can come in and they can adjust you. It's a group called the Adjustment Bureau. They put a movie out about it where they come in and adjust.
I remember that movie.
Huh?
I remember that movie.
Yeah, the Adjustment Bureau. The niggas come in and they rearrange your time. Like, so you would think that, damn, what just happened? You would be once you figure out what's happening, they then had you, and they then came in and did some shit, and then, but it's something they messed up. Some that's how you recognize. You weren't supposed to recognize it. If these guys that was probably, if somebody did that, they probably wasn't that good, or they didn't know how high power the alchemist you was, that you was gonna realize that the time frame got changed.
Elder, look,
man, I'm telling you,
this real talk, Elder. Anybody think I'm making this up can go back and watch that video that he just watched. I'm really fucked up in that video about where them 5 hours went.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, it's crazy.
Look, I'm having conversations with people about this missing block of time, and I get off the video at 1 something in the morning.
Man, that's crazy, bro. The Adjustment Bureau, these niggas right here, man. They got these dudes right here. These dudes are extracurriculars. They work for the man. They the same group inside of the Man in Black. They work for
first,
the same group. Let me say right here. That's why they dress though. But you can't. They got these things called invisible belts. Where they can put these belts on and they can it'll speed up their vibrational wave to where it bend the light waves around them where you can't see them. And they'll be up in your house walking around but you probably can see them out of the corner of your eye because the technology, they ain't got it fully developed, but they got it to where you can't see them. They
had an episode of the X-Files about that.
Yeah, they got them right around the time of George W. Bush Sr. because we was on them. And there was a dude out there when George W. Bush was out there fishing on a boat, and another dude was a Secret Service was standing next to him, and he was fishing, but he was invisible. All you saw is the rod. And that's when they came out and said, "Oh well, yeah, we got developed this new technology that they had got from the Philadelphia experiment." See, the Philadelphia experiment, they accidentally discovered invisibility. They was trying to start doing the stealth, right? And I think it was in 1943 or somewhere around that, the Philadelphia experiment. They were trying to
pull it up.
Huh? Yeah.
Pull it up.
Yeah. They was trying to develop that stealth technology. Okay, I'm gonna make sure I say this picture. Then I'm gonna go to pull it up. The invisibility belts. Hold on, let me show you. Philadelphia experiment.
They made several movies over the years about it.
Yeah, that's where they got the technology from. Nikola Tesla. All right, right here.
Yeah, they used his Tesla coils, and they used the Edison's apprentice design, but they didn't have the frequency right. One of the side effects is that it cast one of the dudes into the future, into 1983.
Exactly.
The other side effect is the people that stayed on the ship was part of the ship now. They was welded inside. They was fused to the ship.
I'm showing it right now. I'm gonna pull it up. Hold on, let me I say it right here. Boom. All right, let me pull this joint up right here. Not the I want to get the real Philadelphia experiment.
You know it's still a portal there, right?
Yeah, right there. And that portal opened up every 10 years.
And you know that they built a brick structure around where the portal comes so people won't get caught in it.
What? I didn't know that part.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, let me blow this up because this right here, what you saying, it ties into the vortex getting ready to open up next year. See, look, this is some shit. Man, this right here, hey, Rob, I'm telling you, man, this right here, some stuff right here. Hold on, let me pull it up. All right, so yeah, so what they were doing, okay, let's pull it up. They was trying to develop stealth technology, which they already had. Bob will talk about that in this tape I just put out called the Rainbow Project, right? But it's really the original name of the tape was I Came to Right the Wrong, but I just renamed it because he talk about the Rainbow Project in there, and then it'll be catchy just how it is now, so what people can get to what he's saying. But these beings, they were trying to develop stealth technology, which they already had, but they were trying to make it more better, and they accidentally discovered time travel and invisibility. It really was they really discovered time travel really right then. It's all was in one thing with Albert Einstein and all them working on it. And what it did is through the dude Albert Blank, I think his name was Admiral Albert Blank, threw him into 2070 or something. And like he was in 4 or 5 different time zones before they was able to get him back to this time zone. He explained it. So that's like the same thing that's happening to you. And then too, on top of that, after that, years later, when they got this information down, secretly they set up another technology down in Area 51, the S4 in Utah, where they start working on this technology and making it smaller. And they eventually got it to like a belt buckle size where they could put it on as a belt and they can walk around. They'd be right there with the president, and you won't even see them. There'll be Secret Service agents, 3 and 4 of them have a belt on, and then 3, 4 won't. They'll be visible, and then so you will be thinking that you don't even see them. They pull out their gun and shoot you from invisibility. You'll see their gun once they pull it out. The way you can see their gun once they pull it out. Once they get it from their body, because the way the technology works, it's got like a little malfunction. I don't know if they developed it better, but I know during the time of George W. Bush Sr. is when they rolled them out, when the Secret Service rolled them out.
You never heard of a show come on National Geographic called Future Tech?
No, I'm gonna check that out.
Well, they got an episode that's Weapons of the Future. One of them was the tank fitted with fiber optics to bend the light around the tank. Right. It was first used in civilian use on the west coast of the United States in a raid.
Yeah, what?
In a drug
Invisible
raid.
tank. Invisible tank.
Yeah, the ones fitted with. All you gotta do is see if I can find it.
I already know they got. I know they got unmanned. I already know, man. When they show you something, they 40 or 50 years ahead. Bob already told us. When they show you something on TV, they got all that stuff they be showing on Avengers and all that. Them flying they got flying aircraft carriers now. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, these people.
It's called the T-Ghost.
All right, let's pull it up
on YouTube.
Right,
you can get a video of it.
Right, I'm gonna get a video of it. T-Ghost, the T-Ghost. Oh, there you go, right there. Oh yeah, I see it, bro. Right here. And it's probably fitted with laser weapons. They got the laser weapon too, the direct energy weapon. They had that in 1953.
That was the video you had actually clicked on.
Oh, right here.
Yeah,
I'm gonna watch it right now. We got you.
That one was radar. That's stealth technology.
Okay, yeah.
The other one is hold on.
Where it bends the light. That's like that's like a cloaking device. These extraterrestrials, the Anunnakis designed a machine because they understand electromagnetic frequency, and they designed a machine called a cloaking device where they attach to their ships, where they bend. I know what you're talking about. Where they bend the light frequency around the ship so it looks invisible. Matter of fact, I can show you what they're doing. I'm gonna show you. Hey, close my door. Close my door, bro. How's he getting up in here? What's it, bro? Hey, I'm gonna show you this video right here that break it down how it works. It's a video that I was gonna show when I was teaching on the part 2 on invisibility. It's a certain type of thing. Hold on, let me show you.
I'm sending you a video on.
I send it to me. Send it to me. I'm gonna load it up. Yeah, here we go. They break it down. Oh look, let me do it right here. It's gonna be in my like folder. All right, right here. All right. All right, I got it. I'm gonna load it up. Right here, this is a video that explains a little bit of how it works. Now I'm gonna load your video right now. I'm sending it to my thing so I can get it.
Due to the confidential nature of this technology, information is revealed in a controlled fashion.
He ain't telling us everything he knows.
He ain't telling you everything it is to know. He only telling you what's accessible to the public.
Yeah.
Now, if this is what's accessible to the public, imagine what's not.
Exactly, bro. What they got. I believe them motherfuckers got invisible robots already.
You have to. We already went over that. Yeah, you have to watch this all over, but we already went over that. The goal is you tapping into how you translate energy or communicate to your higher self. How do you translate what your God self is telling your mortal self? If you don't create your own codex, your grimoire for how you communicate, you won't have a clear set lines of communication to practice with. So you got to establish the type of communication you're going to have
Then we gotta know how to perceive the answer when it comes, and then you can translate it into English for everybody else who you need to get the message to. But if you don't never learn how to communicate with your higher self, you won't even never find out what your psychic ability is.
Yeah, man, these Africans, they main thing is to scam Americans. They think Americans slow, but you know what it is? They don't got nothing else better to do. That's they hustle. Now they got internet in Africa. Now they using the internet to scam Americans, man, and anybody other people around the country. And it ain't just Africans; it's Hindus and Africans that's fucking scamming people. Not all the Hindus are scamming. I'm not calling all of them as a race, specific group of them. Go ahead.
If you think about it, they using inflation to strangle us out economically.
Mm-hmm.
Over there, their level of poverty is so much worse than ours in most of the country.
Right. Go ahead.
So they want out of that shit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't condone it, but I understand it. I feel their pain.
Yeah. On some American for 10,000 miles away, they ain't gonna hurt. They don't give a damn. They gonna see they got all kind of hustles over there, and it might not even be an African, man. I just think it was an African because how the dude that sent me the message, but it could be somebody that don't like me, and I got a couple ideas. They got one of their goons to set that up so they can steal my money. I know what I think I got an idea who this nigga is.
There's always some shiesty shit somewhere.
Man,
that's part of the game, though.
Yeah, it is. It is.
You know, so now you got your friends and your enemies getting rich on your name.
Yeah.
That means you a bad motherfucker. You productive. Because they producing off you.
Yeah, they saying, man,
and ain't giving you no kickback.
He gave me a kickback. He gave me if he got 10,000, say he got 5,000, he gave me 1%. He sent me $50. He said, man, I'm making so much money off you online. Because he got my picture and he used my picture and my name. He said, I made so much money off you. I just wanted to send you $50 to show you my appreciation.
Oh, man, that's some antagonism right there.
Man, I said, oh, yeah, these niggas must know me. It got to be somebody that know me, man. They want to fuck. They want to get at me. So, man, yeah, you see that young elder with the S on the end that's using my picture and everything, that's a scam, bro. And it's even one that's doing similar to Raw that ain't his Cash App. So we got the right Cash App in the links right now. It's the capital SIK, capital APE. So it's another dude that he probably got an S at the end to scam off of Raw shit. I'm telling you, man, it's some niggas out here, bro. These niggas watch. They know Raw hot. They know we hot in the game, and they say, oh man, these niggas we could get a kickback off of these guys. We could get an overflow. These guys' cups overflowing. We could get the shit that fall off the crumbs. The dogs can get the crumbs off the master table, man. That's the damn fucking game right there, bro. It's we Africans. Africans think we slow as hell, bro. I'm telling you.
No, they don't. You know what they think? They think that we are the type that squander more than we should.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
They look at us and how we neglect to pool our resources and block external forces from ruling over us. By doing that, they looking at us like, shit, if y'all gonna just give money away so freely, I might as well get some of that free money.
Yeah, that's what they doing to us. That's what they doing to us. They like, man, Rod, you cracked heads on this one though. This was, like I say, we did a lot of tapes. We got like probably over 150 hours worth of tapes. Man, this right here was a good one. This right here was one of my top ones right here, bro. Because I'm into this the Mortal Kombat type, the what you call that dude? Not Cage, Johnny Cage, the dude that be doing the fire. Liu Kang. Yeah, Liu Kang. I'm into that type of, that breathing and just like Bruce, like, oh yeah, that's what I was gonna forgot to ask you, Rod, about Bruce Lee. So you was telling me about Bruce Lee. And Bruce Lee was a bad dude. Now there's some dudes out there that I heard of, the dark skinned brothers, Nubian brothers, that were badder than Bruce Lee, but they never got the exposure as Bruce Lee. Yeah, but Bruce Lee, you said that he got set up on his murder or something. It was big, something dealing with it.
He got extracted by the Shaolin masters. So it's layers. We were looking at Tai Chi earlier, right?
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, that's the artistic form of martial arts. All of that we see is the artistic form.
Yeah.
And in the martial arts, every artistic form has practical fight application for the combat student. No matter what field of combat you come from, you know when you see the dance how to use certain moves in actual combat if you understand combat. Right? Like even the Aikido that Steven Seagal was using when he was a youngster. Right? That's a ballet. That's a ballet. That doesn't work if he's in catch as catch can wrestling and they hitting him in them joints.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The style of martial art is not a true combat sport. Right? But now, behind all of that, there is a combat group. A group of masters that train their body where they can use their chi to fight you and don't have to touch you.
Yeah, that's right.
Right? They got masters who can hit you with a ball of fire from across the room.
Yeah.
Right? But they are all held back. Right? They can't be exposed to the public until the Earthborn reclaim the Earth. And all the masters come out and hide.
Right. That's right.
Right? Because the nature of the conflict was spiritual warfare. Right? Being fought in the public domain in front of everybody's face behind their back. Right? So Bruce Lee come out and Jeet Kune Do is teaching you how to see the combat element in every martial art. So they say he was teaching the guy G and they were supposed to develop their own martial art.
Okay. Their own style from what he, like the basics that he taught them.
No, he wasn't supposed to teach them. They were supposed to develop their own.
Based on what they is.
Yeah. So now when you look from his training, they did use his techniques to develop their own martial art. Now he spilt over secrets into the open. He have to go into seclusion.
Yeah.
But he can't have people come looking for him.
So fake is there.
Right.
Yeah.
So take him off the scene. Right. Allow him to be seen long enough to get the message out. So now when we look at combat sports, judo produced the Gracies
That's right.
in Brazil.
Royce Gracie.
This is all the influence of Bruce Lee opening the floodgates to study Eastern martial arts. Okay. Then you have the Israeli Secret Service. They developed something called Krav Maga.
Okay, go ahead.
Right? Yeah. These all form together, flow into something called mixed martial arts.
Go ahead.
All disciplines funnel to the mixed martial arts arena. Right? So it's all science. Then all of that is a side effect of Bruce Lee popularizing the martial art.
That's right.
Right? Some of the best movies now got martial arts, but when you go back to movies from the 50s and the 60s, they was just good ass acting. Now they got good ass kicking.
Yeah, good ass kicking, right? Yeah.
Right. So you see the influence one man can have on the global culture.
That's right.
In a short period of time by using those same principles of magic that we talked about throughout this video. He's a living example of that.
Yeah.
Right. And then he was able to leave a legacy of champions behind him. People that actually was in the fight game.
Yeah.
You know, people that trained with him who became notorious ass kickers.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Now, you got different styles of fighting and they do different stuff.
Yeah.
Based on the enemy you combating with. Sometimes you got to be creative and sometimes you just got to hit them straight in the jaw.
Yeah.
So when you understand the sciences of the art, and then you start to put it all together, it start to make sense.
Yeah. Like Major Payne said, he said, I'm gonna put this foot right side there. He said, oh, you think I'm joking? And they can say, oh, start moving his feet. Then he chopped him in the throat. He went down. He said, you thought you was gonna kick me. He said, calling me a liar. Boom, kick that nigga, man. I said, oh yeah.
Hey, you know that's a parody of Billy Jack.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Billy Jack was a half-breed.
Okay.
And they caught Billy Jack in the field. And this is one of my favorite movies when I was little, Billy Jack. But they caught him in the field and he told the man, he said, I'm gonna take this foot, whop you on that side of your face, and then the damn thing you're gonna be able to do about it. And then he did that shit, man. We thought that was the dopest.
Told nigga what he gonna do, did it to him.
Yeah, but Billy Jack was about a native that was half pale face.
Oh yeah, I might check that out.
Oh man, you ain't never seen Billy Jack?
Oh man, and I watch it. That's my favorite type of movie.
That's a cult classic.
Westerns. Yeah, I gotta check that out.
I can watch Billy Jack all day long.
You ever seen?
I can watch it on repeat.
You ever seen?
So he had set his tribe up on the reservation, and he became the chief by default. In the process of this, his duties is to protect everybody on the reservation. And in the meantime, you got these townspeople moving in with their unruly teenagers that's raising hell on the plantation. On the reservation, and harassing the kids when they come to town for ice cream and shit.
Okay.
Right. So then when they finally go too far, he do what he do. Now they want to arrest him and put him in prison. 110 soldier.
Yeah. That's fire, man. I'm gonna check that movie out. I like to say I collect cowboy movies. I got just about every cowboy picture you can think of, man. 310.
Yeah, it's actually, it don't take place in cowboy days. It take place in like the 70s.
Okay, just recently then, like.
Yeah, so it's supposed to be going on in like Arizona in the 70s or the 60s.
What? I might check that
The
out.
Flower Child generation, the Love and Peace era.
Yeah.
Right. He come back from, I think, Vietnam War.
Okay.
And he the default chief.
Yeah.
When you do what chiefs do, when you violate the community, now they want to bring you in the army and take him in.
Yeah.
Literally bring you in the army.
Damn. Rod never let us down, man. That nigga like guaranteed. He like guaranteed on your money back. I nigga, tell it. Tell that nigga USD. That nigga Rod Hayes USDA approved, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? He USDA approved, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got to like Chief Big Mac, baby. You know what I'm saying? Chief Pontiac. Yeah. I found out too, Rod. What you know? That's what I was gonna ask you. I found out that the Anarchies, they had came over here with a Great Lakes set, and they said that's why somebody said the Denver Nuggets. That's why they call like the doing in Denver and Colorado. They said that the mountains, it was just nuggets laying on the ground over here. And that
listen.
Go ahead.
The people on this land, and we didn't take gold like that. Gold, we was in tune with nature.
Right, go ahead.
Gold was just another rock to us.
That's why I was just laying on the ground.
That's why we felt to find gold anywhere.
Yeah, that's crazy.
We don't hold material like that value on things until somebody else come over here to exploit us for it and use it for value. Then now it becomes the new standard of value.
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of people don't know, but at one time, the most important thing to harvest was cowrie shells.
Wow.
Cowrie shells was the currency.
Wow.
He who had the most cowrie shells was the richest man on earth.
Damn. That's crazy.
They ain't worth a dime now.
That's crazy. Like I say, I think a penny, I think the way this going, man, a penny gonna be worth more than $1 because a penny is real copper and $1 is just paper. Like this a penny is
not real copper.
Well, not the
You
new
better check
pennies,
that.
right? The new pennies, right?
None of this new stuff real. All of this is facsimile.
Hey, what year would you have to go back to get a real copper penny? What year does they start making those? Like
well,
60s?
They will still make them in batches.
Okay.
And they normally try to keep them and to do business among themselves. And some of them trickle out into the mainstream, and you'll find one here and there.
Yeah. I noticed it. I think it's like somebody was telling me like 1967. That's when you for sure.
There was a time when where all of the coins was minted with what they were supposed to be.
Yeah.
Right. So 100 pieces of copper used to equal 1 piece of gold.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And 2 pieces of silver used to equal 1 piece of gold.
Yeah.
Right. And I think it was 5 pieces of nickel used to equal a half a piece of gold or something like that.
Yeah. Well,
these all became currency denominations under the U.S. Mint because now they want to control whose face is on the currency. Back then, it was no face on the currency. Some people did it for decorative purposes for their family bank, like in John Wick.
Yeah.
When they're looking at the gold coins, some people had their coins minted, you know, with the tribal totem, like you had the buffalo nickel. The buffalo was the total of the Buffalo clan. Woolly-haired, muscle-bound big niggas. Angel Bay and them.
Go ahead.
The Tatanka. The big bulls. Right? Big Mama called them in case of emergency.
Yeah.
And they trampled the whole land. That's why they had to kill all the bison. And that was the symbolic of killing us too.
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Oh yeah, somebody else asked me to ask you this before I forget. They said, "What's the connection between?" Because they say they want Dion